What if Deku was teleported to RWBY? Part 1, Act 1. Chapter 1. The villain called himself Fracture, and for the first 10 minutes of the fight, Izuku Midoriya thought that was the most overblown name he had heard all year. Then the man tore a hole in the parking structure with his bare hand, and Izuku revised his opinion considerably. It happened on a Tuesday afternoon in the middle of downtown Muzutafu, which was somehow always how it went. Civilians scattered behind hastily erected barriers. Pro-heroes MT Lady and Kamui Woods had already been pulled off the front line, the former nursing a dislocated shoulder and the latter wrapped almost head to toe in his own wooden branches to keep from collapsing. That left Izuku, 3 years into his career and still climbing the rankings, standing in the wreckage of a shopping plaza with his right arm trembling from overuse and his hero costume scorched along one side. Fracture stood in the center of the rubble, grinning. His quirk let him open small tears in space, narrow enough to slip a hand through, wide enough to rip concrete apart from the inside. He had used it to dodge every attack thrown at him for the better part of an hour, vanishing into one tier and stepping out of another several meters away. You hero types are predictable, Fracture said, rolling his neck. Always trying to save everyone. Slows you down. Makes you easy to read. Maybe, Izuku said, breathing hard. But it also means I don't stop until everyone's safe. That part doesn't change no matter how many times you dodge. He could feel one for all thrumming under his skin, the inherited power of 9 generations layered into his bones, and he was running close to the edge of what his body could take today. He had already used a percentage of full cal higher than he liked to admit, and his fingers ached with the telltale pins and needles that meant Eraserhead would have benched him on the spot if he were here. He was not here. It was Izuku's call, and there was a family of 4 still trapped under a collapsed awning 30 meters to his left. Fracture noticed him glance toward them. His grin widened. Oh, that's cute, he said, and tore open the air itself. The rip this time was different. Larger. It did not snap shut the way the others had. Instead it widened, edges crackling with a strange light that had nothing to do with any quirk Izuku had ever studied, and a wind began to howl out of it like the whole tier was inhaling the world. What did you do? Fracture said, and for the first time all fight, he sounded afraid. I don't think that's you, Izuku said. The family under the awning screamed as the wind picked up, debris lifting off the ground and streaking toward the widening rift. Izuku didn't think. He never did, in moments like this, not really, not in the calculating way his notebooks might suggest. He moved. Full cowl, 100%, just for a second, just long enough to cross the distance and put his body between the rift and the family. He hit the awning support with a shoulder check that crumpled steel, hauling the father up and shoving the whole family back, away, toward the barricades, toward safety. The rift did not care that he had succeeded. It cared that he was close. Izuku felt the pull a half-second before it mattered, a sensation like the air itself had hooked into his ribs and decided to reel him in. He grabbed for anything solid. There was nothing solid left to grab. The last things he saw in his own world were Fracture's wide, horrified eyes, and Kamui Woods straining against his own restraints to reach toward him, too far, too late. Then there was only light, and the howling wind, and the sensation of falling in every direction at once. He did not lose consciousness, not at first. He remained aware enough to register that the light was not the orange-white of the rift but something cooler, a deep blue-black scattered with more stars than he had ever seen above Muzutafu, and that the falling had a direction now, down, and that down was approaching with the kind of speed that would break every bone in his body if he let it. Old instinct kicked in before conscious thought caught up. Full cowl, even depleted as he was, even running on fumes. He twisted in the air, oriented himself, and threw every scrap of remaining power into his legs for the landing. He hit the ground hard enough to crater it. Trees on either side of the small clearing he had landed and bent and cracked from the shockwave, leaves raining down around him in a slow green storm. Pain roared up both legs and through his spine, but nothing broke, nothing that wouldn't heal. He lay there for a long moment, staring up at a sky that did not belong to any city he knew, breathing hard, ears ringing. Okay, he said out loud, to no one, his voice cracking. Okay. That happened. He pushed himself up onto his elbows. The forest around him was thick, ancient-looking, The kind of old growth that did not exist within 100 kilometers of Muzidafu. The air smelled like pine and damp earth and something else underneath it, faint and metallic, that made the hair on the back of his neck stand up though he could not say why. He reached for his ear-com out of pure habit. It crackled with dead static and then nothing at all. He tried again. Nothing. Right, he murmured. No signal. Of course there's no signal. He got to his feet, swaying, and took stock. His costume was torn at the shoulder and scorched along the ribs, but otherwise intact. His support gear was mostly drained from the fight, the gauntlets reading low charge when he checked the tiny status display on his wrist unit. He had perhaps one more solid burst of full cowl in him before his body simply refused to cooperate, the muscle damage already aching its way up from a 4 count to something closer to a 6. And he had absolutely no idea where he was. He turned in a slow circle. Trees in every direction, the canopy broken just enough above him to show that strange, star-crowded sky even though the sun behind the clouds suggested it was still afternoon, which made no sense at all. Somewhere in the distance, far off, he heard something that was not quite a howl and not quite a roar, low and guttural, and it did not sound like any animal he recognized. Izuku Midoriya, third-year hero, inheritor of One for All, took a slow breath, and reached down into the part of himself that had never once, not in his entire life, stopped moving forward simply because the situation looked impossible. Okay, he said again, steadier this time. Find people. Find out where I am. Figure out how to get home. He picked a direction, mostly at random, and started walking. He had gone perhaps 200 meters when the trees ahead of him shuddered, and something large and black, with a mask of bone-white plating and red eyes like dying coals, stepped out into the clearing in front of him. Chapter 2. The creature was the size of a bear and built like one had been carved out of obsidian by something that did not fully understand bear anatomy. Bone-white plating jutted from its shoulders and spine in jagged ridges, and its eyes burned an unnatural red that seemed to generate their own dim light in the shade of the trees. Izuku's hero instincts catalogued it instantly, the same way they catalogued every villain he had ever faced. Mass, probable reach, likely attack pattern, weak points. Except this thing did not register as a person with a quirk. It registered as something else entirely, something that made every nerve in his body scream a much older, much simpler warning than the one he usually felt around villains. Run, said some ancient animal part of his brain. Or die. He did not run. He had never once managed that, not in his life, not even when it would have been the smart thing to do. The creature lunged. Izuku threw himself sideways, rolling through the undergrowth, and felt the wind of a clawed paw pass close enough to tear a strip from his already ruined costume. He came up in a crouch, hands raised, full cowl flickering back to life across his skin in a faint green shimmer. Okay, he muttered. Okay, you're fast, you're strong, let's see how smart you are. The creature roared, a sound that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than its throat should allow, and charged again. Izuku ducked under the swipe and drove a fist into its exposed flank, holding back as much power as he dared, testing. The blow connected with a crack like a tree splitting, and the creature staggered sideways into a trunk hard enough to crack the bark, but it did not go down. If anything, it seemed angrier, twisting around with terrifying speed for something its size. He did not have the luxury of a full assessment. He moved on instinct honed by years of fighting villains who wanted nothing more than to see him broken, weaving around a second charge, putting a tree between himself and the creature's reach, buying half a second to think. Whatever this thing was, it hit like a villain with an enhancement quirk, but it fought like something with no strategy at all beyond closing distance and tearing. That was useful information. Predictable was beatable. He let it close the distance once more, and this time, instead of dodging, he met it head-on, one clean strike aimed at the joint where its foreleg met its shoulder, full cowl at a careful 8%, enough to do damage without shattering his own bones in the process. The leg buckled. The creature went down hard, and Izuku did not hesitate, following through with a strike to the base of its skull that finally put it down for good. It did not bleed. It did not twitch. Instead, its entire body began to dissolve into a fine black mist that drifted upward and vanished into the canopy, as though it had never existed at all. Izuku stood over the space where it had been, chest heaving, and stared. What, he said, to the empty clearing, was that? He had fought villains with disintegration quirks. He had fought villains who could turn into smoke. He had never fought anything that simply ceased to exist the moment it died, leaving no body, no blood, nothing but a faint smell like ash and old iron hanging in the air. He allowed himself exactly 10 seconds to be afraid. Then he straightened, because being afraid for longer than that had never once solved a problem in his life, and resumed walking in the same direction he had been heading before, more cautious now, more alert. The forest seemed endless. Twice more he caught the same guttural howling sound from somewhere off to his left, and twice more he angled away from it, unwilling to spend what was left of his strength on a second encounter unless he had no choice. His support gear display blinked a steady warning now, the charge bar a thin red sliver. Full cowl was no longer an option except in the direst emergency. He was, for the first time in longer than he liked to admit, functionally quirkless in any sustained sense, running on raw stubbornness and a body that had been pushed past its limit and was beginning to make that very clear with every step. He found a stream eventually, and drank from it cautiously, and used the brief stillness of crouching at the water's edge to actually think. He was not in Japan. He was reasonably sure, at this point, that he was not even on Earth, not in any sense that made sense to him, not with that sky and not with whatever that creature had been. The how of it mattered less right now than the what next. He needed people. People meant information, and information meant a path home, even if that path was not obvious yet. He pushed himself back to his feet, and kept walking, and did not let himself think too hard about how very far over his head he might actually be, because thinking about it would not change what he needed to do next. It was perhaps another hour before he heard something that was unmistakably human. Voices, several of them, young, carrying easily through the trees ahead. He quickened his pace despite the protesting ache in every muscle he owned, pushing through a final wall of brush into a wider clearing. And found himself looking at 4 girls in combat gear, weapons drawn, all 4 of them staring back at him with the particular wariness of people who had just heard something enormous crash through the forest toward them and had no idea yet whether it was friend or threat. Chapter 3. For a long moment, nobody moved. The girl in front, small and cloaked in red, had a scythe nearly twice her own height braced and ready, her silver eyes wide with a mixture of alarm and undisguised curiosity. Beside her, a girl in white held a rapier in a guard stance so precise it looked like it belonged on a fencing diagram, her pale blue eyes narrowed with suspicion. A third girl in black, with a bow perched oddly high on her head, had gone very still in the way of someone deciding whether stillness or motion was the safer option. And the fourth, blonde and broad-shouldered despite her relatively slight frame, had her fists raised and a grin on her face that suggested she was almost hoping for a fight. Izuku raised both hands slowly, palms open, the universal gesture for I am not a threat in every culture he had ever studied, and hoped desperately that it translated here too. Sorry, he said. Sorry, I'm not, I don't want any trouble. I'm lost. I'm really, really lost. The 4 girls exchanged a glance. The blonde one spoke first. Buddy, you're standing in the middle of the emerald forest looking like you just lost a fight with a wood chipper. Lost doesn't really cover it. Yang, the girl in red hissed. What? I'm just saying. Izuku looked down at himself. His costume was, in fact, a wreck, scorched and torn in half a dozen places, and he was fairly sure there was a bruise blooming along his jaw from the Grimm encounter that would be spectacular by tomorrow. He must have looked like exactly the kind of disaster that warranted 4 weapons pointed in his general direction. That's actually a fair assessment, he admitted. I got into a fight with something. Big, black, bone armor, red eyes. It dissolved into smoke when I beat it. I don't know what it was. The reaction to that was immediate and informative. The girl in white lowered her rapier a fraction, though her suspicion did not lessen at all. You fought a Grimm, she said slowly, alone, in the Emerald Forest, with no weapon, and you're standing here telling us about it instead of being dead. I have a— Izuku hesitated. There was no graceful way to explain a quirk to someone who had clearly never heard the word. I have an ability. It's sort of like enhanced strength. I used it to fight back. A semblance, the girl in red said, lowering her scythe slightly, leaning forward with sudden, intense interest. What is it? Can you show me? Wait, no, sorry, that's probably rude, weapons and semblances are kind of my thing, sorry, I'm RWBY, this is Weiss, Blake, and Young, we're from Beacon, are you a student? You don't look like a student, where's your weapon, do you not have a weapon? RWBY, the girl in white, apparently Weiss, said sharply. Breathe. RWBY took a breath. Izuku felt something loosen in his chest at the names, at the ordinary, almost comedic chaos of it, the kind of thing that happened among hero students back home a dozen times a day. It was the first thing since the rift that had felt remotely familiar. My name is Izuku Midoriya, he said. I'm not from Beacon. I don't think I'm from anywhere near here, honestly. I was in the middle of a fight, a really bad one, and there was some kind of dimensional anomaly, and then I was falling, and then I was here. I don't know what a semblance is. I don't know what a Grimm is, beyond the one I just fought. I don't even know what country this is. Silence again, but a different texture of silence this time, the kind that came from four people simultaneously realizing the situation in front of them was stranger than any of them had been prepared for. Okay, Yang said eventually. That is either the weirdest lie I've ever heard, or genuinely the most interesting thing that's happened on this exercise. We're not supposed to bring strangers back to Beacon, Weiss said, though her tone had gone thoughtful rather than purely suspicious. Professor Goodwitch will have our heads. We can't just leave him out here either, RWBY said. What if there are more Grimm? He said he doesn't even have a weapon. The girl in black, Blake, who had not spoken once, finally lowered her own weapon, a sheathed blade she held with the relaxed readiness of someone who could draw it again in a heartbeat if needed. Her amber eyes studied Izuku with an intensity that made him feel like he was being read down to the bone. He's not lying, she said quietly. Or if he is, he believes every word of it. Look at his hands. He's shaking. Not from fear. Adrenaline crash. He's been fighting for his life recently, and not the kind of fighting students train for. Izuku blinked at her, surprised by the accuracy of the read. Yeah, he admitted. That's accurate. RWBY looked between her teammates, then back at Izuku, and made the kind of decision that Izuku would come to learn was extremely characteristic of her, fast, instinctive, and almost always rooted in some core of genuine kindness that overrode caution. We're bringing him back, she said. We'll explain to Professor Goodwitch. If he was lying, she'll figure it out in about 5 seconds anyway. She's scary like that. Weiss looked like she wanted to argue, opened her mouth, closed it again, and finally sighed in the specific way of someone who had already lost an argument she had not technically started yet. Fine, she said. But if this goes badly, I am telling everyone it was your idea. It was my idea, RWBY said cheerfully. I'll own it. Young clapped Izuku on the shoulder hard enough that he winced, the motion jarring his still aching ribs. Welcome to the team, mystery boy, she said. Try not to be a serial killer. It would really put a damper on my whole week. I'm not a serial killer, Izuku said, slightly faint. Good talk, Young said, and turned to lead the way back through the trees, the others falling into step around her, and Izuku, after a beat of stunned hesitation, followed, because it was, for the moment, the only direction that made any sense at all. Chapter 4. The office at the top of Beacon Tower was unlike anything Izuku had ever seen, all clean lines and slowly turning clockwork gears visible through the glass floor beneath his feet, and the man behind the desk had the unsettling stillness of someone who had clearly already decided exactly how this conversation was going to go before Izuku had even sat down. Mr. Midoriya, the man said. His name was Ozpin, headmaster of Beacon Academy, and his eyes behind his glasses held the particular weight of someone who had heard a great many strange stories in his life and was not especially surprised to be hearing one more. Why don't you start from the beginning? So Izuku did. He explained the fight with Fracture, the rift, the fall, the forest, the creature that had dissolved into smoke. He explained, as best he could, what a quirk was, and what hero society looked like in the world he came from, watching Ozpin's expression for any sign of the man calling him a liar. No such sign came. Instead, the woman standing at Ozpin's right hand, sharp-featured and stern in a way that reminded Izuku uncomfortably of his least forgiving teachers, stepped forward with a small device that looked something like a tablet. Glinda Goodwitch, she introduced herself crisply. I'm going to ask you to demonstrate this ability of yours. Carefully. We have safeguards in this room for exactly this purpose. Izuku hesitated only a moment before nodding. He held out one hand, gathered the smallest possible thread of one for all, and let a faint green glow ripple briefly across his knuckles before letting it fade. It was nothing, a fraction of what he was capable of, but it was enough to make Glinda's eyebrows lift slightly and Ozpin's stillness sharpen into something more focused. That does not register as any semblance signature I have on file, Glinda said, studying her tablet. But it isn't dust either. It's something else entirely. It's called One for All, Izuku said. It's a power passed down. I didn't have it from birth. It was given to me, by the person who had it before me, when I was 15. Passed down, Ozpin repeated, very quietly, something flickering behind his eyes that Izuku could not quite read. How interesting. There was a silence that stretched a beat too long for Izuku's comfort, before Ozpin folded his hands on the desk and continued, his tone returning to something more businesslike. I am inclined to believe you, Mr. Midoriya, for reasons I will not bore you with today. Whether you are telling the complete truth or only the truth as you understand it, I cannot yet say. But I do not believe you are a threat to this school, and a young man with nowhere else to go and a power like that is, frankly, more useful to me here than wandering Remnant alone. You believe me? Izuku said, startled. I have lived a very long time, Ozpin said, in a tone that did not invite follow-up questions, and I have learned that the universe is considerably stranger than most people assume. You will stay at Beacon as a provisional guest while we attempt to verify what we can of your story, and while you adjust to the realities of this world. Glinda will arrange quarters and a cover story for the rest of the student body, since I imagine fell through a hole in reality will raise more questions than it answers. Transfer student, Glinda said, already typing something into her tablet. From a distant kingdom, here on an exchange basis. It is vague enough to survive scrutiny and specific enough that no one will ask the wrong questions. Izuku felt something in his chest unclench slightly, the first real relief he had felt since the rift had swallowed him whole. It was not a solution. It was not a way home. But it was a place to stand while he figured out what to do next, and after the day he had just had, a place to stand was worth more than he could easily put into words. Thank you, he said, and meant it with his whole chest. Don't thank me yet, Ozpin said, the faintest curve of something almost like amusement touching his mouth. You will be attending classes alongside students who have trained their whole lives for this world. You may find it gives you rather less of an advantage than you expect. He was, as it turned out, entirely correct, though not in the way Izuku initially assumed. Glinda walked him down through the tower and across the central courtyard toward the dormitories, rattling off school policies in a brisk tone that Izuku did his best to absorb despite the bone-deep exhaustion finally catching up to him. They were halfway across the courtyard when a sharp voice called out from a nearby walkway. Hold up. New face. That's new and I notice new things, it's sort of my whole deal. Izuku turned to find a girl in a beret and sunglasses sizing him up with an expression of frank, appraising curiosity, a much taller boy beside her watching with quiet patience, and a girl with long rabbit ears standing slightly behind them both, peering at Izuku with shy interest from behind the taller boy's shoulder. Coco, Glinda said, in the long-suffering tone of a teacher greeting a student she liked despite herself. This is Izuku Midoriya. He's a transfer, staying with us for a while. Coco Adele, the girl in the beret said, extending a hand with the easy confidence of someone who had never once doubted herself in her life. Team leader, CFVY. This is Yatsuhashi, and the adorable disaster hiding behind him is Velvet. Coco, the rabbit-eared girl, Velvet, said, mortified, peeking out further. I'm not hiding. You're absolutely hiding, Bunny, it's fine, he looks friendly. Coco turned her sunglasses back toward Izuku, tilting her head slightly. You look like you got run through a meat grinder, new kid. What happened to you? It's a long story, Izuku said, with the particular weariness of someone who suspected he was going to be telling this story a great many more times before the week was out. Good, Coco said, grinning. I love long stories. You're sitting with us at dinner. Don't argue, it wasn't a request. Velvet, from behind Yatsuhashi's shoulder, offered Izuku a small, genuinely warm smile, the first uncomplicated kindness he had been offered since arriving in this entire strange new world, and despite everything, despite the exhaustion and the confusion and the gnawing worry about how he would ever find his way home, Izuku found himself smiling back. Chapter 5. By his third day at Beacon, Izuku had learned several important facts about his new situation, most of which boiled down to the realization that he had traded one set of impossible expectations for an entirely different set of impossible expectations. The first fact was that Ruby Rose did not know how to have a quiet conversation about weapons. The second fact was that this was not actually a flaw, since her enthusiasm was so genuine and so total that Izuku found himself dragged along by it whether he intended to be or not. Okay, but here's the thing, Ruby said, for the fourth time that morning, spreading a diagram of her scythe crescent rose across the cafeteria table with the reverence most people reserved for religious texts. It's not just a scythe. It's a high-impact sniper rifle with a scythe blade mechanism. See, the recoil from firing actually helps with the swing momentum, so it's not fighting against the weapon's own weight, it's working with it. That's incredibly elegant, Izuku said, and meant it, already half reaching for the notebook he had taken to carrying again out of pure muscle memory, even though it was a borrowed Beacon notebook and not his original, which was sitting in a destroyed apartment in a world he might never see again. He pushed that thought down before it could derail him. The recoil dampening alone must require incredibly precise engineering. Did you build this yourself? Ruby's entire face lit up like he had handed her a present. I built it myself, she said, practically vibrating. Nobody ever asks about the dampening, they just go straight to oh it's so big how do you even lift that, which, rude, by the way, but you went straight for the mechanism. That's, okay, you're officially my favorite transfer student. I'm the only transfer student, Izuku pointed out. Details. Across the table, Weiss made a small, disapproving noise into her tea that did not quite mask the fact that she had, in fact, leaned in slightly to listen to the entire exchange. If you two are quite finished fawning over recoil mechanics, she said, some of us would like to actually eat breakfast in peace. You're just mad because I haven't shown him your glyphs yet, Ruby said, entirely unbothered. I am not, Weiss began, then stopped, visibly recalibrating. That is not remotely what this is about. It's a little bit what this is about, Yang said from the end of the table, not looking up from the enormous plate of food in front of her, grinning around a mouthful of toast. Izuku had quickly come to understand that Weiss operated according to a very particular code, one part genuine pride in her own skill, one part deeply ingrained need to be the most competent person in any given room, and one part something softer underneath both of those things that she guarded as fiercely as any vault. He had seen flashes of it in the 3 days he had known her, mostly in small moments, the way she corrected his stance during a brief impromptu lesson on the training floor without once mocking him for not knowing it, the way she had quietly left a properly translated map of the school grounds on his desk after overhearing him admit he kept getting lost. I would be glad to see your semblance, if you wanted to show me, Izuku said honestly. I've been trying to understand how semblances work compared to quirks. They seem similar but the underlying mechanics are different in ways I don't fully understand yet. Weiss's expression did something complicated, somewhere between gratified and flustered, before settling into something more composed. My semblance involves the creation of glyphs, she said, with the careful precision of someone delivering a prepared lecture, each tied to a different application. Time dilation, gravity manipulation, summoning. It requires significant aura control and precision, unlike certain people's semblances, which apparently just involve hitting things faster. Hey, Yang said, without much real offense. I'd love to see a demonstration, Izuku said. If you're willing. I suppose, Weiss said, in a tone that suggested this was a tremendous concession and not something she had been quietly hoping he would ask for since the moment he sat down. After classes. Don't be late. Blake, who had said almost nothing through the entire exchange, glanced up from the book propped against her tray, dark eyes flicking briefly toward Izuku with an expression he was beginning to recognize as her version of quiet amusement. You've been here 3 days, she said, and you've already got Ruby building you upgraded notes, Weiss volunteering personal demonstrations, and Yang trying to talk you into a sparring match. Most transfer students take a month to get that kind of attention. I'm not trying to get attention, Izuku said, immediately flustered. I'm just genuinely interested. Everything here is fascinating. The dust applications alone could revolutionize emergency response back home, if I ever, he stopped himself, the sentence trailing into the awkward space where home no longer meant somewhere he could simply go back to. Blake's expression softened, just slightly, the teasing edge fading into something more careful. It's fine to miss it, she said quietly. You don't have to pretend you don't. Izuku looked at her for a long moment, surprised again by how easily she seemed to read the things he tried hardest to keep contained. Thank you, he said. I'll be okay. I think. I just need to focus on what I can actually do something about. That, Yang said, finally looking up from her plate, sounds like a guy who needs to blow off some steam in the sparring ring. Good thing I happen to know a girl with excellent left hooks who would love to test out the new kid's mysterious glowing arm thing. That is an extremely roundabout way of challenging me to a fight, Izuku said. I contain multitudes, Yang said, grinning. So, training floor, after classes? You, me, see what that semblance of yours can really do. Izuku looked around the table, at RWBY practically bouncing with excitement at the prospect, at Weiss arching an eyebrow as though daring him to refuse, at Blake's quiet, watchful interest, and felt, for the first time since the rift had swallowed him whole, something that was almost like belonging. Okay, he said. Let's see what I can do. Chapter 6. Word traveled fast at Beacon, which Izuku supposed should not have surprised him given how quickly word traveled through any school full of teenagers anywhere in any universe. By the time he and Yang made it to the training floor that afternoon, there were considerably more spectators gathered along the observation rail than he had expected for what was supposedly a casual sparring match. This is not casual, he said, eyeing the small crowd that included not only Team RWBY in full but Coco, Velvet, Yatsuhashi, and a scattering of other students he did not recognize. Nothing at this school is casual, Glinda Goodwitch said dryly, standing at the edge of the ring with her riding crop tucked under one arm and a clipboard in hand. Word got out that the mystery transfer student fought a Grimm bare-handed in the Emerald Forest. People are curious. I am curious. Consider this evaluation as much as exhibition. No real weapons, no real dust, no lethal force, Yang said, cracking her knuckles, ember silica gleaming on her wrists even powered down. Just to see what you've got. That fair? That's fair, Izuku said, and meant it, even as a familiar, focused calm settled over him, the same calm that had carried him through 3 years of professional hero work. He rolled his shoulders, feeling the ache of the past few days bruising still lingering, and reminded himself that this was a school exhibition and not a life or death battle. It did not entirely stop his instincts from treating it like one anyway. Glinda raised a hand. Begin. Yang moved first, faster than her build suggested, closing the distance with a right hook that Izuku barely managed to duck under. He felt the wind of the punch pass close enough to ruffle his hair and immediately revised his assessment of her speed upward. He backstepped, putting distance between them, watching the way she moved, the slight crouch before each strike, the way her semblance seemed to feed off impact, her aura flaring gold each time she took a hit and grew stronger for it. Absorption and conversion, he thought. The more she gets hit, the harder she hits back. I need to end this quickly, not grind her down. He let full cowl rise to a careful 5%, green light flickering faintly across his limbs, and closed the distance himself this time, fast enough that Yang's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, she said, blocking a strike that visibly staggered her despite the block, sliding back several feet across the ring floor. Okay, that's not nothing. Sorry, Izuku said automatically, the old habit of apologizing mid-fight rising up before he could stop it. Don't apologize, dummy, hit me again, Yang said, grinning fiercely, already surging forward. They traded blows for several more exchanges, Izuku careful, calculating, reading the rhythm of her strikes and adjusting, Yang increasingly delighted by an opponent who could actually keep pace with her. From the rail, Izuku caught flashes of the crowd's reactions between exchanges. RWBY leaning so far over the railing that Weiss had a fistful of her cloak to keep her from toppling in. Blake watching with quiet, focused intensity, the same expression she wore when reading something she found genuinely compelling. Coco with her sunglasses pushed up onto her head for once, eyebrows raised. Velvet, hands pressed to her mouth, eyes wide. He needed to end the match before either of their aura reserves or his own remaining strength forced an unceremonious finish. He waited for the next opening, found it in the half-second after Yang overcommit to a heavy haymaker, and slipped past her guard, sweeping her legs out with a precise, controlled strike that put her on her back on the mat without enough force to actually injure her. Yang lay there for a moment, staring up at the ceiling, then started laughing. Okay, she said, still laughing, accepting Izuku's offered hand up. Okay, that was so much better than I expected. Where did you learn to fight like that? That wasn't just raw power, that was technique. Real technique. Years of training, Izuku said, a little breathless himself. And a lot of very patient teachers who didn't let me get away with relying on strength alone. We are doing that again, Yang said, with the enthusiasm of someone who had just discovered a new favorite hobby. Regularly. I'm calling it now. Glinda made a note on her clipboard, her expression giving away very little, though Izuku thought he caught the faintest approving nod before she turned to address the gathered students. Adequate technique, exceptional restraint, and a semblance with significantly more raw output than displayed today, if the damage reports from the Emerald Forest were accurate, she said. Mr. Midoriya will be joining combat classes starting next week. I expect everyone to treat him as you would any other student. Dismissed. As the crowd began to disperse, RWBY practically vaulted over the railing to land in front of Izuku, eyes shining. That was so cool, she said. You went from zero to absolutely demolishing Yang's footwork analysis in like 10 seconds. How did you even see that opening? I've been trying to find a gap in her guard for years and you found one in your first real fight against her. Hey, Yang protested, still grinning despite the complaint. It's true and you know it, RWBY said, unrepentant, before turning the full, undivided force of her enthusiasm back on Izuku. You have to teach me that footwork thing. Please. I'll trade you weapon specs. I have so many weapon specs. Weiss arrived a beat behind her, arms crossed, expression carefully neutral in a way that did not quite hide the genuine interest underneath it. It was a reasonably competent showing, she said, which from what Izuku was already learning of Weiss' vocabulary amounted to fairly high praise. Though your stance left you open on the left side twice. I could correct that, if you wanted actual instruction instead of whatever RWBY is offering. I'm offering excellent things, RWBY said, wounded. You're offering chaos, Weiss said. Chaos has value, RWBY said primly. Izuku, caught between the two of them, found himself laughing for what felt like the first time since the rift had pulled him out of his own world, a real laugh, unguarded, surprised out of him by the sheer easy warmth of it all. Across the ring, Coco watched the whole scene with her sunglasses pushed back down over her eyes, arms folded, a slow, considering smile spreading across her face that none of the others noticed. Well, she said quietly, to no one in particular. This is going to be interesting. Chapter 7. The field exercise was supposed to be routine. That was, Izuku was quickly learning, exactly the kind of thing people said right before it became the opposite of routine, in this world just as much as his own. He had been allowed along as an observer rather than a full participant, given his provisional status, paired loosely with Team CFVY while Team RWBY ran a separate exercise nearby. The objective was simple. Escort a supply convoy through a stretch of cleared territory near a small outpost outside Vale, confirm the route was secure, report back. The kind of low-stakes assignment given to teams who had already proven themselves more than capable of handling far worse. Which made it all the more unsettling when the ground began to shake. That's not normal, Coco said immediately, snapping her sunglasses down from where they had been perched on her head, all easy confidence draining into sharp focus. Yatsuhashi, perimeter. Velvet, eyes up. New kid, stay close, you don't have a weapon and I am not explaining to Ozpin why the transfer student got mauled on my watch. I can handle myself, Izuku said, already scanning the tree line, the same instinctive readiness that had carried him through hundreds of villain encounters settling over him. I'm sure you can. Stay close anyway. The first Grimm broke through the tree line a moment later, and then a second, and then enough of them that Izuku stopped trying to count and started simply reacting. These were not the lone, bear-shaped creature he had fought alone in the forest. These moved in a coordinated pack, low and fast, some armored like wolves, others larger, slower, but devastatingly strong, and there were enough of them that even Team CFVY, clearly skilled and clearly experienced, found themselves rapidly forced onto the defensive. "This is way more than a routine sighting," Yatsuhashi said, his massive sword cleaving through one creature even as two more circled around behind him. "Convoy first," Coco snapped, already laying down covering fire from the minigun concealed in her handbag, an absurd combination that Izuku noted with the detached part of his brain even as he moved. "Velvet, get the drivers clear." Velvet darted toward the convoy vehicles, but a trio of the wolf-like Grimm peeled off from the main pack and cut her off, and Izuku saw, in the half-second it took him to process the angle and the distance, that she was not going to make it clear in time. He did not think. He had stopped thinking, in the purest sense, the moment the first Grimm broke cover, and simply moved, full cowl flaring to life across his limbs, closing the distance in a burst of speed that put him between Velvet and the lead Grimm with barely an instant to spare. The impact of his strike sent the creature tumbling backward into its companions, buying just enough space. "Go," he said. "I've got this." Velvet hesitated only a fraction of a second, eyes wide behind her glasses, before nodding and sprinting the rest of the way to the convoy drivers, ushering them down behind the armored chassis of the lead vehicle. Izuku turned back to the remaining Grimm, three of them circling now, clearly registering him as the more immediate threat. He let himself fall into the rhythm he knew best, the calculating, ceaseless analysis that had kept him alive through years of professional hero work, watching for the openings in their movement, the way each one favored its right side slightly, the predictable arc of their lunges. He took the first one down with a single clean strike. The second came at him from the side, and he pivoted, caught its foreleg, and used its own momentum to slam it into the third, buying himself the half-second he needed to finish them both off in quick succession. By the time he turned back toward the convoy, breathing hard but steady, the main pack had thinned considerably under the combined assault of Coco's firepower and Yatsuhashi's relentless swordwork, the remaining few scattering back into the tree line rather than press an attack that had clearly turned against them. Silence fell, broken only by the receding crash of retreating Grimm and the ragged breathing of four very tired fighters. "Everyone okay?" Coco called, lowering her weapon, scanning the group with sharp, assessing eyes. "Fine," Yatsuhashi said, sheathing his blade. "Fine," Izuku echoed, though his legs were beginning to feel distinctly unsteady beneath him, the cumulative strain of the past several days finally catching up in earnest. Velvet emerged from behind the convoy vehicle, the drivers safely in tow, and crossed the distance to Izuku with quick, light steps, her expression a complicated mixture of relief and something more searching. "You didn't have to do that," she said quietly. "You're not even cleared for combat duty yet. You could have gotten seriously hurt." "You were about to get hurt," Izuku said simply, as though this settled the matter entirely, because in his mind, it did. "I wasn't going to just watch that happen." Velvet studied him for a long moment, her rabbit ears tilting slightly, an expression crossing her face that Izuku did not yet have the context to fully read, something soft and a little stunned. "Most people don't move that fast for someone they've known for 4 days, she said. "I'd move that fast for someone I'd known for 4 minutes, Izuku said, and then, registering how that sounded, immediately flushed. "That came out wrong. I mean, it's not about how long I've known someone. It's just what you do. When someone needs help, you help them. That's the whole point." Velvet's mouth curved into a small, genuine smile, warmer than anything she had offered him so far. "That's a good way to think about it," she said. "Thank you." "Really?" Coco, watching the exchange from several paces away with her sunglasses pushed up and her arms crossed, made a small, thoughtful sound that neither of them caught, before calling out in a brisker tone. "All right, lovebirds, save it for the debrief, we've still got a convoy to escort and a report to file." "Move it." "We're not," Velvet started, mortified, ears going pink. "Sure you're not," Coco said, grinning behind her sunglasses, already turning to organize the shaken convoy drivers back into motion, leaving Velvet flustered and Izuku entirely too tired and too confused by the entire interaction to formulate any kind of coherent response at all. Chapter 8. News of the convoy incident reached Team RWBY before Izuku himself made it back to the dormitories, which he supposed should not have surprised him by now, given how quickly information seemed to travel through Beacon's student body. He had barely set foot in the common room before RWBY practically tackled him with the force of someone who had been worrying for the better part of an afternoon. "You fought an entire Grimm pack," she said, gripping his arm with both hands, eyes wide. "Without us. Without backup. With basically no aura training. Do you know how reckless that is?" "I had backup," Izuku said. "Coco, Yatsuhashi, and Velvet were right there." "That's not the same as having a team that knows your fighting style," Weiss said, arriving at RWBY's shoulder with an expression caught somewhere between irritation and what Izuku was beginning to recognize as her version of concern, which she expressed almost exclusively through criticism. "You could have miscalculated a single opening and gotten yourself killed, and none of them would have known to adjust their formation around your blind spots, because they don't know your blind spots. We don't even fully know your blind spots, and we've actually sparred with you." "I appreciate the concern," Izuku said carefully, "but I have been doing this professionally for 3 years. I know my own limits." "Clearly you don't, since apparently your limit is whatever number of Grimm shows up," Weiss said. "She has a point," Young said, dropping onto the couch with significantly less alarm than her teammates but a thoughtful expression nonetheless. "Not about the reckless part, I'm pretty sure reckless is just your whole personality at this point. But about the team thing. You fight better when people around you know how you move. That's not an insult. That's just how teams work here." Izuku considered this, turning it over with the same careful attention he gave any new piece of strategic information. "That's fair," he admitted. "I'm used to operating mostly alone, or with people I've trained with for years. I haven't had to think about syncing with an unfamiliar team in a long time." "Then it's settled," RWBY said, brightening immediately, the worry sliding off her like water. "You train with us. Properly. Not just sparring for fun, actual coordinated drills, so if something like this happens again, we're not finding out about it secondhand after the fact." "I don't think that's actually settled," Weiss said. "You can't just decide that unilaterally, RWBY. He might have other arrangements. Professor Goodwitch might have her own plans for his training. Do you want to train with us or not?" RWBY asked Izuku directly, cutting straight through Weiss's objection with the particular bluntness that Izuku had come to recognize as entirely characteristic of her. "I would like that," Izuku said honestly. "If everyone's comfortable with it." "See," RWBY said triumphantly. "Settled." Weiss opened her mouth, seemed to consider several different arguments, and then visibly abandoned all of them in favor of a long, put-upon sigh. "Fine," she said. "But I am structuring the training schedule. If we're doing this, we're doing it properly, not whatever chaotic system currently exists inside RWBY's head." "My head does not have a system, it has vibes," RWBY said, entirely unbothered by the characterization. "That is exactly the problem," Weiss said. Yang caught Izuku's eye over the top of the bickering and grinned, tipping her head meaningfully toward the dormitory hallway. Izuku, taking the hint, slipped quietly away from the ongoing argument, which showed every sign of continuing for some time without requiring his direct input, and found Blake sitting alone on the balcony outside their dorm room, a book open on her lap, though her eyes were fixed on the horizon rather than the page. "You handled that about as gracefully as anyone could," Blake said without looking up, as he settled into the chair beside her. "I don't think I handled it at all," Izuku said. "RWBY just decided things and everyone went along with it." "That's usually how it goes," Blake said, the corner of her mouth curving slightly. "She's better at getting people to agree with her than she realizes. It's a useful trait in a leader, even if it occasionally looks like chaos from the outside." Izuku settled back in the chair, letting the quiet stretch comfortably between them for a moment, the first real stillness he had felt in days. "Can I ask you something?" he said eventually. "You can ask. Back in the forest, when we first met. You said I wasn't lying, that you could tell from how I was shaking. How did you know that?" "Most people would have just assumed I was scared." Blake was quiet for a long moment, her gaze still fixed on the horizon, the fading light catching the edge of her expression. "I've spent a lot of my life learning to read people quickly," she said finally. "It used to be a survival skill. Knowing who to trust and who not to, fast, before it mattered too much. I got good at it because I had to." There was a weight underneath the words that Izuku recognized instinctively, the particular careful phrasing of someone choosing not to share the full story yet, but not entirely closing the door on it either. That sounds like it came at a cost, he said gently. It did, Blake said. But it also means I don't usually get fooled by people pretending to be something they're not. And you're not pretending. You're exactly what you look like. Someone who can't stop trying to help people even when it costs him something. Is that a compliment or a warning? Izuku asked, half smiling. Both, Blake said, finally turning to look at him, something quietly searching in her expression. It's going to get you hurt eventually, you know. That instinct. It already nearly has, twice, in the few days I've known you. Probably, Izuku admitted. It usually does. But it's also the only version of myself I actually know how to be. I tried being more careful once. It didn't take. Blake studied him for a long moment, and then, unexpectedly, smiled, small and genuine, the kind of smile that seemed to cost her something to offer and meant more for the cost of it. I think, she said, that I'm glad you ended up here instead of somewhere else. Izuku felt something warm settle in his chest at that, simple and uncomplicated, and for the first time since the rift had torn him out of his own life, he let himself believe, just a little, that being stranded here might not be the unmitigated disaster it had felt like 4 days ago. Chapter 9. The alert came in the middle of the night, klaxons echoing across Beacon's grounds with an urgency that had every student spilling out of their dormitories within minutes, half-dressed and bleary-eyed but moving with the practiced speed of people trained for exactly this kind of emergency. Grimm breach, Weiss said, already pulling her jacket on as the team assembled in the hallway. Large scale. Near the southern training fields. Professor Goodwitch is calling in every combat-ready team in the vicinity. How large is large scale? Izuku asked, falling into step beside them, every instinct from 3 years of professional hero work snapping immediately into focus. Large enough that they're calling in every combat-ready team, Blake said dryly. They reached the southern fields to find a scene that made Izuku's stomach drop. A horde of Grimm, more than he could easily count, pressing against a hastily formed defensive line of students and faculty, drawn by something at the center of the mass that pulsed with a faint, sickly light, a creature larger than anything Izuku had yet encountered, easily the size of a small building, its bone plating thicker, its red eyes burning with an intensity that made the smaller Grimm around it seem almost docile by comparison. That, Coco said, arriving at a dead run with the rest of Team CFVY, is new. And not in a good way. It's drawing the smaller Grimm toward it, Ozpin's voice carried over the chaos, the headmaster himself present at the front line, cane in hand, expression grim. Some kind of amplification effect. We need to separate it from the horde and bring it down quickly, before it draws in every Grimm within 20 kilometers. Glinda was already directing teams into formation, her riding crop tracing precise arcs through the air as she called out positions, and Izuku found himself swept into the organizing structure alongside RWBY, Weiss, Yang, and Blake on one flank, Coco, Velvet, and Yatsuhashi on the other, the combined force of both teams thrown at the largest concentration of the horde. Stay coordinated, Weiss called over the rising noise, the reminder from their training sessions clearly fresh in her mind. RWBY, clear a path. Yang, support her left. Blake, flank right. Izuku, with me, center. It was, Izuku thought distantly even as he moved, the first time anyone had given him a position in a formation rather than simply telling him to stay close, and despite the chaos, despite the genuine danger pressing in from every side, something in him settled at being trusted with a role. The fight that followed blurred into the particular controlled chaos of large-scale combat, the kind Izuku had trained for his entire career, strike and retreat and strike again, watching Weiss's glyphs bloom beneath his feet to boost his speed at exactly the moments he needed it most, watching RWBY tear through the lesser Grimm with her scythe in flashes of red and silver, watching Yang and Blake work in a rhythm clearly built from years of partnership. But the larger creature at the center of the horde proved far more resilient than anything Izuku had yet faced in this world, shrugging off attacks that would have felled lesser Grimm outright, and as the fight stretched on, as the smaller Grimm kept coming in seemingly endless waves drawn by whatever signal the larger creature emitted, Izuku felt his reserves dwindling in a way that set off every warning instinct 3 years of professional caution had ever taught him. He ignored every one of them. When the larger creature finally broke through the defensive line, lunging toward a cluster of younger students who had been pressed too far back to retreat safely, Izuku did not hesitate. He had never once managed to hesitate, in moments like this, in any world. He pushed full cowl far past anything he had dared attempt since arriving in Remnant, the percentage climbing higher and higher as he closed the distance, green light blazing so bright it lit the battlefield like a flare, and slammed into the creature's flank with every scrap of power he had left, driving it back, away from the students, buying the precious seconds Glinda and Ozpin needed to bring their combined semblances to bear and finally bring the thing down for good. The horde, deprived of whatever signal had been drawing it, began to scatter and retreat almost immediately, the remaining students and faculty moving quickly to mop up the stragglers. Izuku stood in the sudden, ringing quiet of the aftermath, chest heaving, every nerve in his body screaming in a way that told him, with absolute clarity, that he had crossed a line he should not have crossed. Izuku! RWBY's voice, sharp with alarm, cutting through the haze. He turned toward the sound, took one step, and his legs simply stopped working, the accumulated damage of pushing one for all so far past his actual recovered limit finally, catastrophically catching up all at once. He did not remember hitting the ground. He remembered, distantly, several voices calling his name in overlapping alarm, remembered Weiss's hands at his shoulders trying to assess the damage with the same brisk efficiency she brought to everything, remembered Velvet's voice, unusually sharp with worry, calling for a medical team, and then very little else at all, the world narrowing down to a thin, gray thread before going dark entirely. Chapter 10. Izuku woke slowly, the world filtering back in pieces, the white ceiling of an unfamiliar room, the dull, distant ache of muscles that had been pushed catastrophically past their limit, the soft hum of equipment monitoring something he assumed was his own vital signs. He registered the infirmary smell before he fully registered anything else, antiseptic and clean linen, and felt a strange, dislocated relief at how familiar it was despite being on an entirely different world. "He's awake," a voice said, soft and immediately recognizable. He turned his head, slowly, to find Velvet sitting in the chair nearest his bed, a book closed in her lap, her expression shifting instantly from quiet vigilance to open relief. "How long was I out?" Izuku managed, his voice rough. "Almost 2 full days," Velvet said. "You scared everyone." "You scared me." "Sorry," Izuku said automatically, and immediately regretted the word, because Velvet's expression flickered with something that was not quite frustration but adjacent to it. "Don't apologize," she said. "Just don't do it again. Or do it less. I don't know which is more realistic, knowing you." Before Izuku could formulate a response to that, the infirmary door opened, and the rest of the room he had not yet noticed revealed itself to be considerably more occupied than he had realized. RWBY was curled in a chair in the corner, clearly having fallen asleep at some point and only now blinking awake at the sound of voices. Weiss stood near the window, arms crossed, though the careful composure of her expression cracked visibly with relief the moment she registered he was conscious. Yang was sprawled across 2 chairs pushed together, immediately sitting upright. Blake, who had apparently been reading in the corner farthest from the door, set her book aside with quiet, controlled urgency. And Coco, leaning against the wall near the door with her sunglasses pushed up onto her head for once, straightened from her slouch with an expression of profound, exasperated relief. "You," Weiss said, crossing the room with quick, sharp steps, "are an absolute menace, do you understand that? 2 days. You were unconscious for 2 days because you decided your own safety was somehow optional." "I didn't have much of a choice," Izuku said, which was true, and also, judging by Weiss's expression, not remotely the right thing to say. "You always have a choice," Weiss said, voice tight. "You could have called for someone else to take that hit. You could have pulled back the moment you started running low. You didn't. You just kept going until your body made the decision for you." "She's not wrong," Yang said, quieter than her usual register, the teasing edge entirely absent. "We were all there, Izuku. You didn't have to be the one to take that hit. There wasn't time to coordinate something else," Izuku said carefully, sitting up despite the ache of protest from every muscle he owned. "Those students were about to get hit. I was the closest. I made the call I had to make. And then you collapsed for 2 days, RWBY said, finally crossing the room herself, her usual boundless energy subdued into something more careful. "That's the part that scared us. Not that you fought. that you fought past the point where your own body could keep up. Izuku looked around the room, at the 5 faces watching him with varying degrees of worry and frustration, and something else underneath both, something warmer that he was only beginning to fully understand the shape of, and felt the familiar, old guilt of being the reason for someone else's fear settle uncomfortably into his chest. "I'm sorry," he said again, and this time meant it differently, not as an automatic reflex but as something closer to an actual apology. "I'm used to operating like that because for a long time, there wasn't anyone close enough to worry the way you all just did. I'll be more careful. I'll try to trust the people around me to help carry the weight, instead of just taking it all myself." The room softened, visibly, at that, Weiss's shoulders loosening, Ruby's small smile returning in full, Yang nodding slowly in approval, Blake's quiet attention easing into something gentler. "Good," Coco said from the doorway, pushing off the wall to step further into the room. "Because we already decided. You're officially adopted into the group, whether you like it or not. CFVY and RWBY both. That's a lot of people who are going to be very annoyed with you if you pull a stunt like that again." "I noticed," Izuku said, with the faintest hint of a laugh, the ache in his chest easing into something far more bearable. A polite knock at the doorframe drew everyone's attention, and Izuku looked up to find Ozpin standing in the entrance, cane in hand, expression unreadable in the way Izuku was beginning to recognize as entirely deliberate. "I am glad to see you awake, Mr. Midoriya," Ozpin said. "I imagine your friends have already informed you how thoroughly you frightened them." At length, Izuku admitted. "Good. They should." Ozpin's gaze swept briefly over the assembled group before returning to Izuku, something more serious settling behind his eyes. "When you are sufficiently recovered, I would like to speak with you privately. There has been some unusual activity recorded near the site of your arrival, energy signatures that do not match anything in our existing records of dimensional phenomena. It is possible, though far from certain, that the anomaly which brought you here was not as singular an event as we initially assumed." The room went very still. "You think there might be a way back," Izuku said slowly. "I think," Ozpin said carefully, "that it would be premature to promise anything. But I do not believe in dismissing possibilities before they have been properly examined. Rest, Mr. Midoriya. We will speak further once you are stronger." He inclined his head and departed as quietly as he had arrived, leaving behind a silence thick with unspoken questions, 5 pairs of eyes turning slowly back toward Izuku, each one carrying some private, complicated weight of what that single piece of information might mean for all of them. Izuku looked down at his own hands, the green glow of one for all long since faded, and thought of Muzutafu, of Kamui Wood straining against his own restraints to reach for him, too far, too late, of a world he had not chosen to leave and might, perhaps, after all, find some way back to. And then he looked up, at Ruby's careful, searching expression, at Weiss's crossed arms and barely concealed worry, at Yang's steady attention, at Blake's quiet patience, at Velvet's gentle hope, at Coco watching the whole room with the sharp, assessing eyes of someone already calculating what came next, and found that the thought of leaving now carried a weight he had not expected it to carry at all. "Okay," he said quietly, mostly to himself, the same 2 words that had carried him through every impossible moment since the rift first tore him out of his own life. "Let's see what happens next." Part 1, Act 2. Chapter 11. It took another 4 days before Glinda Goodwitch reluctantly cleared Izuku for anything more strenuous than walking to the dining hall, and even then her exact words were light duty only, by which she clearly meant something considerably more restrictive than Izuku's own internal definition of the phrase. "I want to be very clear," she said, standing over his hospital bed with a clipboard and an expression that suggested she had rehearsed this particular speech more than once in the last week, "that light duty does not mean sparring. It does not mean field exercises. It certainly does not mean throwing yourself at anything larger than a house cat for at least another 10 days. Do you understand me, Mr. Midoriya?" "I understand," Izuku said, in the tone of someone who understood perfectly well and had no intention whatsoever of being tested on it. Glinda's eyes narrowed slightly, as though she had heard the gap between his words and his intentions with perfect clarity, but she said nothing further on the subject, simply marking something on her clipboard with a sharp, decisive stroke of her pen. "Headmaster Ozpin would like to see you," she said instead. "There have been developments regarding the anomaly readings near your landing site. He asked that I bring you to his office once you were ambulatory. Apparently you qualify now, against my better judgment. Izuku was on his feet before she had finished the sentence, the ache in his legs entirely secondary to the sudden, sharp spike of hope that the word developments had set off in his chest. Ozpin's office looked exactly as it had the first time Izuku had seen it, all slow-turning gears and impossible glass floors, except this time there was a third occupant waiting alongside the headmaster, a tall, green-haired man in spectacles who was currently pacing a tight, energetic circuit behind Ozpin's desk with a thermos in one hand and a stack of papers tucked under the other arm. "Ah, excellent, the boy from beyond the veil," the man said the moment Izuku stepped through the door, his words coming in a rapid clip that left almost no space between sentences. Dr. Bartholomew Oobleck, History and Dimensional Theory, though admittedly the dimensional theory portion of my curriculum vitae was rather more theoretical until your rather dramatic arrival rewrote several of my assumptions. May I ask you several thousand questions? I will try to limit myself to merely several hundred out of professional courtesy. Dr. Oobleck has been analyzing the energy signatures recorded near the Emerald Forest at the time of your arrival, Ozpin said, with the air of someone who had grown accustomed to translating Oobleck's enthusiasm into something more digestible. His findings are, to put it mildly, unexpected. Oobleck set down his thermos with a decisive clack and spread several papers across Ozpin's desk, dense with diagrams Izuku did not fully understand but recognized the shape of, the same kind of layered, careful analysis he himself might have produced given a strange new villain quirk and several sleepless nights. The readings from the night of your arrival were consistent with a singular, violent tear, Oobleck said. Exactly what one would expect from an accidental rupture, the kind one might generate through, say, an uncontrolled and unstable semblance of significant power. However, he tapped a second diagram with considerable emphasis. In the days since, we have continued monitoring that same location, purely as academic diligence, you understand, and we have detected faint, recurring fluctuations. Small. Easily dismissed as background noise, if one were not already primed to look for them. You're saying the rift is still active, Izuku said slowly, his pulse picking up. Even after I came through. I am saying, Oobleck corrected, that something at that location continues to generate the same energy signature that brought you here, at a much smaller, more stable magnitude. Whether that means the rift never fully closed, or whether something is actively maintaining it, or whether it is simply an echo with no practical use whatsoever, I genuinely cannot say without further study. Dimensional theory of this kind exists almost entirely in conjecture even among scholars who have devoted their lives to it. You, Mr. Midoriya, are the single most valuable data point any of us have ever had access to. Izuku absorbed this, turning it over with the same methodical care he gave any new piece of information about a fight he had not yet learned how to win. What would it take to study it properly? He asked. Not just monitor it from a distance. Actually understand it. An expedition, Ozpin said, before Oobleck could launch into what looked like the beginning of an extremely long technical answer. A small, well-defended research team, present at the site itself, capable of both protecting Dr. Oobleck's equipment and surviving whatever the Emerald Forest decides to throw at them in the meantime, which, given your own experience there, I imagine will not be nothing. I'd like to be on that team, Izuku said immediately. I assumed you would, Ozpin said, the faintest curve of something like amusement touching his mouth. Which is precisely why I have already begun arranging it. Izuku felt his chest tighten with something complicated, hope tangled up with a thread of fear he had not quite let himself examine yet, the fear that if this turned out to be nothing, if the rift truly was just an echo with no door behind it, he would have to sit with that disappointment in front of people who had only just begun to feel like something close to friends, something close to a place he might actually belong. He pushed the thought down. It would not help him here, and he had never once found dwelling on fear to be a productive use of his time. Thank you, he said, for taking this seriously. I know it would be easier to just let me settle in here and not chase something that might not even pan out. Mr. Midoriya, Ozpin said, with a quiet, deliberate weight that made Izuku meet his eyes directly. You did not choose to come to this world. It would be a poor kind of hospitality on my part to deny you every reasonable chance of returning to the one you did choose, simply because it would be convenient for me if you stayed. Whatever happens at that site, I want you to know that this offer is made in good faith. Izuku swallowed against the sudden tightness in his throat, nodded, and found, to his own quiet surprise, that he believed every word of it. Chapter 12. The announcement that teams RWBY and CFVY would be jointly escorting Dr. Oobleck's expedition into the Emerald Forest was met with two very different reactions, depending on which half of the assembled group Izuku happened to be looking at. This is completely irregular, Weiss said, for what Izuku was fairly sure was the third time in as many minutes, pacing a tight line across the common room while the others variously sprawled across the furniture in attitudes of patience ranging from genuine to deeply performative. Two full teams, assigned jointly, escorting a member of staff on what is functionally an academic field expedition, with a non-enrolled transfer student at the center of the operation. There is no precedent for this. None. There's precedent now, Yang said cheerfully, not looking up from where she was lounging upside down across the arm of the couch. We're setting it. Pretty exciting, if you ask me. I did not ask you, Weiss said. You never do, and yet I keep contributing anyway. It's a gift. The headmaster cited our performance during both the convoy incident and the horde engagement as justification, Blake said, not looking up from her book, in the tone of someone who had already read the official memo cover to cover while everyone else was still arguing about its implications. Apparently he considers the synergy between the two teams, and Izuku specifically, worth formalizing rather than leaving to chance. I'm aware of the official reasoning, Weiss said. I am simply pointing out that it is irregular. You've pointed that out several times now, Coco said, from her spot near the window, sunglasses pushed up, examining her nails with theatrical disinterest that did not fully mask the sharp attention underneath it. We've heard you. We agree it's irregular. We are also going, because frankly, irregular sounds significantly more interesting than another week of standard combat drills. RWBY, perched on the edge of the table with her legs swinging, turned the full force of her attention toward Izuku, who had been doing his best to stay quietly out of the crossfire from a chair in the corner. What do you think? She asked him directly. You're the one this is actually about. Does it feel weird, having two whole teams babysit you? It feels, Izuku said carefully, like a lot of people are putting themselves at risk for something that might not even pan out into anything. I don't love that part. But I also know better than to argue with people who've already decided to help, because in my experience that argument never actually works and just wastes everyone's time. Wise, Yang said, finally rolling upright. Very wise. You're learning. I have had excellent teachers in stubbornness, Izuku said dryly, glancing pointedly between RWBY and Weiss, which earned him a wounded look from one and a faint, reluctant smile from the other. Velvet, who had been quietly organizing a stack of supply requisition forms at the side table, looked up with her usual gentle thoughtfulness. For what it's worth, she said, I don't think any of us see this as babysitting. We saw what happened in the forest with that pack. We saw what happened during the horde. Whatever's waiting out there, I'd rather face it with more people who already know how to fight alongside each other than fewer. Exactly, Coco said, pointing at Velvet with evident approval. Strength in numbers. Also, selfishly, I am extremely curious what's actually causing those readings, and Oobleck practically vibrated through the briefing room describing it, so it's clearly something worth seeing. Weiss finally stopped pacing, crossing her arms instead, and regarded the room with the particular expression of someone conceding a point without wanting to admit she was conceding it. Fine, she said. I withdraw my objection. Mostly. I still think proper protocol should have been followed for an expedition of this scale, but I recognize that I am, at this point, the only person in this room who cares. We care, RWBY said immediately. We just also think it's fine. That is not the same as caring, RWBY. It's adjacent to caring. Weiss exhaled a long, put-upon breath, the corner of her mouth twitching despite herself, before turning her attention more directly to Izuku, her expression shifting into something more focused and considerably more serious. I do have one actual concern, she said. Not about the expedition itself. About you. You only just got cleared for light duty, and Professor Goodwich's definition of light duty very specifically excludes the kind of thing that happened during the horde engagement. If something goes wrong out there, I need to know you won't simply throw yourself at it the moment things get difficult. Izuku met her eyes, and recognized, beneath the precise, controlled phrasing, the same genuine worry he had heard from all of them in the infirmary, dressed up this time in Weiss's particular vocabulary of careful criticism rather than open vulnerability. "I'll be careful," he said. "I promised, and I meant it. I'm not going to pretend I won't act if someone's in immediate danger, because that's not something I know how to switch off. But I will trust the people around me to help carry it, instead of trying to take the whole weight myself. That's the actual promise. Is that enough?" Weiss studied him for a long moment, something in her expression softening by degrees, before she finally nodded, short and precise. "It's enough," she said. "For now." "High praise," Yang murmured, just loud enough for Izuku to hear, earning herself a sharp glare from Weiss that did absolutely nothing to dim Yang's grin. Coco clapped her hands together once, decisive, drawing every eye in the room back toward her. "All right," she said. "Now that the irregular paperwork situation has been thoroughly litigated, let's talk logistics. We leave at dawn. Pack light, pack smart, and somebody please make sure Oblek doesn't bring his entire personal library, because last time he tried that the porter nearly threw out his back." The room dissolved into the comfortable, overlapping chatter of packing lists and gear checks, and Izuku, watching it unfold around him, felt the strange, settling warmth of being genuinely included in something, rather than simply tolerated within it, take firmer root in his chest than it had at any point since the rift first tore him out of his own life. Chapter 13. The journey toward the anomaly site took the better part of 2 days on foot, since Oblek's equipment was too delicate to risk on the rougher transport vehicles typically used for forest excursions, and Izuku found himself grateful for the slower pace despite his own restless eagerness to simply arrive and start finding answers. It gave him time to actually learn the shape of the world he had landed in, rather than simply reacting to whatever crisis happened to be directly in front of him. "So let me make sure I understand this correctly," he said, walking alongside Oblek near the front of the group while the doctor set an energetic pace that seemed entirely unaffected by the weight of the equipment crate strapped to his back. "There are 4 kingdoms. Each one essentially built around a central academy that trains huntsmen and huntresses, and the kingdoms themselves exist because the cities are the only places with strong enough defenses to keep the Grimm out in any permanent way. A reasonably accurate summary for someone who has been on this planet for less than 2 weeks, Oblek said, sounding genuinely delighted. Vale, Atlas, Mistral, and Vacuo, each shaped by its own particular relationship with dust, with the Grimm, and with the Great War that very nearly ended civilization as anyone currently living understands it. The piece that followed is rather more fragile than most people care to examine closely, but that is a lecture for another day, given the scenery. The Great War, Izuku repeated, filing the phrase away alongside the dozens of others he had collected over the past week and a half. "What started it?" "Dust," Oblek said simply. "As it so often is, in this world's history. Resource scarcity, territorial ambition, old grudges given new teeth by new technology. Does that sound familiar to you, by any chance? I imagine wars rarely look so different from world to world, whatever shape the underlying conflict takes." "It sounds painfully familiar," Izuku admitted, thinking of his own world's long, complicated history with quirks, with the early chaos before hero society had organized itself into something resembling order, and felt a strange kinship settle over the comparison, the recognition that some patterns repeated themselves regardless of which universe happened to host them. Behind them, the rest of the group had fallen into their own rhythm, RWBY and Coco trading increasingly elaborate stories about past missions that grew more dramatic with each retelling, Weiss and Blake walking in companionable near silence, Yang occasionally darting ahead to scout the path before circling back, and Velvet and Yatsuhashi maintaining the steady, watchful pace of 2 people who had clearly done this exact kind of escort duty many times before. They made camp that evening in a small clearing well clear of any obvious Grimm trails. And it was here that Izuku discovered, with mounting horror, that Ruby Rose's culinary instincts were considerably less refined than her engineering ones. "It's a system," Ruby insisted, stirring a pot of something that had started as soup and was rapidly evolving into a substance Izuku genuinely could not classify. "You just throw in everything that looks good and let chemistry sort out the rest. That is not how chemistry works, Weiss said, from a safe distance, nose wrinkled. It's how my chemistry works. That explains an alarming amount, Blake murmured, not looking up from where she was carefully assembling her own, considerably less ambitious meal from a separate set of rations. Izuku, peering cautiously into the pot, found himself oddly charmed by the sheer, fearless confidence with which RWBY was approaching what was objectively a culinary disaster in progress. Can I try something? He said. Back home, there's a trick for balancing something that's gone too far in one direction. It might salvage this. You cook? RWBY asked, delighted, immediately handing over the stirring spoon with no further negotiation required. A little. Mostly out of necessity. Hero work tends to eat through normal mealtimes, so you learn to make something edible fast, with whatever's actually in the cupboard. He adjusted what he could, added what little balance the ingredients allowed for, and the end result, while still not something he would have served with any pride back home, was at least recognizably food rather than the alarming, faintly glowing substance RWBY had been on the verge of producing. See, RWBY said triumphantly, tasting a spoonful with no apparent self-consciousness about having needed the rescue. Chemistry. That was mostly damage control, Izuku said, though he was smiling despite himself. Same thing, RWBY said, already moving on to ladling out portions with cheerful disregard for the group's collective skepticism. Coco, watching the exchange from across the fire with her sunglasses finally removed for the evening, leaned over toward Velvet with a low, amused murmur that Izuku did not quite catch, though he noticed Velvet's ears flush slightly pink in response, followed by a soft, helpless laugh that she quickly tried to muffle behind one hand. What? Izuku asked, glancing between them. Nothing, Velvet said, a little too quickly, still smiling. It's definitely something, Young said, grinning around her own bowl. But I respect the secret keeping. Adds mystery to the evening. The fire crackled on, the conversation drifting easily between world-building questions Izuku still had and increasingly ridiculous mission stories from Coco's apparently endless reserve, and Izuku, sitting among all of them with a bowl of barely salvaged soup in his hands, found himself thinking, not for the first time, that whatever else this strange new world had cost him, it had also given him something he had not expected to find so quickly. People who simply wanted him there, with no agenda beyond the wanting itself. He let himself enjoy it, for one evening, without the usual undercurrent of guilt that came with allowing himself anything close to contentment while so far from everything he had once called home. Chapter 14. The watch rotation that night paired Izuku with Weiss for the second shift, a pairing that he suspected, given the carefully neutral way Coco had announced it, had not been left entirely to chance. They settled at the edge of the firelight, far enough from the others to speak without disturbing their sleep, close enough to react quickly if anything emerged from the tree lean. For a while neither of them spoke at all, the silence comfortable in a way Izuku had not quite expected from someone whose default conversational register tended toward precise, pointed critique. Can I ask you something? Weiss said eventually, breaking the quiet without preamble, her eyes fixed on the dark tree lean rather than on him. About the power you have. The one for all, you called it. Of course. You said it was given to you. Passed down, the headmaster called it. What does that actually mean? Was it a choice you made, or something decided for you? Izuku considered the question carefully, recognizing something underneath it that went beyond simple curiosity. Both, in a way, he said. The person who had it before me chose to give it to me. He could have chosen anyone. He chose me because he believed I had something worth building on, even though I didn't have any power of my own at the time, which was supposed to be impossible for someone in my position. But once he gave it to me, I didn't really get to choose whether I wanted the responsibility that came with it. By the time I understood what it actually meant, I was already carrying it. Weiss was quiet for a long moment, turning that over. That sounds like a tremendous amount of pressure, she said finally. Knowing that you're carrying something that isn't only yours. That if you fail, it isn't only your own failure, it's a failure of everyone who held it before you. It is, Izuku admitted. Some days it's the only thing that keeps me moving forward, knowing how many people believed I could do something with it. Other days it feels like the heaviest thing I've ever carried, and I don't know how to put it down even for a moment, because it was never really mine to set aside. I understand that, Weiss said quietly, and something in her voice had shifted, gone unguarded in a way Izuku had not yet heard from her. My family name carries a similar kind of weight, though for entirely different reasons. The Shinee name built an empire, and built it on choices I am not proud of, choices that happened before I was even born, and yet I inherited the responsibility of it anyway. Every time I introduce myself, people hear that name before they hear anything else about me. They decide who I am before I've said a single word. That sounds exhausting, Izuku said honestly. It is, Weiss said. I came to Beacon partly to prove I could be something other than the name. That I could build my own reputation, on my own skill, rather than simply inheriting one I never asked for. She paused, glancing sideways at him for the first time since the conversation had started. I think that's part of why your recklessness frustrates me so much. Not because I think you're incapable. Because I recognize what it looks like, someone trying to prove they deserve the weight they've been given, by constantly pushing past every reasonable limit to prove it. I did that too, for a long time. It didn't end well. Izuku absorbed that, the careful honesty of it landing somewhere deeper than he had expected. What happened, he asked gently, when it didn't end well? I pushed myself into a confrontation I wasn't ready for, trying to prove something to people who were never going to be satisfied no matter what I did, Weiss said, her voice carefully even, the kind of evenness that came from long practice keeping difficult things contained. I got badly hurt. Not just physically, though there was plenty of that too. It took me a long time to understand that proving my worth to people who had already decided not to see it was never actually going to work, and that the only opinion that mattered, in the end, was whether I could look at myself and believe I had done right by the people actually standing beside me. That's a hard thing to learn, Izuku said quietly. It is. I'm telling you because I don't want to watch you learn it the same way I did, Weiss said, turning to face him more fully now, her expression open in a way he had not yet seen from her. You don't have to keep proving you deserve the power you were given, Izuku. Not to me, not to anyone here. We already see what you're capable of. What we want now isn't more proof. It's for you to trust that you're allowed to let other people help carry it, the way I'm learning to let my team help carry the parts of my own name that I can't carry alone. Izuku felt something tighten in his throat, unexpected and entirely sincere, and found himself looking at Weiss Schnee with a kind of clarity he had not quite had before, past the precise diction and the carefully maintained composure, to the person underneath who had clearly fought just as hard a battle as he had, in her own very different way. Thank you, he said. For telling me that. I mean it. You're welcome, Weiss said, and the corner of her mouth curved into something small and genuine, the kind of smile he had only seen flickers of before tonight. Don't let it go to your head. I still think your stance leaves you open on the left side. Duly noted, Izuku said, laughing softly, and felt the last of the old tension between them settle into something new, something that felt, for the first time, like the beginning of real trust rather than simply tolerance. They fell back into companionable quiet after that, watching the dark tree lean together, and Izuku found himself thinking, as the fire crackled low behind them, that this strange new world kept finding new ways to surprise him, not with danger, this time, but with the quiet, unexpected gift of being understood. Chapter 15. They reached the anomaly site by mid-morning the following day, and Izuku felt the strange, electric familiarity of the place settle over him the moment the trees opened up into the same clearing he had landed in nearly 2 weeks earlier, the bent and broken trunks around its edges still bearing the scars of his impact. This is it, he said quietly, more to himself than to anyone else. Oobleck was already moving past him, practically vibrating with academic energy as he began unpacking equipment with the brisk efficiency of someone who had clearly done this exact kind of fieldwork many times before, setting up a series of crystalline sensors in a careful arc around the center of the clearing. Fascinating, he murmured, mostly to himself, adjusting one of the devices with delicate precision. The residual energy signature is considerably stronger here than our remote readings suggested. It's as though proximity itself amplifies the detection threshold, which would imply a localized source rather than an ambient field. Mr. Midoriya, if you would be so kind as to stand precisely where you landed, I would very much like to see whether your continued presence affects the readings. Izuku obliged, walking to the center of the small crater that still marked his impact point, and felt, the moment he stepped into it, a faint, prickling sensation along his skin that had nothing to do with the morning chill. There, Weiss said sharply, pointing at one of Oblek's devices, where a small needle had jumped and begun oscillating in a slow, rhythmic pattern that had not been present a moment before. It's reacting to him. Curious, Oblek said, practically gleeful, scribbling rapid notes. Most curious indeed. It would appear that whatever brought you here, Mr. Midoriya, left more than a simple scar on the landscape. It left something resembling a resonance, tied specifically to you. What does that mean for going home? Izuku asked, trying and mostly failing to keep the hope out of his voice. Too early to say with any certainty, Oblek said, more gently this time, catching the edge in Izuku's tone. It could mean a great many things. That the rift remains, in some dormant form, anchored to whatever brought you through. That with sufficient study, and likely considerable time, we might be able to deliberately recreate the conditions that opened it in the first place. It could also mean considerably less than that. I would caution against building hope on a single data point, however promising it appears. Izuku nodded, forcing himself to accept the caution even as something in his chest refused to fully let go of the hope regardless. It was Yatsuhashi, standing watch at the clearing's edge with his sword drawn in casual readiness, who broke the moment of quiet focus. We're not alone out here, he said, voice low but carrying. There were tracks near the eastern tree line. Human, not Grimm. At least 4 people, moving carefully, deliberately avoiding the obvious paths. The mood in the clearing shifted instantly, Oblek's academic enthusiasm replaced by a wariness Izuku had not yet seen from the man, the rest of the group falling automatically into a loose defensive formation around the equipment. Bandits, maybe, Coco said, though her tone suggested she did not entirely believe it herself. Or poachers. People do occasionally try to harvest rare dust deposits out here, against every regulation that exists. Possibly, Blake said, her expression carefully neutral in the particular way Izuku had learned meant she was considering something she did not yet want to say out loud. But poachers don't usually move in coordinated patterns like that. That's a scouting pattern. Someone trained. Trained by who? RWBY asked, scythe already in hand. I don't know yet, Blake said, and something in the careful way she said it told Izuku there was more underneath the answer than she was currently willing to share. Oblek, to his credit, did not waste time arguing about the wisdom of continuing the expedition under the circumstances, instead beginning to pack his more delicate equipment with brisk efficiency while keeping a wary eye on the tree line. I would recommend we maintain a defensive perimeter while I complete the immediate readings, he said. We have come too far to abandon the data collection entirely at the first sign of company, but I am equally uninterested in becoming a footnote in someone else's agenda. Yatsuhashi, if you would continue monitoring that eastern approach. The rest of you, eyes open, please. Izuku found himself instinctively positioning between the equipment and the tree line Yatsuhashi had indicated, old hero instincts settling automatically into place, scanning for threat vectors, calculating distances, and likely approach angles without conscious thought. Whoever they are, he said quietly, mostly to Blake, who had drifted to stand beside him, they're interested in this place specifically. That's not a coincidence, given what we're here to study. No, Blake agreed, her amber eyes fixed on the distant tree line with an intensity that suggested she was watching for something specific, something she half expected to see and was dreading finding. I don't think it is. The tension held, thick and unresolved, the 4 tracked figures never quite revealing themselves but never quite leaving either, a silent, watchful presence at the edge of the clearing that turned what had begun as a straightforward research expedition into something considerably more uncertain, and Izuku, standing guard over Oblek's careful work, felt the old, familiar weight of a new mystery settle over him, layered now atop the deeper mystery of the rift itself. Chapter 16. The watchers at the tree line withdrew sometime before dusk, melting back into the forest without ever fully revealing themselves, but the unease they left behind lingered well past their departure, and Coco made the call to send out a small scouting party at first light to confirm whether the immediate area was actually clear before Oblek resumed his more delicate equipment work. RWBY, Yang, take Izuku and sweep the eastern perimeter, Coco said, studying a rough map sketched in the dirt with the point of her boot. Stay in comm range. If you see anything that looks remotely like those tracks again, you fall back immediately, you do not engage, am I understood? Understood, RWBY said, already practically bouncing with the particular eagerness she reserved for anything resembling an actual mission. The three of them set off through the early morning mist, the forest hushed and strange in the gray light, and Izuku found himself flanked on either side by RWBY and Yang in a formation that felt less like careful tactical positioning and more like the two of them had silently, independently decided he required bracketing. You know I can walk in a straight line without supervision, he said, amused, after the third time Yang adjusted her position to keep him squarely between herself and whatever lay ahead. Old habits, Yang said, unbothered. Also you have a documented history of throwing yourself at danger the moment it appears, so excuse me for taking precautions. That's slander, Izuku said. It's accurate reporting, RWBY said cheerfully, from his other side. They had covered perhaps half the assigned perimeter when the forest around them went suddenly, unnaturally quiet, the kind of silence that Izuku had learned, even in his short time in Remnant, to treat as an immediate warning rather than a comfort. That's not good, Yang murmured, already settling into a readier stance. The Grimm broke from the tree a heartbeat later, not the scattered, opportunistic creatures Izuku had faced before but a tight, coordinated pack that moved with unsettling purpose, cutting off the direct path back toward the main camp with what felt disturbingly close to deliberate strategy. They're hurting us, Izuku said, the realization landing with cold clarity even as he moved, putting himself automatically between the pack's first lunge and RWBY's exposed flank. Grimm don't usually do tactics, RWBY said, scythe already singing through the air in a wide, defensive arc. These ones apparently didn't get that memo, Yang said, driving a fist into the nearest creature hard enough to send it tumbling, though two more immediately filled the gap it left behind. The fight that followed was fast and brutal in a way that left little room for conversation, the three of them forced steadily backward, away from the direct route to camp, deeper into a part of the forest none of them had scouted yet. Izuku fought with the same calculating efficiency he always did, but found himself, more than once, deliberately positioning to intercept attacks aimed at RWBY or Yang rather than simply defending himself, an instinct so automatic he barely registered doing it until Yang called him on it directly. Stop doing that, she said, breathless, between strikes. I can take a hit, Izuku. You don't have to keep stepping in front of me. Habit, Izuku said, which was true, though it did not feel like the whole truth even as he said it. Bad habit, RWBY said, equally breathless, finishing off the creature in front of her with a final, decisive cut. We're a team. That means we cover each other, not that you cover everyone and we just stand there looking pretty. I don't think either of you have ever once stood there looking pretty during a fight, Izuku said, ducking under a swipe and countering hard enough to drop the offending Grimm for good. Fair, Yang admitted, grinning despite the chaos around them. But you take my point. He did, even as the fight continued, even as the three of them gradually fought their way clear of the immediate pack and found themselves, breathing hard, in a small hollow well off any path they recognized, the comm device on RWBY's wrist crackling uselessly with the kind of dead static that suggested they had moved beyond the effective range of the camp's signal booster. Okay, Yang said, scanning the unfamiliar terrain around them. That's a problem. We're cut off, RWBY said, trying the comm again with the same lack of success. Camp's that way, I think, but I'm not actually sure how far, and there could be more of those things between here and there. Izuku took a slow breath, pushing down the old, familiar spike of worry that came with being separated from the rest of a team mid-crisis, and forced himself into the calm, methodical headspace that had carried him through worse situations than this. Then we move carefully, together, and we don't split up, he said. We use the sun for general direction, we stay alert, and we get back to camp before dark. We can do this. RWBY looked at him for a moment, something steadying in her expression at the simple, confident certainty of his tone, and nodded. Right, she said. Together. Let's go. Yang fell into step on his other side, close enough that her shoulder brushed his more than once as they began picking their way carefully through the unfamiliar terrain, and Izuku, despite the very real danger still pressing in around them, felt something quietly, fiercely grateful settle into his chest at the simple, unshakable fact that neither of them had hesitated for even a moment before choosing to stay exactly where he was. Chapter 17. They made it back to camp a little before sunset, exhausted and scraped up but otherwise unharmed, to a reception that fell somewhere between profound relief and immediate, exasperated scolding once Coco confirmed with her own eyes that all three of them were actually in one piece. "Do you know how long you were out of comm range?" Coco said, arms crossed, sunglasses pushed up so there was no mistaking the sharp worry underneath the irritation. 6 hours. 6. I had Yatsuhashi halfway through planning a search pattern. "We're fine," Yang said, holding up both hands in a placating gesture that did little to actually placate. "Got cut off by a coordinated Grimm pack, lost the signal, had to find our own way back." "It happens." "It should not happen," Weiss said, appearing at Coco's shoulder with an expression that suggested she had spent the last 6 hours imagining a considerably worse outcome than the one that had actually occurred. "Coordinated Grimm packs do not simply happen, Yang. That is precisely the kind of irregular behavior we should be reporting immediately." "We will report it," RWBY said. "After food. I am extremely hungry and extremely tired, and I would like to be both of those things somewhere that isn't covered in Grimm ash." The debrief, once everyone had eaten and the immediate adrenaline had finally drained out of the group, confirmed what Izuku had already suspected, that the pack's coordinated behavior was unusual enough to warrant serious concern, tied, Oobleck theorized with grim enthusiasm, to whatever was generating the increased energy readings at the rift site itself. By the time the conversation wound down and the others began drifting off toward their bedrolls, Izuku found himself restless despite the day's exhaustion, the adrenaline crash leaving behind a jittery undercurrent that made sleep feel impossibly far away. He ended up sitting near the dying fire instead, and was unsurprised, somehow, when Yang settled down beside him a few minutes later rather than heading to bed herself. "Can't sleep either," she said, not quite a question. "Not yet," Izuku admitted. "Too much adrenaline left over, I think." They sat in comfortable quiet for a while, watching the embers shift and settle, before Yang spoke again, her tone unusually careful, stripped of its usual easy bravado. "Can I tell you something?" she said. "Something I don't really say out loud very often." "Of course. Today, when we got cut off, when the comms went dead and I realized we were on our own out there, I wasn't scared for myself. I've been in worse spots than that plenty of times. I was scared because I genuinely did not know, for about 30 seconds, whether I could actually protect both you and RWBY if things went sideways, and that's not a feeling I get very often. I'm usually pretty confident in my own ability to handle things." Izuku turned to look at her properly, surprised by the rare vulnerability in her voice. "You handled it," he said gently. "We all did. Together." "I know," Yang said. "I know we did. But it made me realize something about myself that I hadn't really sat with before. I've spent a long time being the protective one. In my family, with my team, it's just sort of always been my role. The one who takes the hit so someone else doesn't have to. And I'm good at it. I like being good at it." She paused, picking at a loose thread on her sleeve, an unusually fidgety gesture from someone who otherwise carried herself with such constant, easy confidence. "But somewhere in the last 2 weeks, I started wanting to protect you specifically, in a way that feels different from how I feel about protecting, like, the general concept of my friends. And that scared me more than the Grimm did, if I'm honest." Izuku felt his face warm, the implication of her words landing somewhere he was not entirely prepared for, even as something equally warm settled low in his chest in response. "I don't think that's something to be scared of," he said carefully. "Caring about someone specifically. That's not a flaw, Yang. It's just what caring about someone actually looks like, eventually, if you let it." "Maybe," Yang said, finally looking up at him directly, her usual confidence creeping back into her expression, though softened now by the honesty underneath it. "I'm not used to being the one who's nervous about something. It's a weird feeling. I don't hate it, exactly. I just don't really know what to do with it yet." "You don't have to know right away," Izuku said. "I don't think anyone really knows what to do with feelings like that immediately. I certainly don't. I'm still figuring out an entirely new world, let alone anything else." Yang laughed softly at that, some of the unusual tension easing out of her shoulders. "Fair point," she said. "Okay. We'll figure it out as we go, then." Both of us," Izuku agreed. She bumped her shoulder lightly against his, a casual, easy gesture that nonetheless carried more weight than its size suggested, and they sat together by the dying fire a while longer, neither of them quite ready yet to put a clearer name to whatever had just shifted quietly between them, but both of them, in their own ways, glad it had shifted at all. Chapter 18. The Watchers from the Tree-line finally revealed themselves on the third day, and not, as everyone had quietly hoped, in a way that allowed for diplomatic conversation. It happened during the midday readings. Oobleck crouched over his equipment with characteristic focus while the rest of the group maintained their now familiar defensive perimeter, when 4 figures in dark, unmarked gear stepped openly from the tree-line, weapons already drawn, moving with the precise, economical confidence of people who had trained extensively for exactly this kind of confrontation. "That equipment belongs to us now," the lead figure said, a tall woman with a scarred jaw and a voice that carried easily across the clearing. "Pack it up carefully and step back, and nobody needs to get hurt today." "I'm going to go ahead and guess that's not actually true," Coco said, already drawing her weapon, sunglasses sliding down with deliberate, theatrical calm despite the tension humming through her posture. "Your guess would be correct," the woman said, and the fight began without further preamble. It was, Izuku registered immediately, an entirely different kind of combat than anything he had yet faced in Remnant. These were not Grimm, driven by some instinctive hunger with no real strategy behind it. These were trained people, coordinated, using cover and feints and the kind of layered tactics that suggested genuine combat experience against human opponents specifically. He found himself hesitating, for just a fraction of a second, in a way that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with the deep, ingrained ethics of 3 years spent as a professional hero, where lethal force against another person was a line crossed only in the most extreme circumstances, and even then carried with it a weight that stayed with you long after the fight ended. Blake, fighting beside him, seemed to register the hesitation immediately. "Don't hold back on technique," she said, blocking a strike aimed at his exposed side even as she spoke. "Disable, don't kill, if you can manage it. Most of us try to fight that way when we can. But don't let hesitation get you hurt either. These aren't people who are going to extend you the same courtesy." It was, Izuku thought, exactly the kind of guidance he needed in the moment, a framework he could actually work within without compromising the core of who he was. He adjusted accordingly, his strikes precise and controlled, aimed at joints and pressure points rather than anything that risked true lethality, dropping his opponents efficiently without crossing the line he had spent his entire career holding sacred. The fight was short, brutal, and decisively in their favor, the combined experience and raw power of 2 full teams plus Izuku's own considerable contribution overwhelming the 4 attackers within a few tightly fought minutes. 3 of the 4 were subdued and restrained with the kind of practiced efficiency that told Izuku this was not the first time Team CFVY or Team RWBY had needed to handle exactly this kind of confrontation. The 4th, the scarred woman who had spoken first, managed to break away during the chaos, vanishing back into the tree-line before anyone could give effective chase, leaving behind only a faint, retreating impression of dark fabric and the lingering, unanswered question of exactly who she had been working for. That, Yatsuhashi said, breathing hard, surveying the 3 restrained attackers, was not poachers. "No," Coco agreed grimly. "It wasn't." Oobleck, who had wisely retreated behind his equipment crates the moment the fight began, emerged now with a complicated expression, equal parts academic fascination and genuine concern. "This complicates matters considerably," he said. "Someone is interested enough in this site to send trained operatives after our equipment, which suggests the information about our expedition reached ears it should not have reached, and that whatever they wanted with this data, it was important enough to risk direct confrontation with 2 full huntsman teams to obtain it." Izuku knelt beside one of the restrained attackers, a younger man who watched him warily but without the open hostility Izuku might have expected. "Who sent you?" Izuku asked, his tone deliberately level, neither threatening nor pleading. "What do you actually want with this place?" The man's jaw tightened, and for a long moment Izuku thought he would simply refuse to answer at all, before something in his expression shifted, a flicker of something almost like uncertainty. "You don't understand what you're sitting on top of," he said finally, low and tight. "This isn't just some random tear in the world. There's history here. Old history. The kind people like you aren't supposed to go digging into." "What kind of history?" Blake asked sharply, crouching beside Izuku with an intensity that suggested the question mattered to her far more than simple academic curiosity. The man's eyes flicked toward her, something almost like recognition crossing his face before he shut down entirely, jaw set, refusing to say anything further regardless of how the conversation continued from there. Coco exhaled slowly, surveying the scene with the weary, practical assessment of someone who had clearly handled the aftermath of confrontations like this before. "We'll hand them over to the proper authorities once we're back in Vale," she said. "Let people with more interrogation experience than us sort out the rest. For now, we secure the site, we finish what readings we safely can, and we get everyone home in one piece. Questions about ancient history and mysterious organizations can wait until we're not standing in the middle of a forest that apparently everyone wants a piece of." It was, Izuku thought, watching Blake's carefully neutral expression as she helped secure the restrained attackers, exactly the kind of pragmatic, sensible call he would have expected from someone with Coco's experience. It did not, however, stop the question from settling uneasily into his chest regardless, the unmistakable sense that whatever this rift truly was, it was tangled up in something far larger and considerably older than a simple accident of dimensional physics. Chapter 19. The march back toward the secured camp perimeter passed in a subdued quiet, the adrenaline of the fight fading into the heavier, more uncomfortable weight of unanswered questions, and Izuku noticed, with the same careful attention he gave any shift in someone's demeanor, that Blake had gone unusually withdrawn, walking slightly apart from the rest of the group with her arms crossed tight against herself. He fell into step beside her without comment, matching her pace, offering simply the quiet presence of someone willing to listen if she chose to speak, without pushing for it if she did not. They walked in silence for several minutes before Blake finally spoke, her voice low, careful, the words coming slower than her usual measured cadence. "The way that man fought," she said. "The formation those four of them used when they first stepped out of the tree line. I recognized it. Not exactly, not perfectly, but enough that it's bothering me." "Recognized it from where?" Izuku asked gently, careful not to push too hard against whatever she was clearly still deciding how much of to share. Blake was quiet for a long moment, and Izuku waited, content to let the silence stretch for as long as she needed it to. "I used to be part of an organization," she said finally, choosing her words with obvious care. "A long time ago. It started as something I believed in, fighting for people who didn't have a voice otherwise. It became something else, eventually. Something that used the same kind of tactics we just saw out there, coordinated, deniable, willing to take significant risks for a cause its leadership considered worth any cost. I left, a long time before any of this. But I still recognize the shape of it when I see it." "You think this is connected to that organization?" Izuku said. "I don't know," Blake admitted. "It might just be similar training, similar doctrine, nothing more specific than that. There are other groups that operate the same way, for entirely different reasons. But it's enough of a resemblance that I can't just dismiss it either." Izuku considered this carefully, recognizing the particular vulnerability of what she had just shared, the careful, controlled way she had chosen to share only as much as she felt able to without inviting questions she clearly was not ready to answer. "Thank you for telling me that," he said simply. "You didn't have to." Blake glanced sideways at him, something faintly surprised in her expression. "You're not going to ask what happened?" "Why I left, what the organization actually did, any of it." "If you want to tell me, I'd like to listen," Izuku said. "But it's your story. You get to decide how much of it you share, and when, and with who. I'm not going to push you into telling me more than you're ready to, just because I'm curious." Something in Blake's posture eased, fractionally, the tight set of her shoulders loosening by some small but noticeable degree. "Most people push," she said quietly. "Even the ones who mean well. They think understanding the whole story will help them understand me better, so they ask, and ask, until I either tell them more than I want to or shut the conversation down entirely. I don't need the whole story to know you're someone worth trusting," Izuku said. "I've already seen that, in plenty of smaller moments, without needing every detail of your past to confirm it." Blake was quiet again, but it was a different quality of quiet this time, something settling rather than guarding, and when she finally spoke again, her voice had softened considerably. "For what it's worth," she said, "if this does turn out to be connected to my past, in any way, I'd rather face it directly than spend the rest of this expedition wondering and saying nothing. Then we'll face it together, whenever it actually comes up, Izuku said simply. Not just you alone. All of us. Blake looked at him for a long moment, something complicated and quietly grateful flickering across her expression, before a small, genuine smile finally broke through the careful composure she had been holding since the fight ended. You have a remarkable talent, she said, for making impossible situations feel slightly less impossible. I've had a lot of practice, Izuku said. Most of my life has been one impossible situation after another. You learn to find the parts that are actually manageable, and focus on those first. That's a good way to live, Blake said. I might try borrowing it. They walked the rest of the way back to camp in companionable quiet. The heaviest part of the conversation settled now into something more peaceful, and Izuku, glancing sideways at her every so often, found himself quietly, fiercely glad that whatever history Blake carried with her, she had chosen, even in this small way, to let him stand a little closer to it than before. Chapter 20. It was Oobleck's continued analysis, paired with a deeper sweep of the immediate area once the camp's perimeter had been fully secured, that finally revealed what had been hiding in plain sight the entire time, a low, half-buried structure some 200 meters from the original landing site. Ancient stonework so heavily overgrown with moss and root systems that it had been entirely indistinguishable from natural terrain until someone went looking for it specifically. This is considerably older than anything in our existing historical record, Oobleck said, crouched at the structure's edge, brushing away centuries of accumulated growth with careful, reverent precision. The craftsmanship, the materials, none of it matches any known era of Remnant's architectural history. I would need considerably more time and considerably more qualified colleagues to even begin properly dating this. And the energy readings? Izuku asked, watching as Oobleck adjusted one of his crystalline sensors to point directly at the exposed stonework. Considerably stronger here than anywhere else we've measured, Oobleck said, something almost reverent in his own voice now, the academic delight tempered by clear, genuine awe. If I had to guess, and I want to stress that guess is the operative word, I would say this structure predates even our oldest records of dimensional theory as a field of study. It may, in fact, be the actual source of the readings we've been tracking this entire time, rather than simply a byproduct of your arrival. You're saying the rift didn't happen because of me, Izuku said slowly. You're saying I just happened to come through somewhere this was already active. It's possible, Oobleck said. Though I would not rule out some interaction between your own unique energy signature and whatever resides here either. The truth is likely more complicated than either simple explanation. It was at this point that a familiar, measured voice carried across the clearing, and Izuku turned to find Ozpin himself approaching, cane in hand, expression as carefully composed as ever despite having apparently traveled considerable distance to arrive here in person. Headmaster, Coco said, straightening with evident surprise. We weren't expecting you to join the expedition directly. Dr. Oobleck's preliminary reports were compelling enough to warrant my own attention, Ozpin said, his gaze sweeping over the exposed stonework with an expression that, to Izuku's careful observation, contained considerably less surprise than he might have expected from someone seeing this structure for the first time. And given the encounter you reported regarding the 4 armed individuals, I judged it prudent to assess the situation personally rather than rely solely on second-hand accounts. You recognize this place, Izuku said, watching Ozpin's expression closely. Don't you? Ozpin's gaze flicked toward him, something unreadable passing behind his eyes before he answered. I have lived a very long time, Mr. Midoriya, he said carefully. There is a great deal of this world's history that exists only in fragments, half-remembered and poorly documented, even by those who have made considerable effort to preserve it. I will not pretend to fully understand what this structure is, or what it represents. But I will admit that its presence here does not entirely surprise me. What can you tell us? Weiss asked, her tone carrying the particular directness she reserved for moments she considered too important for diplomatic hedging. Ozpin considered the question for a long moment before answering. There are old stories, he said, of places in this world where the boundary between what is and what could be grows thin. Most are myth, exaggeration, the kind of folklore every culture accumulates over enough centuries. But not all of them, I suspect, are without foundation. If this structure is what I believe it might be, then it is not merely the source of an accidental rift. It is something closer to a door. One that has, perhaps, opened before, long before your own arrival, and may open again, given the right conditions. Izuku felt his pulse quicken, the careful, methodical part of his mind already racing ahead toward the implications. If it's a door, he said, can it be opened deliberately? Could I use it to get home? Perhaps, Ozpin said, and there was real weight in the word, the careful honesty of someone unwilling to offer false comfort even when comfort was clearly wanted. But I would caution you against assuming the process would be simple, or safe. Doors of this nature, if my understanding of the old stories holds any truth at all, are rarely opened without significant cost, and rarely controlled with any real precision. Stabilizing it, studying it properly, might take considerable time. Forcing it open carelessly could be catastrophic, both for you and for everyone standing near it. The clearing fell quiet, the weight of the decision settling visibly over the group, and Izuku found himself looking around at the faces gathered there, at RWBY's careful, searching expression, at Weiss's thoughtful frown, at Yang's steady attention, at Blake's quiet watchfulness, at Coco and Velvet and Yatsuhashi standing in their own careful silence, all of them waiting, in their own ways, to see what he would choose to do with the possibility now laid out in front of him. Then we do it carefully, Izuku said finally, the decision settling into him with quiet certainty even as he spoke it aloud. We study it properly. We figure out exactly what it is and what it would actually take to open it safely, before anyone tries forcing anything. I'm not going to risk everyone here just because I want to go home faster. Ozpin's expression shifted, something that might have been approval settling into the careful lines of his face. A wise choice, Mr. Midoriya, he said. Then let us proceed accordingly, and carefully. Chapter 21. With the structure now confirmed and the immediate threat from the armed group apparently dispersed, at least for the moment, the group settled into a longer-term routine, taking shifts maintaining the perimeter while Oblek and Ozpin worked through their careful, methodical study of the ancient stonework. It was during one such quiet rotation, paired with Velvet for the late afternoon watch, that Izuku found himself drawn into a conversation he had not expected. Can I ask you something? Velvet said, breaking a comfortable silence as they sat at the edge of the clearing, watching the dappled light shift through the canopy above. About your power. Not how it works exactly. More about how you feel about it. Of course, Izuku said. What do you want to know? Does it ever bother you, Velvet asked carefully, that people see the power before they see you? That when people think about what you can do, they think about one for all, about the strength, about everything it lets you accomplish, and the actual person underneath all of that sometimes feels like an afterthought? Izuku considered the question seriously, recognizing immediately that it was not an idle one, that something personal and carefully held sat underneath it. It used to bother me a lot, he admitted. For most of my life before I had any power at all, people saw me as someone without anything special to offer, and once I finally did have power, for a while I worried that the only reason anyone respected me was because of what I could do, not because of who I actually was underneath it. It took me a long time to stop measuring my own worth purely by what one for all let me accomplish. How did you stop? Velvet asked quietly. Measuring it that way. I'm not sure I fully have, Izuku said honestly. But I got better at noticing the moments when people valued something about me that had nothing to do with the power at all. The way I think through a problem. The way I notice when someone needs help before they ask for it. Things that were true about me even before I had any strength to back them up. He paused, studying her thoughtfully. Why do you ask? Is this about your own semblance? Velvet's ears drooped slightly, a small, telling gesture Izuku had come to recognize over the past several weeks as a sign she was about to say something she did not particularly enjoy admitting. My semblance lets me copy the weapons and fighting styles of people I've observed, she said. It's actually quite versatile, in the right hands. But because I don't have a signature weapon of my own, the way Coco has her weapon, or Yatsuhashi has his, a lot of people treat it like it's less impressive. Like I'm borrowing someone else's strength instead of having any genuine skill of my own. I've heard people say it, more than once, usually not realizing I'm close enough to hear. That's not fair, Izuku said, something sharp and immediate rising in his chest on her behalf. The skill isn't in having a unique weapon. It's in recognizing exactly what a situation calls for and adapting to it instantly, under pressure, better than almost anyone else could manage. That takes more raw talent than just relying on one fixed approach to every fight, not less. Velvet looked at him, something startled and quietly moved crossing her expression. You actually mean that, she said. Most people say something similar just to be kind. You're not just being kind. I'm not, Izuku said firmly. I watched you during the fight with the armed group. You read what each of us needed in the moment and adapted faster than I could track, and it made a real difference in how that fight went. That's not borrowed strength. That's your strength. It just doesn't look the way people expect strength to look. Velvet was quiet for a long moment, processing that, before a small, genuine smile broke across her face, warmer than any she had offered him so far. Thank you, she said softly. I don't think anyone's put it quite that way before. It's true, Izuku said simply. For what it's worth, I think the same thing about myself sometimes, that one for all is the only reason anyone thinks I'm worth paying attention to. But then I remember moments like this one, where someone actually sees past the power to whatever's underneath it, and it helps. I hope this helps you a little too. It does, Velvet said. More than a little, actually. She was quiet again for a moment, watching the light shift through the leaves above them, before speaking again, her voice softer, more hesitant than before. Can I tell you something else, she said. Something I've been thinking about for a while now, since the convoy, honestly, but I haven't really known how to say it. You can tell me anything, Izuku said gently. I think I'm genuinely glad you ended up here, Velvet said, her voice careful but steady. Not just because of what you can do, or because you've helped protect us more than once. Because of moments like this one, where you actually take the time to see people clearly. That's rare. I don't take it for granted. Izuku felt warmth spread through his chest at the simple, unguarded honesty of it, and found himself smiling, soft and genuine, in return. I'm glad too, he said. Genuinely. Even with everything I've lost coming here, moments like this one make it feel like less of an unmitigated disaster than it felt like at first. Velvet's smile widened, gentle and warm, and they sat together in comfortable, companionable quiet as the afternoon light shifted slowly toward evening. The conversation settled now into something neither of them felt any particular need to rush past. Chapter 22. Coco Adele had a particular talent for waiting exactly as long as she wanted to wait before saying the thing she had clearly already decided to say, and Izuku had learned, over the past several weeks, that there was very little point trying to rush her toward it before she was ready. She found him alone near the edge of camp that evening, cleaning a small collection of scrapes from the day's perimeter work, and settled herself onto a fallen log across from him with the easy, deliberate confidence that seemed to follow her everywhere she went. Got a minute, she said, though it was not really a question. For you, sure, Izuku said, setting aside the small first aid kit he had been using. Good, Coco said, sunglasses pushed up onto her head for once, her sharp, assessing eyes settling on him directly in a way that made it clear she had something specific in mind. Because I've been watching this whole situation unfold for a few weeks now, and I figure somebody around here should just say the obvious thing out loud instead of letting everyone dance around it indefinitely. What obvious thing? Izuku asked, though something in his chest had already begun to suspect the answer. You, Coco said simply. And basically every woman currently camped within 50 meters of this fire. I run a tight team, Izuku, I notice things. I noticed RWBY reorganizing her entire weapon lecture schedule around when you're free. I noticed Weiss memorizing your sparring weaknesses like they're a personal research project. I noticed Yang's face the night you two got cut off with the Grimm pack, and I noticed Blake reading you like one of her books, the kind she actually finishes in one sitting. And don't even get me started on Velvet, because that girl has not stopped smiling since your conversation this afternoon, and Velvet does not smile that much for just anyone. Izuku felt his face heat considerably, the careful, methodical part of his brain scrambling for some kind of organized response and failing entirely. He said. I hadn't really let myself think about it that directly. I figured, Coco said, not unkindly. You strike me as the type who'd rather analyze a Grimm horde's attack pattern than examine his own feelings, which, respect, that's a valid coping mechanism, but it does mean somebody eventually has to point out the obvious. What about you? Izuku asked, before he could fully think through whether it was a wise question to ask. You've been talking about everyone else. You haven't said anything about yourself. Coco's mouth curved into a slow, knowing smile, entirely unbothered by the directness of the question. I was wondering if you'd notice that, she said. Smart boy. So, Izuku said carefully. Is there something to notice? Obviously, Coco said, with the same blunt confidence she brought to everything else. I don't do subtle, Izuku, subtle's not really my style. I like watching you work a problem, whether that's a Grimm pack or an actual academic mystery or just figuring out how to make Ruby's terrible soup edible. I like that you actually listen when people talk, instead of just waiting for your turn to speak. And honestly, I like that you don't seem remotely aware of how much of an effect you've had on this entire group in the span of a few weeks, because it means none of it's an act. You're just, genuinely, exactly what you look like. Izuku absorbed that, the warmth in his chest tangling now with something more uncertain, the weight of an entire group's worth of feelings suddenly laid out plainly in front of him in a way he had not been prepared to confront all at once. I don't know what to do with all of that, he admitted honestly. I care about every single one of you. Genuinely. But I don't know how to figure out what that actually means, or what anyone expects me to do about it, when there are this many feelings involved at once. Nobody's expecting you to solve it today, Coco said, surprisingly gentle underneath her usual directness. I'm not telling you this so you panic and overthink it into the ground, though I suspect that's exactly what you're about to do anyway, given the look on your face right now. A little, Izuku admitted, faintly embarrassed. Figured. Here's my actual point, Coco said, leaning forward slightly. Whatever happens, however this eventually sorts itself out, I'd rather you know the truth of where everyone stands than have you tiptoeing around assuming you're imagining things, or worse, deciding you're not allowed to want any of it because you're worried about hurting someone. That's not fair to you, and frankly it's not fair to any of us either. We're all adults here, more or less. We can handle complicated feelings without anyone shattering into pieces over it. Izuku looked at her for a long moment, recognizing, underneath the casual confidence, a genuine care that matched everything else he had come to know about her. Thank you, he said finally. For being straightforward about it. I think I needed someone to just say it plainly, instead of leaving me to wonder. That's basically my whole job description as far as this group's concerned, Coco said, grinning, settling back with her usual easy confidence restored. Somebody has to keep things organized. Might as well be feelings too. What happens now? Izuku asked, still slightly overwhelmed but feeling, underneath the overwhelm, something steadier settling into place, the simple relief of no longer carrying an unspoken question entirely alone. Now, Coco said, standing and stretching, sunglasses sliding back down with her usual theatrical flourish, you take your time, you don't pressure yourself into some big dramatic decision before you're ready, and the rest of us keep being exactly who we already are around you. No pressure, no ultimatums. Just the truth, finally out in the open where it belongs. She offered him a final, easy smile before heading back toward the main fire, leaving Izuku alone with his thoughts and the quiet, settling weight of everything she had just laid bare, and found, somewhat to his own surprise, that the weight did not feel nearly as heavy as he might have expected it to feel, not when it was carried, as Coco had pointed out, in the open, with honesty, rather than buried under unspoken assumptions. Chapter 23. The attack, when it finally came, arrived with considerably more force than the initial scouting encounter had suggested, and Izuku understood immediately, the moment the tree line erupted with coordinated movement on 3 separate sides of the camp at once, that whoever had sent the original 4 operatives had not given up after their failure. They had simply gone back, regrouped, and returned with considerably more resources. Defensive positions, Coco's voice cut through the sudden chaos, sharp and immediate, years of leadership experience compressing into a handful of clipped, efficient commands. Oobleck, behind the equipment crates, now. Yatsuhashi, hold the northern approach. Weiss, glyphs on the southern flank. Everyone else, adapt as needed, this is not going to be a clean fight. It was not. The attacking force numbered easily twice what the original 4 had been, moving with the same coordinated, trained precision, And this time they had clearly come prepared for the specific defenders they expected to face, their tactics shifting and adapting with unsettling speed to counter whatever the group threw at them. Izuku found himself fighting in tighter coordination with the others than he had at any previous point since arriving in Remnant, the weeks of shared combat experience finally crystallizing into something that moved with genuine, practiced synergy. RWBY's speed opened gaps that Yang's strength immediately exploited. Weiss's glyphs boosted Blake's already considerable agility into something that bordered on impossible to track. Velvet, copying weapons and styles from her allies in rapid succession, plugged whatever gap in the formation needed filling at any given moment, exactly as Izuku had told her she was capable of doing. And Izuku himself moved through the chaos with the calculating, ceaseless focus of 3 years spent doing exactly this kind of work, identifying threats, redirecting attacks, putting himself wherever the formation needed an anchor point without ever losing sight of the larger battle unfolding around him. It was the scarred woman from the first encounter, reappearing now at the head of the larger force, who finally made for the ancient structure itself rather than continuing to engage the defenders directly, a small device clutched in one hand that pulsed with the same unsettling energy signature RWBY's sensors had been tracking for days. "She's going for the stonework," Blake called out, already moving to intercept. "If that device does what I think it does, she's not trying to steal data anymore. She's trying to force the door open." Izuku's blood went cold at the implication, Ozpin's earlier warning ringing clearly in his memory. Forcing it open carelessly could be catastrophic, both for you and for everyone standing near it, and he broke from his current position immediately, cutting through the chaos toward the ancient structure with single-minded urgency. He reached the woman a half-second before Blake did, intercepting the device aimed at the stonework with a precise, controlled strike that sent it spinning from her grip rather than allowing it to make contact. "You don't understand what you're risking," Izuku said, putting himself directly between her and the structure, full cowl flickering at a careful, controlled percentage, enough to make his intent clear without committing past what the situation actually demanded. "Whatever this place is, forcing it open without understanding it could hurt everyone here, including you and everyone you brought with you. That's not your decision to make," the woman said, eyes narrowing, drawing a second weapon with practiced speed. "You don't even know what's actually on the other side of that door." "Neither do you," Izuku said. "That's exactly the point." She lunged, and Izuku met the attack with the calm, methodical precision he had spent years refining, reading her movements, adjusting, countering, until finally, with Blake's support closing in from the flank, she found herself outmatched and overextended, disarmed and brought down without lasting harm in the same careful, controlled manner Izuku had maintained throughout the entire encounter. Around them, the broader fight was winding down in their favor as well, the attacking forces' coordination finally breaking under the combined, practiced synergy of two full teams fighting as one, the remaining attackers either subdued or retreating back into the tree line as the tide turned decisively against them. In the sudden, exhausted quiet that followed, Ozpin emerged from where he had been assisting RWBY in protecting the more delicate equipment, his cane planted firmly, his expression carefully composed despite the evident relief underneath it. "The structure remains intact," he said, surveying the scene. "And undisturbed by whatever that device was designed to do. That is, I think, the most important outcome of this entire engagement." Izuku, breathing hard, looked down at the restrained, scarred woman at his feet, and then around at the rest of the group, all of them battered but standing, all of them, remarkably, still in one piece. "I had a chance to push her aside and try to force the door open myself," he said slowly, the realization settling over him even as he spoke it aloud. "For just a second, I thought about it. About whether this was my chance to actually get home immediately, instead of waiting for RWBY to finish his research properly." "But you didn't," Weiss said, watching him carefully. "No," Izuku said. "Because it would have meant risking everyone here, and risking the structure itself, just to satisfy my own impatience. That's not who I want to be. Not here, not anywhere." Coco, surveying the scene with her usual sharp assessment, allowed herself a small, genuinely proud smile. "Good answer," she said simply. The group began the slow, methodical work of securing the remaining attackers and assessing the camp's damage, the exhaustion of the fight settling into bone-deep weariness now that the immediate danger had passed, and Izuku, standing amid the wreckage of the confrontation, felt something settle quietly into place inside himself, the clear, certain knowledge that whatever the path home eventually looked like, he was no longer willing to take it at any cost, not when the people standing around him now mattered just as much as the world he had left behind. Chapter 24. The journey back to Beacon felt considerably shorter than the journey out had, despite covering the same physical distance. The easy, comfortable rhythm the group had built over the past several weeks carrying them through the trip with far less of the careful, watchful tension that had marked their initial approach to the anomaly site. Bublek spent most of the return trip in a state of barely contained academic excitement, already sketching out plans for a long-term research station to be established near the ancient structure, properly staffed and properly defended, capable of studying the rift's properties in careful, methodical detail without the constant disruption of armed interference. A project of years, most likely, he said, more than once, with evident relish rather than discouragement. Possibly decades, depending on how deeply the structure's mysteries actually run. But a worthwhile one, I think, regardless of how long it ultimately takes. Izuku found himself, somewhat to his own surprise, entirely at peace with that timeline by the time they crossed back through Beacon's outer gates. The frantic, desperate hope of finding an immediate door home had settled, over the course of the expedition, into something steadier and more patient, the understanding that the path back to his own world existed now as a real possibility rather than a closed door, even if walking that path properly would take time he had not initially expected to have. Ozpin called him to the tower office once more on their second day back, the familiar slow-turning gears and impossible glass floor offering a strange, settled sense of comfort now rather than the uncertain wariness it had carried during his very first visit weeks ago. "I have given considerable thought to your situation, Mr. Midoriya," Ozpin said, once Izuku had settled into the chair across from his desk. "Given the structure's apparent timeline, and given your own evident investment in this world's safety over these past several weeks, I believe it no longer makes sense for you to remain here merely as a provisional guest." "What are you proposing?" Izuku asked carefully, though something in his chest had already begun to suspect, with cautious hope, the shape of the answer. "Full enrollment," Ozpin said. "As a proper student of Beacon Academy, with all the rights, responsibilities, and protections that status carries. You would train alongside teams RWBY and CFVY formally, rather than simply through informal arrangement, and you would have a recognized place here for as long as you choose to stay, regardless of how the research into the structure ultimately unfolds." Izuku felt something settle in his chest, warm and certain, the careful, methodical part of his mind already calculating what this meant, not as a consolation prize for a door that remained closed, but as a genuine, deliberate choice about how he wanted to spend whatever time remained before that door eventually opened. "I'd like that," he said. "Very much." "I thought you might," Ozpin said, something almost warm touching the careful composure of his expression. "Glinda will handle the formal paperwork. I imagine your friends will be considerably pleased by the news, given how thoroughly they have already integrated you into their daily lives regardless of your official status." He was, as it turned out, entirely correct. The announcement met that evening with a celebration considerably more enthusiastic than Izuku had anticipated, the common room filling with the easy, overlapping warmth of two full teams who had, somewhere over the past several weeks, stopped treating him as an interesting guest and started treating him simply as one of their own. "Official Beacon student," RWBY said, practically vibrating with delight, already pulling out a stack of papers that looked suspiciously like a prepared curriculum schedule. "That means actual classes together, actual team assignments, actual everything. This is so exciting." "It also means actual academic standards," Weiss said, though her own small, genuine smile undercut the warning considerably. "Don't think enrollment means I'll go easy on correcting your stance anymore." "I wouldn't dream of expecting otherwise," Izuku said, smiling. Yang slung an arm easily around his shoulders, the gesture warm and familiar now in a way it had not quite been even a few weeks earlier. "Welcome to the team officially this time," she said. "Try not to let it go to your head." Blake, settled in her usual corner with a book she was not actually reading, offered him a small, quiet smile that carried more warmth in its restraint than a louder celebration ever could have. Delvet, seated nearby, met his eyes with the same gentle, genuine warmth that had settled between them weeks ago now, her smile soft and entirely unguarded. And Coco, leaning against the doorway with her sunglasses pushed up, surveyed the entire scene with a satisfied, knowing expression of someone who had seen exactly this outcome coming long before anyone else had been willing to admit it. It was Velvet, days later, who brought him the news that finally tempered the celebration's easy warmth with a sharper, more urgent edge, finding him during a quiet moment between classes with an expression considerably more serious than her usual gentle demeanor. "Coco just got word from a contact in Vale," she said. "About the woman from the expedition. The one who tried to force the structure open." "What about her?" Izuku asked, already feeling the careful, methodical part of his mind sharpening in response to her tone. "She wasn't acting alone," Velvet said. "Not just a small cell operating independently. The contact's information suggests she answers to something considerably larger, an organization with resources and reach that go well beyond what we encountered in the forest. Whatever they want with that structure, they're not going to simply give up because one attempt failed." Izuku absorbed that, the easy, settled peace of the past several days giving way to a more familiar, focused readiness, the same instinct that had carried him through 3 years of professional hero work back home settling firmly into place once more. "Then we'll be ready for whatever comes next," he said. "Together. All of us." Velvet nodded, something steady and resolved settling into her own expression to match his, and somewhere beyond the walls of Beacon Academy, in the depths of the Emerald Forest, the ancient structure continued its slow, patient pulse, indifferent to the gathering storm that had only just begun to take shape around it. Part 1, Act 3. Chapter 25. Full enrollment, Izuku quickly discovered, came with an entirely different set of challenges than the ones he had already grown used to navigating, chief among them the simple, mundane reality of sitting through an actual academic lecture alongside several dozen other students who had not spent the past month getting to know him gradually, one careful conversation at a time. Professor Port's history lecture hall was packed for the morning session, and Izuku found himself acutely aware of the curious, assessing glances directed his way as he settled into a seat near the back beside RWBY and Weiss, the whispered speculation about the mysterious transfer student clearly having had ample time to circulate through the wider student body during his weeks away on the expedition. "Ignore them," Weiss murmured, catching the direction of his attention. "Everyone gets stared at their first week. It fades." "I've had stranger introductions," Izuku said, thinking of his own world's hero rankings broadcast and the considerably more intense scrutiny that came with being a public figure there. "This is almost relaxing by comparison." It was during the lecture's question period, when Professor Port opened the floor to discussion on tactical retreats during the Great War, that the first real friction of the morning arrived, in the form of a sharply spoken boy seated 2 rows ahead, his expression carrying the particular skepticism of someone who had clearly been waiting for an opening. "I'd actually like to hear the transfer student's opinion," the boy said, turning in his seat to face Izuku directly, his tone polite on the surface but carrying an edge underneath it. "Given that he's apparently skilled enough to warrant joint protection from 2 full huntsman teams during a routine expedition, I'm sure he has some valuable tactical insight to share with the rest of us who actually trained here for years to earn that kind of consideration." A ripple of attention moved through the lecture hall, and Izuku felt the weight of dozens of curious eyes settle more firmly on him. "Mr. Selim," Professor Port said, with the weary patience of a teacher who had clearly handled exactly this kind of pointed challenge before, "I believe the question was about tactical retreats, not personal grievances." "It's a fair question, sir," the boy, apparently named Selim, pressed. "Some of us have spent 3 years building our skills the conventional way. It seems worth asking what makes this particular transfer student's approach so much more deserving of attention." Izuku considered his response carefully, recognizing the challenge underneath the words for exactly what it was, the kind of insecurity dressed up as skepticism that he had encountered more than once among his own classmates back home, students who measured their own worth too closely against whoever currently held the spotlight. "I don't think my approach is more deserving of anything," he said evenly. "I came from a world with a very different kind of combat training, and I happened to land in the middle of several dangerous situations that required immediate response. That's circumstance, not superior skill. If you'd like my actual opinion on tactical retreats, though, I think Professor Port's example from the Battle of Fort Castle illustrates something important about controlled withdrawal preserving long-term strategic position over short-term tactical gain, which is a lesson that applies just as much to interpersonal conflict as it does to military strategy. For what it's worth, The pointed addition landed exactly as intended, a ripple of poorly suppressed laughter moving through the surrounding students, and Selim's expression tightened with the particular discomfort of someone who had walked directly into the kind of response he had not anticipated. "Cute," he said stiffly, turning back around without further comment. "That was well handled," Professor Port said, with evident approval, before continuing smoothly into the remainder of the lecture as though the exchange had never happened at all. Ruby leaned over once the lecture resumed its normal rhythm, whispering with barely contained delight. "That was incredible," she murmured. "You roasted him and answered the actual question at the same time. I need you to teach me that. It's mostly just years of practice not letting people bait me into losing my composure during a press conference," Izuku murmured back, though he found himself smiling despite the formality of the lecture hall around them. Weiss, on his other side, allowed herself a small, satisfied smile of her own, though she said nothing, apparently considering the matter settled in his favor without requiring further comment. The lecture concluded without further incident, but Selim's pointed challenge lingered in Izuku's thoughts as the students filed out into the courtyard, a small, persistent reminder that not everyone at Beacon was prepared to simply accept his presence without question, regardless of how thoroughly Ozpin's enrollment paperwork had settled the matter administratively. "Don't let it bother you," Blake said, falling into step beside him as the group made their way toward their next class. "There are always a few people who feel threatened by anything that disrupts the order they've already built their identity around. It says more about them than it does about you." "I know," Izuku said. "It doesn't bother me, not really. It's just a reminder that being officially enrolled doesn't automatically mean everyone's going to treat me the way the seven of us treat each other. I should probably get used to that." "You will," Yang said, falling in on his other side with her usual easy confidence. "And if anyone gives you real trouble about it, you've got 6 very motivated people willing to have a word with them. Just saying." "I appreciate the sentiment," Izuku said, laughing despite himself, "but I think I can handle one skeptical classmate without needing backup." "Sure," Yang said, unconvinced but clearly amused. "We'll be standing by regardless." They crossed the courtyard together, the morning's small friction already fading into the comfortable, familiar rhythm of the group's daily routine, and Izuku found himself, despite the lingering edge of Selim's challenge, settling more firmly than ever into the strange, unexpected sense that this place, classroom skepticism and all, had genuinely become something close to home. Chapter 26. The briefing took place in a secure conference room 2 floors below Ozpin's main office, a space Izuku had not even known existed until Glinda led the combined group down a narrow stairwell tucked behind an unremarkable maintenance door, and the formality of the setting alone told him this conversation carried weight beyond their usual casual debriefs. "What we are about to discuss," Ozpin said, once everyone had settled around the long table, "does not leave this room without my explicit authorization. I trust each of you to understand why that matters." "Understood," Coco said, and the rest of the group murmured similar agreement, the usual easy banter notably absent from the room's atmosphere. Ozpin gestured, and Glinda activated a projection at the center of the table, a faint, stylized symbol resolving into clear focus above the polished wood, sharp angular lines forming something that resembled a fractured eye. "This mark was recovered from equipment belonging to the operatives you encountered during the expedition," Glinda said. "We have cross-referenced it against every known criminal organization operating within Vale's jurisdiction, and several operating beyond it. The match, when we finally found one, was considerably older and considerably more concerning than we initially hoped. They call themselves the Hollow Choir," Ozpin said. "A name that has surfaced only sporadically over the past several decades, usually in connection with attempts to access old ruins, forgotten technology, or, as we now understand, dimensional anomalies of exactly the kind your arrival generated. Their activities have historically been small-scale enough to avoid sustained attention from any single kingdom's military forces. Until now." "What do they actually want?" Ruby asked, leaning forward, her usual energy compressed now into something more focused and serious. "That remains unclear," Ozpin admitted. "Their public statements, where they exist at all, speak in vague terms about restoring something lost, reclaiming power that belongs to the deserving, the kind of rhetoric that could mean almost anything depending on who is doing the interpreting. What concerns me more than their stated goals is the resources they apparently have access to. Coordinated, trained operatives, advanced equipment capable of detecting and attempting to manipulate dimensional energy, and now, evidently, enough organizational reach to direct multiple attacks against a beacon-sanctioned research expedition. That's not a small operation, Yatsuhashi said grimly. No, Glinda agreed. It is not. Izuku absorbed the information with the same careful, methodical attention he brought to studying any new threat, his mind already cataloging the implications, the way this mirrored, uncomfortably, the kind of villain organizations he had spent his entire career fighting back home, groups that started small and grew dangerous precisely because they were underestimated for too long. If they're after the structure specifically, he said slowly, then the research station Dr. Oblek wants to establish out there isn't just a study site anymore. It's a target. We need to think about its defense from the very beginning, not as an afterthought once something goes wrong. A sound observation, Ozpin said, something approving in his tone. Which is precisely why I intend to staff that research station with rotating huntsman teams on a permanent basis, rather than treating it as a temporary expedition site. I would like your team, and Team CFVY, to take primary responsibility for that rotation, given your existing familiarity with the location and your demonstrated ability to work together effectively. We accept, Coco said immediately, glancing around the table for confirmation that came in the form of nods and murmured agreement from every other member of both teams. There is one further matter, Ozpin said, his tone shifting into something more careful. The Hollow Choir's interest in dimensional anomalies did not begin with your arrival, Mr. Midoriya. Our research, limited as it remains, suggests they have pursued similar sites for years, possibly decades, with limited success until now. Whatever made the Emerald Forest site different, whatever made it actually viable in a way their previous attempts were not, may be tied directly to your own presence there. The implication settled over the room with quiet weight. You're saying I might be the reason they're succeeding now, in a way they weren't before, Izuku said. I am saying it is a possibility worth taking seriously, Ozpin said. Not as a burden you should carry alone, but as information that should inform how carefully we proceed from here. If your presence does meaningfully affect the structure's behavior, then your safety becomes considerably more than a personal concern. It becomes a matter of regional security. Izuku felt the old, familiar weight of responsibility settle over his shoulders, heavier this time than it had been even during his most dangerous days as a professional hero, the awareness that his own continued presence in this world might now be tangled up in stakes that extended well beyond his own desire to find his way home. Then we make sure I'm never caught alone out there, he said finally, his voice steady despite the weight of it. And we make sure the structure's defended properly, regardless of what role I play in all of this. Agreed, Weiss said firmly, and around the table, the rest of the group nodded their own quiet, determined agreement, the weight of the briefing settling into something the entire group would carry together rather than something Izuku would be left to shoulder alone. Ozpin studied the assembled group for a long moment, something quietly satisfied beneath his careful composure, before rising to signal the briefing's conclusion. Then we proceed carefully, he said, and together. I could not ask for a more capable group to face whatever the Hollow Choir intends next. Chapter 27. Izuku found RWBY on the rooftop above the dormitories late that evening, well past the hour she usually retired for the night, sitting with her knees drawn up in crescent rows disassembled into its component parts across a cloth spread out in front of her, though she was not actually working on it, simply staring at the pieces with an expression considerably more subdued than her usual boundless energy. Hey, he said, settling down beside her carefully. Everything okay? Yeah, RWBY said, too quickly, before catching herself and sighing. No. Maybe. I don't know, honestly. Want to talk about it? RWBY was quiet for a long moment, fidgeting with one of the disassembled gears in front of her, before finally speaking, her voice smaller than Izuku had ever heard it. Everything Ozpin said today, about the Hollow Choir, about how dangerous this is getting. I'm the leader of this team. That's supposed to mean I'm the one who keeps everyone safe, who makes the right calls when things get complicated. And I keep thinking, what if I'm not actually ready for something this big? What if I make the wrong call and someone gets hurt because of it? Izuku recognized the particular shape of the fear immediately, having carried versions of it himself more times than he could easily count. Can I tell you something about my own mentor? He said gently. The person who gave me my power. He was the greatest hero in my world, by almost any measure. And even he told me, more than once, that the fear of making the wrong call never fully goes away, no matter how experienced you become. It just becomes something you learn to carry alongside everything else, instead of something that stops you from acting at all. That doesn't really make me feel better, RWBY admitted, managing a small, wry smile despite herself. It's not supposed to make the fear disappear, Izuku said. It's supposed to tell you that the fear isn't proof you're unready. It's proof you understand exactly how much is actually at stake, which is the opposite of being unready. The leaders who scare me are the ones who never feel that fear at all, because it usually means they've stopped truly weighing the cost of their decisions. RWBY considered that, turning one of Crescent Rose's smaller components over in her hands with absent, careful attention. My sister became a huntress because our mother did, and our mother was kind of a legend before she disappeared, she said quietly. I became a huntress because I wanted to help people, the way the old stories always made it sound, simple and brave and clean. But it's not simple. It's never simple. And sometimes I worry that I'm just playing at being a leader, copying what I think Yang would do, or what my mother would have done, instead of actually knowing how to do it myself. I don't think you're copying anyone, Izuku said firmly. I've watched you lead this team for weeks now, RWBY. The way you brought me in from the forest instead of leaving a stranger to fend for himself, even though every reasonable caution said you shouldn't trust me yet. The way you organized the formation during the Horde engagement without anyone telling you to. The way you immediately decided, the moment Coco brought up the idea of training together, that it should happen, because you trusted your own instincts about what this team needed. That's not copying anyone. That's exactly who you are. RWBY looked up at him, something vulnerable and hopeful flickering across her expression in the dim evening light. You really think that, she said. You're not just saying it to make me feel better? I really think that, Izuku said. I wouldn't say it otherwise. You know that about me by now. Something in RWBY's posture eased, the tension she had been carrying since the briefing visibly loosening, and she set aside the gear she had been fidgeting with, turning to face him more directly. Can I tell you something else, she said, her voice quieter now, more careful. Something that's been sort of building for a while, since basically the day we found you in the forest, if I'm being honest. You can tell me anything, Izuku said. I think I started really, properly liking you somewhere around the second week, RWBY said, the words coming out in a rush now, as though she had been holding them back for some time and had finally decided to simply let them go. Not just liking you as a friend, though that part's true too. Liking you the way Coco apparently already noticed before I even let myself admit it to myself. I kept telling myself it was just excitement about having someone new to talk weapons with, but it's not just that anymore. I don't really know what to do with that feeling, especially with everything else going on, but I wanted you to know. Honestly. The way you're always honest with everyone else. Izuku felt his chest warm considerably, the careful, steady affection he had already begun building for each of them settling, in this moment, into something a little clearer where RWBY specifically was concerned. Thank you for telling me, he said gently. I care about you too, RWBY. A great deal. I'm still figuring out exactly what all of these feelings mean, for me and for everyone, but I don't want you to ever feel like you have to hide something that honest from me. RWBY's smile returned then, small but genuine, some of her usual brightness creeping back into her expression. Okay, she said. Good. That's good. I'm glad I said it. Me too, Izuku said, and meant it entirely. They sat together for a while longer under the slowly emerging stars, Crescent Rose's scattered components forgotten between them, the earlier worry about leadership and worthiness settled now into something quieter and more peaceful, and Izuku, watching RWBY's profile in the dim light, found himself thinking, not for the first time, that whatever complicated shape his feelings for each of them eventually took, he would not trade this strange, unexpected found family for anything, not even the world he had left behind. Chapter 28. The Vital Festival preliminary exhibition arrived with considerably more fanfare than Izuku had anticipated, the entire campus transforming over the course of a single week into something closer to a carnival than an academic institution, banners strung between buildings, food stalls lining the central courtyard, and a palpable, electric excitement running through the entire student body that even Izuku, still relatively new to Beacon's rhythms, found himself swept up in. It's not the actual tournament, RWBY explained, practically dragging him by the wrist through a row of stalls selling everything from weapon polish to elaborately decorated pastries. That happens later, with teams from all 4 kingdoms. This is just the local exhibition round, basically a chance for Beacon teams to show off a little before the real thing. It still seems like a big deal, Izuku said, glancing around at the crowd. Everything at this school is a big deal, Weiss said, falling into step on his other side with considerably more composure than RWBY's barely contained excitement, though even she could not quite hide the faint anticipation in her own expression. Beacon takes its reputation seriously. We will be expected to perform accordingly. We will be expected to win, Young corrected, grinning. There's a difference. The exhibition itself took place in the same arena Izuku had sparred with Young in weeks earlier, though today it had been transformed considerably. Banks of spectator seating filled nearly to capacity, the air buzzing with anticipation as team after team took the floor for short, carefully judged demonstration matches. Team RWBY's turn came midway through the afternoon, and Izuku found himself watching from the spectator section alongside Team CFVY, his earlier nervousness about being a newly enrolled, still somewhat unfamiliar student fading into pure, uncomplicated pride as he watched the 4 of them move through their assigned match with the same practiced, fluid synergy he had come to know so well from their shared training sessions. RWBY's speed opened gaps, Yang's strength capitalized on them, Blake's agility wove through every counterattack with effortless precision, and Weiss's glyphs tied the entire performance together with a kind of elegant, technical mastery that drew genuine, sustained applause from the assembled crowd once the match concluded decisively in their favor. That was incredible, Izuku said, the moment they returned to the spectator section, flushed and triumphant, RWBY practically glowing with the kind of pure joy that came from doing something she loved exceptionally well in front of an appreciative audience. You should be out there too, next time, RWBY said, grinning. I bet you'd be amazing. Maybe next exhibition, Izuku said, smiling. I think I'd rather watch this one and actually enjoy it properly. Team CFVY's match followed shortly after, and Izuku watched with equal pride as Coco's confident, commanding presence anchored the team through a tightly contested bout, Velvet's adaptive semblance shifting fluidly between borrowed styles to counter whatever the opposing team attempted, Yatsuhashi's measured strength providing a steady, immovable foundation for the rest of the team to work around. When the match ended in another decisive victory, Coco made her way through the crowd directly toward Izuku, sunglasses pushed up, grinning with evident satisfaction. Did you see that finishing combination, she said. Velvet copied Yatsuhashi's swing pattern at exactly the right moment. Beautiful work. I saw, Izuku said. It was genuinely impressive. You should both be proud. Velvet, arriving a moment behind Coco, ducked her head slightly at the praise, though her smile was warm and entirely pleased. Thank you, she said softly. That means a lot, coming from you. The rest of the afternoon passed in the easy, comfortable rhythm of festival activities, the group moving together between stalls and demonstration matches, the earlier tension of the hollow choir briefing fading, for a few precious hours, into something lighter and considerably more carefree. Izuku found himself drawn into an impromptu pastry-eating contest he had not actually agreed to participate in, courtesy of Yang's enthusiastic insistence, and lost spectacularly to Yang herself, who declared victory with the kind of triumphant delight that suggested she had been planning this exact outcome from the very beginning. You set me up, Izuku accused, only half serious, wiping a smear of cream from his chin. Absolutely I did, Yang said, entirely unrepentant. Best festival decision I've made all day. As evening settled over the campus and the exhibition wound down into a final, celebratory gathering near the central courtyard, Izuku found himself standing slightly apart from the group for a moment, watching the easy, overlapping warmth of all 6 of them laughing together over some shared joke he had momentarily lost track of, and felt a quiet, settled contentment take root in his chest, the simple, uncomplicated joy of belonging somewhere, surrounded by people who genuinely wanted him there, that he had not allowed himself to fully appreciate until this exact moment. Coco caught his eye across the small gathering, tilting her head slightly in silent question, and Izuku simply smiled back, shaking his head to indicate nothing was wrong, that he was, for once, simply content to watch and enjoy the warmth of the evening without needing to analyze it further. It was, he thought, exactly the kind of evening worth holding on to carefully, especially given everything Ozpin's earlier briefing suggested might be waiting for them just beyond the festival's bright, temporary lights. Chapter 29. The letter arrived on a gray, overcast morning, delivered by a courier whose formal uniform and crisp, businesslike manner immediately marked the correspondence as something considerably more official than the usual flow of student mail, and Izuku noticed, the moment Weiss accepted the sealed envelope, the way her entire posture shifted, composure tightening into something brittle and carefully controlled. "Everything all right?" he asked carefully, as she stared at the envelope without opening it. "It's from my father," Weiss said, her voice flat in a way that told Izuku considerably more than the words themselves. "He doesn't write personally unless he wants something specific, or unless he's displeased about something. Given recent events, I suspect it's the latter." She opened it eventually, in the relative privacy of the common room rather than risk a scene in the open courtyard, and Izuku watched her expression carefully as she read, the tightness around her eyes deepening with every line. "What does it say?" he asked gently, once she had finished. "He's heard about the Hollow Choir incident," Weiss said. "Word apparently traveled to Atlas faster than I expected. He's, predictably, furious that I was involved in something dangerous enough to warrant a security briefing. And even more furious that the entire affair apparently centers around a transfer student with mysterious, unverified origins who has somehow managed to enroll at Beacon despite lacking any conventional credentials." Izuku felt something uncomfortable settle in his chest at the implication. "He means me." "He means you," Weiss confirmed, her tone carefully even despite the obvious tension underneath it. "He's demanding I withdraw from any further involvement with the research expedition. And, in considerably less subtle terms, demanding I distance myself from you specifically, on the grounds that associating with an unverified foreign element reflects poorly on the family name." "I'm sorry," Izuku said immediately. "If my being here is causing this kind of trouble for you, I understand if you need to." "Don't," Weiss said sharply, cutting him off before he could finish the thought. "Don't apologize for existing, Izuku. This isn't about you. This has never actually been about you. It's about my father using whatever convenient excuse presents itself to control who I associate with and how I spend my time, the same way he's tried to control nearly every decision I've made since I was old enough to have opinions of my own." Izuku absorbed that, recognizing the old, familiar shape of the conversation they had once shared during night watch weeks earlier, the weight of a name carrying expectations she had never chosen for herself. "What do you actually want to do?" he asked carefully. "Not what he's demanding. What do you want?" Weiss was quiet for a long moment, folding the letter back into careful, precise creases, her jaw set with the particular determination Izuku had come to recognize as her preparing to make a decision she knew would carry real consequences. "I want to stay exactly where I am," she said finally. "I want to continue the research rotation, I want to keep training with this team, and I want to keep choosing my own associations based on actual merit and character rather than my father's narrow, prejudiced assumptions about what reflects well on a name I never asked to inherit in the first place." "Then that's what you should do," Izuku said simply. "It's not that simple," Weiss said, though something in her tone suggested she wanted it to be, desperately. "My father has considerable influence. He could make my life here significantly more complicated if he chooses to. Withdrawing my tuition support, applying pressure through Atlas's formal relationship with Beacon, any number of approaches that wouldn't require him to even leave his office in Atlas. And if he does any of that," Izuku said, "you'll have people here who will help you handle it. You're not facing that alone, Weiss. None of us would let you face that alone." Weiss looked up at him, something fragile and grateful flickering behind her carefully composed exterior. "You really mean that," she said quietly. "Even knowing what kind of trouble my family name could bring down on all of you, by association." "I mean it completely," Izuku said. "I know what it's like to have people decide who you are before they actually know you, Weiss. I spent most of my childhood being told I had nothing worth offering, simply because of circumstances I didn't choose. I'm not going to stand by and let your father do something similar to you, not when I have any ability to stand beside you instead." Something in Weiss's expression finally cracked, the careful composure giving way, just briefly, to something rawer and more genuinely moved, before she caught herself, drawing a slow, steadying breath and straightening with renewed resolve. "Then I'll write back," she said, "and I'll tell him exactly what I just told you. That I'm staying, that my decisions are my own to make, and that if he wants to discuss it further, he can do so through Headmaster Ozpin's office, formally, rather than through letters meant to intimidate me into compliance." "That sounds like exactly the right answer," Izuku said, smiling. Weiss allowed herself a small, genuine smile in return, the tension finally easing from her shoulders, and reached out, hesitating only a fraction of a second before resting her hand briefly against his arm, a small, simple gesture that nonetheless carried considerable weight given how carefully Weiss typically guarded any open display of vulnerability. "Thank you," she said quietly, "for not letting me face this the way I would have, before I knew any of you." Alone, and convinced that was simply how it had to be. "Always," Izuku said simply, and meant it with his whole chest, watching as Weiss straightened, letter in hand, and made her way toward the desk to compose her response, considerably steadier now than she had been just minutes before. Chapter 30. Dr. Ublek's office, when Izuku and Blake arrived for their scheduled research session, looked very much like its occupant, cluttered with stacks of reference texts in various states of organized chaos, every available surface covered in notes and diagrams that somehow made perfect sense to Ublek himself despite appearing, to anyone else, like the aftermath of a small explosion. "Ah, excellent, my favorite research assistants," Ublek said, barely glancing up from the dense text he was currently annotating, his thermos balanced precariously on a stack of books beside him. "I've made some progress correlating the hollow choir's symbol against historical records, though I confess the results raise more questions than they answer, which I suppose is the nature of historical research generally." "What did you find?" Blake asked, settling into the chair across from his desk with the careful, focused attention she brought to anything connected to the organization's investigation. "The fractured I symbol appears, in slightly varied forms, across several historical records spanning back considerably further than I initially anticipated," Ublek said, spreading a series of aged, fragile-looking documents across his desk. "Most concerning is this reference, from a text nearly 2 centuries old, describing a similar symbol used by a group obsessed with what the original author termed reclaiming the old powers, language that aligns rather uncomfortably with the structure we discovered in the Emerald Forest." 2 centuries, Izuku said, studying the faded symbol on the ancient page. "If this organization has existed in some form for that long, this isn't just a rogue faction we're dealing with. This could be something with genuine institutional depth behind it." "Precisely my concern as well," Ublek said. "Organizations of that longevity rarely operate without considerable resources, considerable patience, and considerable reach, 3 qualities that make them significantly more dangerous than a simple criminal enterprise assembled for short-term gain." Blake had gone very quiet, studying the faded symbol with an intensity that drew Izuku's attention immediately. "Blake," he said gently, "does this connect to something specific?" She was quiet for a long moment before answering, her voice carefully measured when she finally spoke. "The organization I told you about, the one I used to be part of," she said. "It splintered, years ago, into several smaller factions when its original leadership disagreed about methods and goals. Most of those factions dissolved entirely or got absorbed back into more conventional criminal enterprises. But there were always rumors about one splinter group that went further underground than the others, that became interested in something considerably older and stranger than the original organization's actual cause. I never had proof it was real. I assumed it was the kind of exaggerated rumor that circulates in any large organization eventually." "You think the Hollow Choir might be that splinter group," Izuku said. "I think it's possible," Blake said. "And if it is, then some of the people leading it might be people I actually knew once. People who might recognize me, the same way I apparently recognized their tactics during the expedition." The weight of that settled heavily over the small office, Ublek for once falling silent rather than filling the space with his usual energetic commentary. "If that's true," Izuku said carefully, "does that change how you want to approach this investigation? You don't have to keep pushing forward if it means confronting people from a part of your life you've already worked hard to leave behind." Blake considered the question seriously, her expression caught between old, careful guardedness and something more resolved underneath it. "It does change things," she admitted. "But not in the direction you might expect. If people I once knew are involved in something this dangerous, then I have more reason to help stop it, not less. I left that organization because I came to believe its methods caused more harm than good. If this splinter group has grown into something even more dangerous than what I originally walked away from, then I have a responsibility to help make sure it doesn't succeed, whatever uncomfortable history that requires me to face. That's a brave way to look at it, Izuku said quietly. It's the only way I know how to look at it, Blake said. Running from my past never actually worked, not really. I just got better at not talking about it. This feels like an actual chance to do something useful with everything I learned during that part of my life, instead of just carrying it around as something to be ashamed of. Bublek, recovering some of his usual energy, leaned forward with renewed focus. If your insight into this organization's structure and tactics proves as valuable as I suspect it might, he said, then your willingness to engage with this difficult history could prove instrumental in actually understanding what the Hollow Choir intends, rather than simply reacting to their attacks after the fact. I'm willing to try, Blake said firmly. Izuku reached over, resting his hand briefly against hers in a small, steadying gesture, careful and gentle rather than presumptuous. Whatever you find, whoever you end up recognizing, he said, you won't be facing any of it alone. I meant that the first time I said it, weeks ago, and I mean it just as much now. Blake looked at him, something quietly grateful settling into her expression, and turned her hand slightly to return the gesture, a small, simple acknowledgement that nonetheless carried considerable warmth. I know, she said softly. That's part of why I'm willing to try it all. They spent the remainder of the afternoon working through Oblek's accumulated research together, the difficult weight of Blake's revelation settling into something more manageable now that it had been shared rather than carried alone, and Izuku found himself, watching her work through the dense historical texts with careful, focused determination, quietly proud of the courage it took to face down a past she had spent so long trying to outrun. Chapter 31. The attack came during the evening patrol rotation, a routine assignment that had grown almost comfortable in its predictability over the past several weeks, which made the sudden, violent disruption of that routine all the more jarring when it finally arrived. Izuku felt it before he saw it, the same prickling, instinctive warning that had served him well through 3 years of professional hero work, and he raised a hand sharply to halt the rest of the patrol group, RWBY and Yatsuhashi falling immediately still beside him. Something's wrong, he said quietly, scanning the tree line at the edge of Beacon's outer perimeter. I don't see anything, RWBY murmured, though her scythe was already shifting into ready position, her own instincts apparently picking up on the same tension Izuku had registered. The figure that emerged from the shadows a moment later moved with a fluid, deliberate grace that immediately marked them as considerably more dangerous than the operatives the group had faced during the expedition, tall and lean, wrapped in dark, fitted gear that left no obvious weak points exposed, a mask obscuring everything but a pair of sharp, calculating eyes. The famous transfer student, the figure said, voice carrying an unsettling, almost amused calm. I was beginning to wonder if the rumors about you were exaggerated. The Hollow Choir sends its regards, and a rather direct message. Leave the structure to us, or watch this school discover exactly how little its walls actually protect it. That's not a message, Izuku said evenly, settling into a ready stance. That's a threat. And I don't respond well to those. Neither do I, RWBY said, scythe already singing through the air as she moved. The fight that followed was unlike anything Izuku had faced since arriving in Remnant, the masked figure moving with a precision and speed that matched, and in some exchanges exceeded, even his own considerable combat experience, weaving between RWBY's rapid strikes and Yatsuhashi's powerful, sweeping blows with unsettling ease, countering with strikes calculated to probe weaknesses rather than simply overwhelm through brute force. Izuku found himself forced to engage at a level of focus he had rarely needed even against professional villains back home, full cowl flaring steadily higher as the exchange intensified, every strike from the masked figure carrying enough force and precision that a single miscalculated block could end badly. You're better than the others we've faced, Izuku said, breathing hard, circling for an opening. I should hope so, the figure said, almost conversational despite the intensity of the fight. The others were expendable. I am not. Consider that the difference between testing your defenses and actually breaking through them. The distinction proved more than rhetorical. Izuku felt himself genuinely pushed, in a way he had not experienced since the climactic battle that had originally torn him out of his own world, the masked figure's relentless, calculating pressure forcing him to draw on reserves of skill and power he typically held in careful reserve. It was RWBY's quick thinking, more than raw strength, that finally turned the tide, a precisely timed shot from Crescent Rose's rifle mechanism catching the figure off guard mid-exchange, buying Izuku the half-second opening he needed to land a decisive strike that sent the masked figure staggering backward, clearly having not anticipated the kind of layered, coordinated resistance the two of them could mount together. Impressive, the figure said, recovering quickly despite the obvious damage, retreating several steps toward the tree line. The reports did not exaggerate after all. We will meet again, transfer student. Count on it. And then, with the same fluid grace that had marked their arrival, the figure vanished into the darkness of the surrounding forest, gone before either Izuku or RWBY could give effective chase, leaving behind only the ragged, exhausted aftermath of a fight that had tested both of them more thoroughly than anything they had previously faced together. Are you both alright? Yatsuhashi asked, lowering his blade, scanning the tree line with continued wariness. I'm fine, Izuku said, though the strain of the fight had clearly left its mark, his breathing still ragged, the green glow of full cowl fading slowly across his trembling hands. That, RWBY said, equally breathless, was not a normal operative. That was someone genuinely skilled. Properly trained, properly dangerous. A lieutenant, Izuku said grimly, the implication settling heavily over him. Someone the Hollow Choir considers important enough to send personally, rather than relying on expendable operatives. That changes things considerably. They returned to Beacon's main grounds to report the encounter, the rest of the group gathering quickly once word spread of the attack, the easy warmth of the past several weeks giving way, for the moment, to the sharper, more focused concern of a group recognizing they now faced an adversary considerably more dangerous than anything they had previously encountered. We need to take this seriously, Coco said, once the full account had been given, her usual confident ease replaced by careful, focused calculation. If they're willing to send someone with that level of skill directly to Beacon's own perimeter, just to deliver a message, then whatever they're planning next is going to be considerably more dangerous than anything we've faced so far. Izuku nodded slowly, the weight of the encounter settling firmly into his chest, the easy, comfortable rhythm of recent weeks giving way now to the familiar, focused readiness of a hero preparing for a fight he knew, with absolute certainty, was only just beginning. Chapter 32. In the days following the lieutenant's attack, the entire group fell into a noticeably more disciplined training rhythm, the easy, comfortable rhythm of recent weeks tempered now by a shared, unspoken understanding that whatever came next would demand considerably more from each of them than casual sparring sessions had previously required. Glinda herself oversaw much of the intensified training, her usual brisk efficiency sharpened into something more focused, drilling the combined teams through coordinated combat scenarios designed specifically to prepare them for an opponent with the lieutenant's demonstrated skill level. Again, she called, watching from the edge of the training floor as Izuku and Yang ran through a coordinated assault pattern for what felt like the dozenth time that afternoon. Your timing was a half-second off on that last exchange, Mr. Midoriya. Against an opponent of that caliber, a half-second is the difference between landing a decisive blow and leaving yourself dangerously exposed. Understood, Izuku said, resetting his stance, breathing hard from the accumulated strain of the afternoon's drilling. They ran the sequence again, and again, Glinda's careful, exacting corrections gradually sharpening the timing between them until the combination finally landed with the kind of precise, fluid synergy she had clearly been pushing them toward all along. Better, she said, with the particular brevity that, from Glinda Goodwitch, amounted to genuine praise. Take a break. Both of you have earned it. Yang dropped onto a nearby bench with an exhausted groan, and Izuku settled beside her, equally drained, the two of them sitting in companionable, breathless silence for a long moment before Yang finally spoke. You've gotten better since that first sparring match, she said, glancing sideways at him. A lot better. I almost can't keep up with you anymore. You're keeping up just fine, Izuku said, smiling despite his exhaustion. Better than fine. You read my movements faster than almost anyone else on this team. Years of practice reading people who try to hide what they're thinking, Yang said, a faint, knowing edge entering her tone that made Izuku glance at her more carefully. Are we talking about combat anymore, or something else? He asked gently. Yang was quiet for a moment, turning a water canteen over in her hands without actually drinking from it, before answering. Bit of both, honestly, she admitted. I'd been thinking about that conversation we had, after the Grimm pack incident. About how I told you I started caring about you differently than I care about everyone else on this team. I've had some time to sit with that feeling since then, and I'm a lot less scared of it now than I was that night. What changed? Izuku asked. Watching you fight that lieutenant, Yang said simply. Watching how hard you pushed yourself, how much you were willing to risk to protect this place, protect all of us. It reminded me why I started caring about you in the first place. Not just because you're strong, though you obviously are. Because of how completely you commit to protecting the people around you, even when it costs you something significant. That's rare. I don't take it for granted. Izuku felt warmth spread through his chest at the simple, sincere honesty of her words, the same warmth he had come to recognize, with increasing clarity, whenever any of them shared something this openly vulnerable with him. I care about you the same way, he said quietly. I have for a while now, if I'm honest with myself the way you're being honest with me. I just haven't always known how to say it clearly, with everything else going on. Yang's expression softened considerably, the usual teasing edge giving way to something warmer and more genuine. You don't have to say it perfectly, she said. Just say it honestly. That's enough for me. Then honestly, Izuku said, I think you're one of the people who's made this strange, impossible situation feel like something worth staying for, even before I knew whether I'd ever find a way home. That's not a small thing to me. Yang reached over, bumping her shoulder lightly against his, the same casual, easy gesture from weeks earlier carrying considerably more weight now given everything that had passed between them since. Good, she said simply. Because I'm not planning on going anywhere, whatever happens with that door in the forest. Might as well get used to having me around. I think I already have, Izuku said, smiling, and the two of them sat together for a while longer, the exhaustion of the afternoon's training settling into something more peaceful, the unspoken tension of the lieutenant's threat momentarily set aside in favor of the quiet, steady comfort of simply being understood. Across the training floor, Glinda watched the two of them with a faint, knowing expression she did not bother to hide, before calling out, with her usual brisk efficiency, for the rest of the group to reassemble for the afternoon's final training rotation, the brief respite drawing, inevitably, to its close. Chapter 33. Ozpin summoned the combined group to his office again less than a week after the lieutenant's attack, and the matter at hand, once explained, carried implications considerably broader than Izuku had initially anticipated. I have received word from Atlas, Ozpin said, that representatives from their military council wish to discuss the Hollow Choir directly, given that recent intelligence suggests the organization's reach extends well beyond Vale's borders. I would like several of you to accompany me to this meeting, both to provide first-hand testimony regarding the encounters thus far, and because I suspect Atlas's representatives will be considerably more receptive to evidence presented by the people who actually lived through it. Atlas, Weiss repeated, something complicated flickering across her expression at the mention of her homeland. I am aware of the difficulty this may present for you personally, Miss Schnee, Ozpin said, his tone gentling slightly. If you would prefer not to attend, I will understand completely. Weiss considered this for a long moment before shaking her head, her jaw set with quiet determination. No, she said. I'd rather be there. If my father's influence within Atlas's military council is going to factor into how seriously they take this threat, I'd rather be present to make sure the conversation stays focused on the actual danger, rather than on whatever personal grievances he's decided to air about my recent choices. A sound decision, Ozpin said, with evident approval. Mr. Midoriya, Miss Belladonna, I would like you both to accompany us as well, given your direct combat experience against the lieutenant and your research into the organization's history respectively. The journey to Atlas took the better part of a day by airship, and Izuku found the kingdom itself, once they finally arrived, a striking contrast to everything he had come to know of Vale, sleek and orderly, gleaming spires of metal and glass rising above streets that carried an air of precise, almost clinical efficiency entirely different from Vale's warmer, more organic sprawl. The military council chamber, when they were finally escorted inside, contained a long table of stern-faced officers and officials, several of whom regarded the assembled group with evident skepticism before Ozpin had even finished his formal introductions. "With respect, Headmaster," one of the officials said, once the initial pleasantries had concluded, "Atlas has dealt with rogue organizations before. What makes this particular group worth convening a full council session?" "Because their reach has proven considerably wider than we initially assumed," Ozpin said calmly, gesturing for Blake to step forward. "Miss Belladonna has direct historical knowledge of this organization's origins, and Mr. Midoriya has faced their most capable operative in direct combat. I believe their testimony will clarify the matter considerably." Blake spoke carefully, measured, laying out the organization's likely connection to the splinter faction she had once known of, without revealing more of her own personal history than necessary, her testimony carrying the kind of careful, factual weight that gradually shifted the skeptical expressions around the table towards something more concerned. Izuku followed with his own account of the perimeter attack, describing the lieutenant's skill and the explicit threat delivered, and watched as several of the council members exchanged uneasy glances at the implications. "If this organization has genuinely operated for 2 centuries with this kind of patience and resource accumulation," one of the older officials said slowly, "then Atlas's own historical archives may contain references we have simply failed to properly cross-reference until now. I would like to authorize a joint research effort between our archives and whatever materials Beacon's own historian has already compiled." "That would be most welcome," Ozpin said. The meeting continued for the better part of 2 hours, the council gradually shifting from skepticism toward genuine, focused concern as the full scope of the testimony settled over them, and by its conclusion, Atlas had committed to sharing intelligence resources and authorizing increased security cooperation regarding any further hollow choir activity within their jurisdiction. As the group departed the council chamber, Weiss fell into step beside Izuku, something tightly controlled in her expression that suggested the meeting had cost her more than her composed exterior let on. "My father was in attendance," she said quietly, once they were clear of the chamber. "Did you notice?" Izuku had noticed, the stern, silver-haired man seated near the head of the table whose cold, assessing gaze had lingered on Izuku himself with obvious, unconcealed disapproval throughout the proceedings. "I noticed," he said carefully. "Are you all right?" "I will be," Weiss said, straightening with renewed resolve. "He didn't say a single word to me directly, the entire meeting. I think that tells me everything I need to know about where things currently stand between us. But I handled myself professionally, regardless, and I made my case clearly. That's more important to me right now than whatever approval he's withholding." "I'm proud of you," Izuku said simply. Weiss's composed expression finally cracked, just slightly, into something warmer and more genuinely grateful. "Thank you," she said. "That means considerably more to me than anything my father might have said today, whether he'd chosen to say it or not." They departed Atlas later that evening, the airship carrying them back toward Vale through clear, star-scattered skies, and Izuku found himself reflecting, as the gleaming spires of Atlas faded into the distance behind them, on the steadily widening scope of the threat they now faced, an organization with reach across kingdoms, patience spanning centuries, and an interest in the ancient structure that remained, despite everything Oblek and Ozpin had uncovered so far, only partially. Understood. Chapter 34. The tip arrived through one of Coco's contacts in Vale, a whispered rumor about a hollow choir cell operating out of an abandoned warehouse on the city's industrial outskirts, and the resulting disagreement about how to act on it proved considerably more heated than Izuku had anticipated from 2 people he had come to know as fundamentally reasonable. "We move on it tonight, while the information's still fresh," Coco said, already pulling up a rough map of the warehouse district on her scroll, her tone carrying the brisk, decisive confidence of someone accustomed to having her tactical judgment trusted without significant pushback. "If we wait for full verification through official channels, the trail goes cold and we lose whatever advantage surprise might give us." "That is reckless," Weiss said sharply, arms crossed. "We have no confirmation this tip is even legitimate. Given everything we now know about how patient and organized the hollow choir actually is, doesn't it strike you as suspicious that a convenient lead just happened to surface this quickly, this soon after our trip to Atlas?" "Suspicious doesn't mean we ignore it," Coco countered. "It means we go in prepared for the possibility it's a trap, not that we sit on our hands waiting for permission that might take days to arrive through proper channels." It means we verify first, Weiss said. Properly. Through Ozpin, through Glinda, through someone with actual resources to confirm whether this location is genuinely connected to the organization before we walk an entire combined team directly into what could very easily be an ambush. The argument continued for several more exchanges, both of them clearly operating from genuine, well-reasoned concern, but talking past each other in the particular way people sometimes did when each was convinced their own approach represented the obviously correct path forward. Izuku, watching the disagreement escalate, finally stepped between them, not to take a side outright but to slow the conversation down enough that both perspectives could actually be heard rather than simply repeated with increasing intensity. "Can I ask both of you something?" he said carefully. "Coco, what specifically makes you confident this tip is worth acting on quickly, rather than just generally believing speed matters? And Weiss, what specifically would convincing verification actually look like to you, in a timeframe that wouldn't risk losing the lead entirely?" Both of them paused, the directness of the questions cutting through some of the accumulated heat of the argument. "My contact has given reliable information twice before," Coco said, after a moment. "Not flawless, but reliable enough that I trust the source itself, even if I can't fully vouch for what we'd actually find at the location. And there are basic verification steps that wouldn't take more than a few hours," Weiss said, more measured now. "A discrete aerial survey of the warehouse, cross-referencing recent activity reports in that district, confirming whether Glinda's own intelligence contacts have heard anything corroborating or contradicting the tip. None of that requires days. It requires patience measured in hours, not an indefinite delay." Izuku nodded, turning the two positions over carefully. "Then it sounds like the actual disagreement isn't about whether to verify at all," he said. "It's about how much verification is reasonable before the information becomes useless. What if we did exactly what Weiss described, the survey, the cross-referencing, on an expedited timeline, while Coco's contact stays on standby in case the situation changes? That gives us real information without losing the entire night to caution, and it gives us real caution without acting purely on an unverified rumor." Coco considered this, her earlier frustration visibly softening as the practical compromise settled into something she could actually work with. "That's reasonable," she admitted. "I can live with a few hours of verification, as long as we're moving with actual urgency rather than treating it as an excuse to delay indefinitely." Weiss, for her part, exhaled slowly, some of her own tension easing as well. "And I can accept moving tonight, rather than waiting for tomorrow, provided we've actually confirmed something concrete first," she said. "I wasn't trying to dismiss your judgment, Coco. I was genuinely concerned we might be walking into exactly the kind of trap the Hollow Choir's patience and resources would make them more than capable of setting." "I know," Coco said, the edge finally fully gone from her tone. "I wasn't trying to dismiss that concern either. I just get impatient when I think we're losing an advantage by overthinking something that might genuinely be straightforward." They worked through the verification process over the following several hours exactly as Izuku had proposed, Glinda's contacts confirming unusual activity in the warehouse district consistent with Coco's original tip, though notably absent any of the more elaborate signs of a deliberate trap that Weiss had specifically worried about. "Looks legitimate," Glinda said, reviewing the aerial survey results with her usual brisk efficiency. "Proceed with appropriate caution regardless. I want full coordination protocols in place before anyone enters that warehouse." As the group began final preparations for the operation, Coco caught Izuku's arm briefly, her expression carrying quiet, genuine appreciation. "Thanks for stepping in earlier," she said. "I think Weiss and I both needed someone to slow the conversation down before it turned into something neither of us actually wanted." "You both had valid points," Izuku said simply. "Sometimes it just takes someone asking the right question to find where they actually overlap." "Lucky for us you're good at that," Coco said, smiling, before turning to help finalize the rest of the team's preparations. The earlier tension between her and Weiss settled now into the same easy, cooperative rhythm the group had built over the past several weeks, ready, once again, to face whatever the warehouse actually held. Chapter 35. The warehouse, when the combined team finally breached it under cover of darkness, proved to be exactly what Coco's contact had described, a Hollow Choir operational cell, though by the time they arrived the location had already been abandoned, the operatives apparently having cleared out within the past several hours, leaving behind only scattered equipment and, more usefully, an extensive collection of documents that had clearly been left behind in haste rather than properly destroyed. They knew we were coming, Blake said, surveying the hastily abandoned space with careful, professional assessment. Or they simply finished what they needed here and moved on regardless. Either way, we missed them, but we didn't miss everything. It was Oobleck, summoned the following morning to review the recovered documents alongside Ozpin himself, who finally pieced together the fuller picture. The fragmented research had been circling for weeks, his usual energetic enthusiasm tempered, for once, by the genuine gravity of what the documents apparently revealed. The structure in the Emerald Forest is not merely a dimensional anomaly, as we initially theorized, he said, spreading the recovered pages across Ozpin's desk with careful, reverent attention. According to these records, considerably more detailed than anything we had previously uncovered, it appears to be one of several similar structures scattered across Remnant, each one tied to what the documents refer to as an old binding, a mechanism connected, somehow, to the very Grimm themselves. The Grimm, Izuku repeated, the implication settling slowly into focus. You're saying these structures are connected to where the Grimm actually come from? That is the working theory these documents suggest, Oobleck said. Though I want to stress that the source material itself is centuries old and likely incomplete, possibly even deliberately obscured by whoever originally wrote it. The Hollow Choir, if these records accurately reflect their actual goals, does not merely want to study or harness the dimensional energy these structures generate. They appear to believe that disrupting or destroying enough of these bindings could fundamentally alter the relationship between Remnant and the Grimm themselves. Toward what end? Weiss asked, her voice tight with concern. Unclear, Ozpin said grimly. The documents speak in the same vague, almost religious language the organization has used publicly, restoring what was lost, reclaiming power that belongs to the deserving. Whether they genuinely believe disrupting these bindings would grant them some kind of control over the Grimm, or whether their actual goal is simply destruction and chaos dressed up in more palatable rhetoric, I cannot say with certainty. But the danger, regardless of their actual intent, would be considerable either way. Izuku felt the full, staggering weight of the revelation settle over him, the careful, methodical part of his mind already racing through the implications. If the structure he had landed beside, the very door that represented his only remaining hope of finding his way home, was genuinely tied to something as fundamental as the Grimm's relationship with the world itself, then the stakes of protecting it had just grown immeasurably larger than even Ozpin's earlier warnings had suggested. This changes the scope of everything, he said slowly. We're not just protecting a research site anymore, or even protecting a potential way home. We're protecting something that might be holding back a much larger catastrophe, if the Hollow Choir's interpretation of these old bindings is even partially accurate. Precisely my own conclusion, Ozpin said. Which is why I intend to significantly increase the resources allocated to defending that structure, effective immediately. I will also be requesting additional support from Atlas, given the cooperation established during our recent council meeting. And I suspect Vacuo and Mistral will need to be informed as well, given the apparent existence of similar structures elsewhere on the continent. Blake, who had remained quiet through most of the briefing, finally spoke, her expression carefully controlled despite the obvious weight of what she was about to say. The cell we found in that warehouse, she said. The handwriting on several of these documents. I recognized it. It belongs to someone I knew, years ago, during my time with the original organization. Someone I considered, at the time, a mentor of sorts. The room fell quiet at the admission, the weight of it settling visibly over Blake's careful composure. Are you certain? Ozpin asked gently. As certain as I can be without seeing them directly, Blake said. Which means the lieutenant we encountered, the one skilled enough to challenge Izuku directly, may very well be someone I once trusted completely, who has clearly traveled a considerably darker path than I ever imagined possible when I knew them. Izuku reached over, resting his hand gently against her shoulder, the gesture simple but steadying. Whatever happens when we eventually face them directly, he said, you don't have to carry that history alone. We'll face it together, exactly the way we agreed weeks ago. Blake nodded, something resolved settling into her expression despite the obvious difficulty of the revelation, and Ozpin, watching the exchange with quiet, careful attention, allowed himself a small, approving nod of his own before returning to the considerable, urgent work of organizing the structure's defense against whatever the hollow choir intended to attempt next. Chapter 36. With the structure's defense now elevated to a matter of regional priority, Ozpin called Team CFVY in for a separate briefing of their own, and Izuku found himself included at Coco's specific request. The four of them gathered in a smaller meeting room while Glinda laid out the revised deployment plan across the table. Your team has more direct experience defending that site than anyone else currently available, Glinda said. Which means, going forward, you will be operating as the primary anchor team for the research station's defense, with Team RWBY rotating in support, rather than the other way around. That is a significant increase in responsibility, and I want each of you to understand exactly what it means before you commit to it. We're already committed, Coco said, without hesitation, glancing around at her teammates for confirmation that came readily from each of them. We were there from the beginning. It only makes sense we stay there through whatever comes next. Once the briefing concluded and the practical details had been settled, Izuku found himself walking back toward the dormitories alongside Velvet, the two of them falling naturally into the same comfortable quiet that had marked their conversations since that first afternoon weeks earlier. How are you feeling about all of this? He asked. Being named the primary anchor team is a lot of responsibility, especially with everything Oobleck and Ozpin uncovered about what the structure might actually represent. Velvet considered the question seriously, her expression thoughtful rather than anxious. Honestly, I feel more confident about it than I expected to, she said. A few months ago, the idea of being responsible for something this significant would have terrified me, mostly because I still would have been measuring myself against teammates with more obviously impressive weapons and styles. But after our conversation, after you helped me see my own semblance differently, I've started actually trusting my own adaptability instead of treating it like a lesser version of everyone else's strength. I'm glad, Izuku said warmly. You've more than earned that confidence. I've watched you adapt to situations the rest of us couldn't have handled nearly as smoothly. Velvet's ears tilted slightly, a small, pleased gesture Izuku had come to recognize as genuine happiness rather than mere politeness. Coco's been wanting to talk to you too, she said. About the deployment, but also about something else, I think. She mentioned it to me earlier, though she wanted to bring it up with you herself. They found Coco in the common room a short while later, sunglasses pushed up, reviewing deployment logistics on her scroll with her usual sharp focus, though she set it aside immediately upon noticing them, gesturing for both of them to join her. Perfect timing, she said. I wanted to talk to both of you together, actually, given everything that's developing. About the deployment? Izuku asked. Partly, Coco said. But also about something I've been thinking through since that conversation we had a while back, about feelings and where everyone stands. With everything escalating the way it has, the hollow choir, the lieutenant, the stakes around that structure growing more serious by the week, I think it matters more than ever that the people fighting alongside each other actually trust each other completely. Not just tactically. Personally too. Velvet's expression shifted slightly, something quietly attentive settling over her as Coco continued. I care about you, Izuku, Coco said, with her usual blunt, unflinching honesty. I've told you that already, and it hasn't changed. But I also care about making sure Velvet doesn't feel like she's somehow standing in anyone's shadow, including mine, when it comes to how she feels about you, or how you feel about her. We're a team in every sense, and I'd rather be honest about that than let any unspoken competition complicate something that should just be allowed to grow naturally, for both of us. Izuku felt a fresh wave of warmth and quiet astonishment at the characteristic directness of it, the way Coco managed to fold genuine vulnerability into the same confident, organizing energy she brought to everything else. I appreciate you saying that, he said carefully. Both of you matter to me, in your own ways, and I don't want either of you to feel like you're competing for something that isn't a competition at all. I'm still learning how to hold all of this without feeling overwhelmed by it, but I never want my own uncertainty to make either of you feel smaller. Velvet reached out, resting her hand lightly against his, her smile warm and entirely unguarded. You don't make me feel smaller, she said softly. You never have. That's part of why this feels safe, even with everything else getting more dangerous around us. Coco watched the small exchange with evident satisfaction, leaning back with her usual easy confidence restored. "Good," she said. "That's exactly the kind of honesty I wanted to see. Now, with that settled, let's actually focus on keeping each other alive when the hollow choir inevitably comes calling again. Sentiment's important, but so is making sure none of us gets ourselves killed proving a point." "Agreed," Izuku said, laughing softly despite the heaviness of the topic that had preceded it. They spent the remainder of the evening reviewing the deployment plans together. The earlier conversation settled now into something steadier and more certain, and Izuku, watching Velvet and Coco work through the tactical details with their usual practiced efficiency, found himself once again quietly grateful for the strange, unexpected found family this entire impossible situation had given him. Chapter 37. The assault came 3 weeks later, under cover of a deliberately engineered Grimm surge that RWBY's sensors detected mere minutes before the first wave actually broke through the research station's outer perimeter, and Izuku understood immediately, the moment the alert sounded, that the hollow choir had finally committed to the kind of decisive action Ozpin's intelligence had been anticipating for weeks. "This is it," Coco said, already moving toward her defensive position, her usual easy confidence sharpened now into focused, battle-ready intensity. "Everyone to assigned posts. We knew this was coming. Let's make sure we're ready for it." The research station itself had been considerably reinforced since the original expedition, sturdy defensive walls now surrounding the ancient structure, watchtowers positioned at key vantage points, and a full rotation of combined beacon teams maintaining round-the-clock vigilance. But none of that preparation entirely dampened the sheer scale of what descended upon them once the attack began in earnest. Grimm poured from the tree lean in numbers considerably exceeding anything the group had previously faced, clearly driven by some artificial amplification device similar to the one the scarred woman had attempted to use months earlier, and threaded through the chaos of the Grimm assault. The hollow choir's own trained operatives advanced under cover of the confusion, moving with the same coordinated, deliberate precision Izuku had come to recognize as their organizational signature. "Hold the perimeter," Glinda's voice carried across the chaos through the station's communication relay, directing the defense with the same brisk, exacting efficiency she brought to every training session. "Dr. RWBY, secure the equipment and fall back to the inner shelter. Everyone else, maintain your assigned zones." Izuku found himself anchoring the central defensive line alongside Yatsuhashi, the two of them holding against the heaviest concentration of Grimm pressing toward the structure itself, full cowl blazing at a careful, sustainable percentage as he worked through the same calculating, methodical rhythm that had carried him through every major battle since his arrival in Remnant. Around him, the rest of the group fought with the same practiced, fluid synergy they had spent months building together, RWBY's speed cutting clean paths through the Grimm horde, Weiss's glyphs boosting Blake's already considerable agility into something that bordered on impossible to track, Yang's relentless strength absorbing and redirecting impact after impact, Velvet adapting fluidly between borrowed styles to plug whatever gap in the defense most urgently needed filling, Coco's steady, commanding presence anchoring the entire formation with calm, decisive direction. It was the masked lieutenant's reappearance, emerging from the chaos with the same fluid, unsettling grace as before, that signaled the true beginning of the battle's most dangerous phase, the figure cutting directly through the defensive line with clear, singular intent toward the ancient structure itself. "Not this time," Izuku said, breaking from his position to intercept, RWBY falling immediately into step beside him without needing to be asked, the two of them having clearly anticipated exactly this kind of direct confrontation. The lieutenant met their combined assault with the same calculating skill they had displayed during the perimeter attack months earlier. But this time, Izuku noted with grim satisfaction, the months of dedicated, focused training showed clearly in how seamlessly he and RWBY moved together, each opening one of them created immediately exploited by the other, the lieutenant's usual fluid advantage steadily eroding under the pressure of their genuinely coordinated resistance. "You've improved," the lieutenant said, breathing harder now, clearly registering the shift in the fight's balance. "Considerably more than I anticipated." "We've had good reason to," Izuku said, pressing the advantage, RWBY's well-timed cover fire forcing the lieutenant into a defensive posture they had not previously needed to maintain. Elsewhere across the battlefield, the broader fight continued to swing decisively in the defenders' favor, the combined experience and coordination of two full teams plus Izuku's own considerable contribution gradually overwhelming the hollow choir's coordinated assault, the artificial amplification device finally located and destroyed by a focused strike from Yang and Weiss working in tandem, the resulting collapse of the Grimm surge's coordination scattering the remaining creatures back into the surrounding forest. With the broader battle turning decisively against them, the lieutenant's expression, what little of it remained visible beneath the mask, shifted from calculating confidence into something more wary, recognizing, perhaps for the first time, that this particular confrontation might not unfold in their favor. "This isn't over," the lieutenant said, retreating several steps even as Izuku and RWBY pressed their advantage. "Whatever you think you protected here today, the Hollow Choir does not abandon its goals simply because of one setback. Then we'll be ready the next time too," Izuku said firmly, refusing to relent. The lieutenant's retreat, when it finally came, was considerably less graceful than their previous escape, forced by the combined pressure of Izuku's relentless assault and RWBY's precisely timed support into a hasty, undignified withdrawal that left both of them breathing hard but undeniably victorious in the immediate confrontation, even as the figure vanished once more into the chaos of the retreating Grimm horde. As the dust finally settled and the last of the attacking force scattered into full retreat, Izuku found himself surrounded by the rest of the group, all of them battered, exhausted, but remarkably, blessedly, still standing, the structure behind them undamaged, the immediate threat decisively repelled. "We held," Coco said, surveying the scene with evident, weary satisfaction. "Properly held, this time. Not just survived. Held." Izuku looked around at the group, at RWBY's fierce, triumphant grin, at Weiss's careful, relieved composure, at Yang's exhausted but proud expression, at Blake's quiet, steady gratitude, at Velvet's gentle, genuine relief, at Coco's confident, commanding satisfaction, and felt, despite the exhaustion settling heavily into every aching muscle, a deep, certain pride in exactly how far this strange, found family had come together since that first uncertain encounter in the Emerald Forest months ago. Chapter 38. The lieutenant returned within the week, this time alone, and the manner of their arrival, walking openly out of the tree line in broad daylight rather than relying on stealth or coordinated assault, told Izuku immediately that this confrontation carried a different purpose than the previous attacks. "I'm not here for the structure today," the lieutenant said, stopping a measured distance from the station's outer perimeter, hands visibly empty, weapons sheathed. "I'm here for you specifically, transfer student. A direct challenge. My organization wishes to know definitively whether you are truly the obstacle our intelligence suggests, or whether the reports of your ability have been exaggerated by frightened, overcautious operatives." "That sounds like a trap," Weiss said immediately, already moving toward a defensive position alongside the rest of the gathered group. "It might be," the lieutenant acknowledged, with unsettling calm. "Or it might simply be exactly what I've said. Either way, the offer stands. Single combat, witnessed by your entire team to ensure no deception on my part. If I lose, my organization will reconsider its current approach toward this structure entirely. If I win, you will finally understand precisely how outmatched you actually are." Izuku considered the offer carefully, weighing the obvious risk of a trap against the equally obvious tactical value of testing the lieutenant's full capability directly, in a contained setting, rather than continuing to face them only during chaotic, large-scale engagements. "I'll accept," he said finally. "On the condition that my team maintains full defensive readiness throughout, and that the moment anything outside the agreed terms occurs, this becomes a different kind of fight entirely." "Acceptable," the lieutenant said, inclining their head slightly. The fight that followed tested Izuku more thoroughly than perhaps any single confrontation since his arrival in Remnant, the lieutenant fighting now without any concern for conserving strength for a broader battle, every strike calculated with singular, focused precision, every counter probing for the smallest opening with relentless, patient skill. Izuku matched them as best he could, full cowl climbing steadily higher as the exchange intensified, drawing on every scrap of training and combat experience accumulated across 3 years of professional hero work and months of dedicated practice in this new world, but found himself, as the fight stretched longer and longer, pushed toward the same dangerous edge that had once left him collapsed for 2 full days in Beacon's infirmary. He felt the familiar warning signs building, the telltale strain in his joints, the deepening ache that signaled he was approaching a percentage of one for all his body could not sustain for much longer, and recognized, with the same old, stubborn instinct, the temptation to simply push through regardless, to finish this fight decisively no matter the personal cost. This time, though, something different happened. This time, he was not alone. Izuku, RWBY's voice carried sharply from the sideline, not panicked, but urgent, focused, the voice of someone watching closely enough to recognize exactly what was happening. Pull back to the formation marker. We've got an opening. The instruction landed with the weight of months of dedicated, coordinated training, and Izuku, despite every old instinct screaming at him to simply finish the fight alone, trusted the team he had built around himself enough to actually listen, disengaging from the lieutenant's relentless pressure and retreating several steps toward the position RWBY had indicated. What followed was not the kind of solitary, self-destructive last stand that had once left him unconscious for 2 days. It was something else entirely, a precisely coordinated sequence the team had drilled extensively over the preceding weeks specifically for exactly this kind of scenario. Weiss's glyph blooming beneath his feet to restore a measure of speed his exhausted body could no longer generate on its own, Yang's well-timed intervention forcing the lieutenant to momentarily divide their attention, and Blake's swift, precise strike opening the critical gap Izuku needed. He pressed the advantage with whatever strength remained, no longer carrying the full weight of the fight alone but channeling the combined, coordinated effort of an entire team that had spent months learning exactly how to support him, and the lieutenant, finally overwhelmed by the layered, relentless pressure of genuine teamwork rather than singular heroics, went down hard, decisively, the fight ending not with Izuku's collapse but with his careful, controlled victory. Izuku stood over the defeated lieutenant, breathing hard but steady, his legs trembling with exhaustion but holding, no catastrophic collapse threatening to claim him this time, and felt a profound, quiet gratitude settle into his chest alongside the simple relief of victory. How? The lieutenant said, breathless, staring up at him with something like genuine confusion beneath the mask. You should have been finished minutes ago. Your power alone wasn't sufficient to sustain that pace. It wasn't just my power, Izuku said simply. It was never going to be just my power. Not anymore. The rest of the team gathered around quickly, securing the defeated lieutenant with the same practiced efficiency they had developed over months of shared combat experience, and RWBY, reaching Izuku's side first, studied him with careful, searching concern. You actually listened, she said, something quietly amazed in her voice. You pulled back when I told you to, instead of just pushing through alone like you always used to. I told all of you I'd trust the people around me to help carry the weight, Izuku said, managing a tired but genuine smile despite his exhaustion. I meant it. This is what that actually looks like, I think. Finally, Coco, arriving a moment later with her usual sharp, assessing eyes, surveyed the scene with evident, profound satisfaction. Look at that, she said. Growth. I'm almost proud enough to cry, and I never cry. Don't ruin the moment, Yang said, laughing despite her own evident relief, and the group settled into the exhausted, triumphant aftermath together, the lieutenant's defeat marking, Izuku suspected strongly, only the beginning of whatever reckoning still waited with the Hollow Choir's larger organization, but a victory, nonetheless, built not on solitary sacrifice but on the steady, trusted strength of the family he had built around himself in this strange, unexpected world. Chapter 39. The lieutenant, once secured and transferred into Atlas's custody for formal questioning under the terms of the recently established intergovernmental cooperation, proved considerably less forthcoming than anyone had hoped, offering little beyond confirmation of the Hollow Choir's basic structure and a cold, unwavering confidence that the organization's broader plans remained entirely intact despite this particular setback. Blake, watching the transfer through a secure viewing window alongside Izuku, studied the masked figure's retreating form with an unreadable mixture of relief and lingering, complicated grief. It wasn't them, she said quietly, once the transport had departed. The person whose handwriting I recognized on those documents? I asked, during the brief period before Atlas took custody. The lieutenant confirmed someone else entirely wrote those particular pages, someone considerably higher in the organization's structure than the operative we actually captured today. How do you feel about that? Izuku asked gently. Relieved, mostly, Blake admitted. And a little unsettled, knowing whoever I once trusted is still out there somewhere, presumably still committed to whatever the Hollow Choir actually intends. But also oddly grateful. It means I didn't have to face them directly today, before I was fully ready to. You'll be ready when the time actually comes, Izuku said. I have no doubt about that. Blake offered him a small, genuine smile, the lingering tension of the day's events easing slightly at the simple, sincere confidence in his words. Back at the research station, the rest of the group had gathered near the now familiar fire pit, the exhausted, triumphant aftermath of the day's battle settling into something quieter and more reflective as evening descended over the camp. Weiss found Izuku first, settling beside him with unusual hesitation for someone normally so composed. I watched you pull back today, she said. When RWBY called the retreat. I don't think I've ever seen you actually do that before, not really, not in any fight that mattered this much. I've been trying, Izuku said. Ever since the infirmary, ever since all of you told me how much it scared you, watching me push past my limits alone. Today was the first time it actually felt natural, instead of like I was forcing myself against every instinct I've ever had. I'm proud of you, Weiss said simply, the words carrying considerable weight given how rarely she offered them without some accompanying critique. Genuinely. That kind of growth doesn't happen by accident. Thank you, Izuku said, warmth spreading through his chest at the simple, sincere praise. It happened because of all of you, honestly. I don't think I could have learned to trust the people around me this completely without actually having people worth trusting that much. Yang joined them a few minutes later, dropping down on Izuku's other side with her usual easy confidence, though something quieter and more genuine lingered beneath it tonight. RWBY told me what you said to her, she said. After the fight. About finally trusting all of us to help carry the weight. I meant every word, Izuku said. I know you did, Yang said. That's sort of the whole point of why it matters so much. RWBY herself arrived shortly after, practically glowing with the kind of pure, unrestrained pride that came from watching a plan she had helped design actually work exactly as intended. We did it, she said, settling in across from the small group with evident, barely contained excitement. The coordination, the formation, all of it. It actually worked, exactly the way we practiced. It worked because you called the retreat at exactly the right moment, Izuku said. That was your instinct, RWBY. Your leadership. I just had to trust it enough to actually listen. RWBY's pride deepened visibly at the acknowledgement, her earlier doubts about her own leadership, the ones she had shared with Izuku weeks earlier on the rooftop, clearly settling now into something steadier and more certain. Velvet and Coco arrived together a short while later, completing the small gathering, and for a while the seven of them simply sat together around the fire, the heavy weight of the day's battle gradually giving way to something lighter, the easy, comfortable warmth that had become so familiar over the past several months reasserting itself naturally despite everything that had happened. We should probably talk about what comes next, Coco said eventually, though her tone carried none of the urgency the words might have suggested, simply a practical acknowledgement of reality rather than an immediate demand for action. The hollow choir isn't finished, not by a long way. But I think tonight, just for tonight, we're allowed to actually celebrate what we accomplished, before we go back to worrying about what's still coming. Agreed, Izuku said, looking around at each of them in turn, at RWBY's bright, settled confidence, at Weiss's quiet, genuine warmth, at Blake's steady, grateful calm, at Yang's easy, unguarded affection, at Velvet's gentle, contented smile, at Coco's satisfied, commanding presence, and felt, despite everything still looming on the horizon, a deep and certain gratitude for exactly how far this strange, found family had come together, and exactly how much further he now trusted them all to go. Side by side, whatever challenges still waited ahead. Chapter 40. The weeks that followed the lieutenant's defeat settled into a rhythm that felt, for the first time since Izuku's arrival in Remnant, genuinely sustainable rather than constantly braced against the next emergency. The research station's defenses now firmly established, the rotation between beacons' combined teams running smoothly, and the broader investigation into the hollow choir's true scope continuing steadily under Ozpin and Ubleck's careful, methodical direction. Izuku found himself, on a quiet evening near the end of the term, standing once more at the edge of the emerald forest clearing where his entire impossible journey had begun, the ancient structure visible in the near distance, its slow, patient pulse of dimensional energy a constant, steady presence now rather than the source of frantic, desperate hope it had once represented. Thinking about home, Blake's voice came quietly from behind him, and he turned to find her approaching, her expression carrying the same quiet, perceptive understanding that had marked their friendship from its earliest days. A little, he admitted. I still think about it. I don't think that feeling ever fully goes away, honestly. But it doesn't carry the same desperate weight it used to. I trust now that the door is still there, still being studied properly, and that whenever it actually opens, however long that takes, I'll have done right by everyone here in the meantime. That's a healthier way to hold it, Blake said, settling beside him to watch the structure's faint, distant glow. Than the way you were holding it when we first found you. I had a lot of help learning how, Izuku said, smiling. The rest of the group joined them gradually over the following several minutes, drawn by some unspoken agreement to gather at this particular spot on this particular evening, RWBY and Weiss arriving together still mid-conversation about some technical detail of an upcoming training exercise, Yon trailing behind with her usual easy confidence, Velvet and Coco completing the small gathering with the comfortable, settled warmth that had become so familiar over the past several months. Look at us, Coco said, surveying the group with evident satisfaction. All 7 of us, just standing around enjoying a sunset like we don't have an ancient dimensional conspiracy hanging over our heads. Feels almost normal. I'll take normal whenever we can get it, Yang said, dropping onto a fallen log with a contented sigh. Izuku looked around at each of them in turn, the easy, overlapping warmth of their conversation washing over him with the same quiet, settled gratitude he had come to feel so often over the past several months, and found himself, watching the sun finally dip below the distant tree line, genuinely, completely content in a way he had never fully expected to feel again after the rift first tore him from everything familiar. I want to say something, he said, and the easy chatter gradually quieted as the group turned their attention toward him. I know we still have a long road ahead of us. The hollow choir hasn't given up, the structure still holds mysteries we haven't fully unraveled, and there's an entire organization out there that clearly believes its goals are worth any cost to achieve. But I wanted all of you to know, regardless of whatever comes next, that landing in this world, as strange and impossible as it felt at first, has given me something I'm not sure I ever would have found otherwise. A family, built entirely by choice rather than circumstance, that I would not trade for anything, not even the world I left behind. The silence that followed carried real weight, each of them absorbing the sincerity of the words in their own way, before RWBY, predictably, broke the quiet first. Okay, now I'm getting emotional, she said, wiping at her eyes with theatrical exaggeration that nonetheless failed to fully mask genuine feeling underneath it. You can't just say things like that without warning a person. She's right, that was deeply unfair, Yang said, laughing, though her own eyes carried a suspicious brightness. Weiss, for her part, simply reached over and rested her hand briefly against Izuku's arm, the small gesture carrying more weight than any lengthy declaration could have managed. We feel the same way, she said simply. All of us. I think you already know that. I do, Izuku said. I just wanted to say it out loud, for once, instead of just feeling it quietly and assuming everyone already understood. Velvet's smile, warm and entirely unguarded, said everything her quiet nature did not need to put into words, and Coco, watching the whole scene with her usual sharp, satisfied attention, allowed herself a rare moment of genuine, unguarded sentiment before her customary confidence reasserted itself. All right, she said, standing and stretching theatrically to break the heavier emotional weight of the moment. Enough sappy declarations for one evening, before all of us turn into RWBY over here. We've got training at dawn, and apparently a centuries-old organization to eventually take down. Let's actually get some rest while we still can. The group began making their way back toward the research station together, the easy, comfortable warmth of the evening settling into something steadier and more certain than Izuku had ever quite managed to feel before, and as they walked, the ancient structure behind them continued its slow, patient pulse, indifferent to the gathering bonds forming in its shadow, but no longer, Izuku felt certain, the sole focus of his entire existence in this strange, impossible, increasingly beloved world. Somewhere beyond Remnant's borders, in places none of them had yet seen, the hollow choir continued its own patient, deliberate work, the true scope of its ambition still only partially understood, and Izuku, walking home alongside the family he had built from nothing, felt ready, for the first time since the rift first tore him from everything familiar, to face whatever still waited ahead, together, whatever shape that fight eventually took. Part 1, Act 4. Chapter 41. 3 weeks of relative quiet had settled over Beacon and the research station alike, the kind of quiet that came after a genuine victory rather than the brittle, watchful stillness of simply waiting for the next disaster, and Izuku found himself, for the first time in longer than he could easily remember, actually enjoying the rhythm of ordinary days. Classes resumed their normal cadence. Training sessions settled into a steady, sustainable pace rather than the frantic intensity of active crisis preparation. Even Selim, the skeptical classmate from his first lecture weeks earlier, had grudgingly thawed into something resembling polite acknowledgement after watching Izuku's exhibition performance during a follow-up combat assessment. It was, by any reasonable measure, the closest thing to a normal life Izuku had built since the rift first tore him from his own world, and he allowed himself, cautiously, to enjoy it. That did not mean the underlying tension had vanished entirely. Reports continued trickling in from the research station's expanded monitoring network, small but persistent anomalies that Oobleck catalogued with his usual meticulous attention, unusual Grimm migration patterns shifting toward specific points along Vale's outer territories, faint, irregular fluctuations in the dimensional readings that did not match the structure's now familiar baseline pulse. Probably nothing, Oobleck said, during one of the team's regular briefing sessions, though the careful crease between his eyebrows suggested he did not entirely believe his own reassurance. Or, more likely, evidence that our adversaries have not abandoned their ambitions simply because their most recent attempt failed. Patience, as we have established, is very much their specialty. Any indication of where they might be regrouping? Coco asked, her usual confident ease tempered by the same careful attentiveness the entire team had carried since the lieutenant's defeat. Nothing definitive, Ozpin said, from his place at the head of the briefing table. Which is, in its own way, more concerning than a clear signal would be. An organization with the patience and resources the Hollow Choir has demonstrated does not simply vanish after a single setback. They regroup, they adapt, and they return, typically with considerably more preparation than their previous attempt. Izuku absorbed this with the same careful, methodical attention he gave any developing threat, the easy contentment of the past several weeks settling into something more watchful without losing its underlying warmth entirely. Should we be doing anything differently right now? He asked. Beyond maintaining the current rotation? For the moment, simply remain alert, Ozpin said. Continue your training, continue your studies, continue building the kind of cohesion that served you so well during the previous confrontation. If and when the Hollow Choir does move again, I suspect we will need every bit of that cohesion, and considerably more besides. The briefing concluded without further developments, and the group dispersed back into their ordinary routines, though Izuku noticed, walking back across the courtyard alongside RWBY and Weiss, that the easy banter between them carried a slightly more deliberate quality than it had during the height of their post-victory relief, the kind of conversation people maintained partly to reassure themselves that ordinary life remained possible, even while watching carefully for the next disruption. Do you ever get tired of waiting for the next thing to go wrong? RWBY asked, glancing sideways at Izuku as they crossed toward the dormitories. Constantly, Izuku admitted, with a faint, wry smile. Back home, I used to think that feeling would fade eventually, once I got more experienced. It never really did. I think it's just part of choosing this kind of life. You learn to enjoy the quiet without forgetting it's temporary. That's a very practical way to think about it, Weiss said. It's the only way I've found that doesn't drive me slowly insane with anticipation, Izuku said, and RWBY laughed, the sound easy and genuine despite the underlying tension of the conversation's actual subject. They reached the dormitory courtyard as evening settled fully over the campus, the warm lights of Beacon's towers glowing steadily against the deepening sky, and Izuku, looking out over the familiar, peaceful scene, felt the quiet, persistent hope that this particular calm might actually last a while longer settle alongside the equally persistent, practiced readiness for whatever eventually came to disrupt it. He did not have to wait especially long to find out which of those two feelings would prove correct. Chapter 42. The summons came less than a week later, delivered with considerably more urgency than the routine briefing sessions of recent weeks, and Izuku found the full combined group already gathered in Ozpin's office by the time he arrived, the atmosphere noticeably tighter than it had been during their previous, more measured discussions. We have confirmed something significant, Ozpin said, without preamble, once everyone had settled. Dr. Ublek's continued research, combined with intelligence shared through our Atlas Cooperation Agreement, has revealed that the Emerald Forest structure is not an isolated phenomenon. It is one node within a considerably larger network, several similar structures scattered across Vale's broader territory, each one apparently linked to the others through some mechanism we do not yet fully understand. How many nodes? Blake asked immediately, her expression sharpening with focused concern. At least 4 within Vale's borders alone, Ublek said, spreading a hastily annotated map across the table. Possibly more scattered across the other kingdoms, given the historical references we recovered from the warehouse documents. More pressingly, our monitoring has detected clear, unmistakable hollow choir activity at a second node, located roughly 2 days' travel from here, in a remote section of territory bordering the southern coast. They're already there, Coco said, the implication landing immediately. While we've been sitting here enjoying 3 weeks of quiet. It would appear so, Ozpin said grimly. Our monitoring suggests an excavation in progress, considerably more advanced than anything we observed at the original site before your arrival, Mr. Midoriya. I am inclined to believe they have learned from their previous failures and are moving with greater speed and confidence as a direct result. Izuku felt the easy, settled contentment of the past several weeks give way immediately to the familiar, focused readiness of an emerging crisis, the careful, methodical part of his mind already calculating implications and contingencies. We need to move on this immediately, he said. If they're already excavating, every day we wait gives them more opportunity to either complete whatever they're attempting or to simply finish and relocate before we can intervene at all. Precisely my own assessment, Ozpin said. Which is why I intend to deploy your combined team immediately, with full authorization to engage as necessary. Given the urgency, I will not be accompanying you directly this time, though Professor Goodwitch will remain in direct communication throughout, and I will mobilize additional support the moment circumstances allow. RWBY straightened at this, something settling into her expression that Izuku recognized immediately as the particular, focused resolve she had carried since their conversation on the rooftop weeks earlier, the quiet confidence of someone who had finally made peace with the weight of genuine leadership. Then I'll need a full briefing on the terrain and the most current intelligence, she said, her tone carrying a new, decisive clarity that drew Ozpin's evident, approving attention. If we're moving without direct oversight this time, I want to make sure our formation and contingencies account for every variable we can reasonably anticipate before we even leave Beacon's grounds. An excellent instinct, Miss Rose, Ozpin said, something warm touching his usually careful composure. I will have Dr. Ublek compile everything currently known about the southern node's terrain and the suspected scale of the hollow choir's presence there. You will have full operational authority once you depart, subject only to maintaining communication with Professor Goodwitch. The weight of that authority settled visibly over RWBY, but rather than the anxious uncertainty she had carried weeks earlier, Izuku watched her absorb it now with steady, focused determination, the kind of quiet growth that had clearly been building, piece by piece, ever since that earnest conversation under the stars. We can do this, RWBY said, looking around at the rest of the gathered group, her tone carrying genuine, settled confidence rather than forced bravado. We've trained for exactly this kind of scenario. Let's go figure out what the hollow choir is actually trying to accomplish out there, before they get any further along than they already are. The group dispersed quickly to begin preparations, the easy, comfortable rhythm of recent weeks giving way once more to the focused, efficient urgency of imminent deployment, and Izuku, gathering his own gear alongside the others, felt a quiet, steady pride settle into his chest at watching RWBY step fully into the kind of leadership she had once doubted she was capable of carrying. The growth of these past several months crystallizing now into exactly the kind of strength this new, escalating threat would demand of all of them. Chapter 43. The journey south took a full day and a half by airship and a final stretch on foot through increasingly rugged coastal terrain, and Izuku spent much of the travel time watching, with quiet admiration, as RWBY worked through the operational details with a thoroughness that would have seemed entirely foreign to the girl he had first met scrambling over a forest clearing months earlier. Okay, RWBY said, spreading Ublek's hastily compiled terrain maps across a makeshift table in the airship's cramped cargo hold. The rest of the group gathered close around her. The southern node sits in a coastal ravine, which means limited approach vectors, but also limited room for us to maneuver if things go wrong. I want Weiss and Blake on the western ridge for overwatch and flanking support, Yang and Yatsuhashi anchoring the direct approach, Velvet and Coco maintaining flexible reserve positioning since we don't know yet what we're actually walking into, and Izuku and I taking point on initial reconnaissance, since between the two of us we've got the best combination of speed and combat readiness if things go sideways immediately. That's a solid breakdown, Coco said, studying the map with evident approval. Though I'd suggest swapping Velvet and I to cover the eastern approach instead of pure reserve, given that ravine terrain. Reserve positioning works better with more open ground to actually maneuver into, and from what I can see here, the eastern side gives better sight lines if we need to redeploy quickly. RWBY considered this for a moment, studying the map with genuine, focused attention rather than simply deferring or dismissing the suggestion outright. You're right, she said. That's a better use of the terrain. Adjusting accordingly. Izuku watched the exchange with quiet satisfaction, recognizing in it exactly the kind of collaborative, confident leadership RWBY had worried, weeks earlier, that she might never fully develop, the willingness to incorporate genuine feedback without losing her own clear sense of overall direction. You've gotten really good at this, he said quietly, once the broader planning session had wound down and the group settled into the airship's remaining travel time with whatever rest they could manage. I've had a lot of practice lately, RWBY said, allowing herself a tired but genuine smile. And good people around me who actually trust my instincts enough to follow through on them, even when I'm still figuring out the details as I go. That's most of what good leadership actually is, I think, Izuku said. Trusting your own instincts enough to commit to a plan, while staying open enough to adjust when someone points out something you missed. You're doing both of those things really well. RWBY's smile widened slightly at the praise, something warm and pleased settling into her expression. Thanks, she said. That actually means a lot, coming from someone with 3 years of professional experience doing exactly this kind of thing. For what it's worth, Izuku said, I think you'd have figured this out eventually even without me. I've just gotten to watch it happen up close, which has honestly been one of the better parts of this whole strange situation. The remainder of the journey passed in a mixture of careful rest and continued, increasingly detailed planning, the group's earlier tension from the briefing settling gradually into the familiar, focused readiness Izuku recognized from every major engagement they had faced together since the original expedition months earlier. They reached the final approach to the coastal ravine as evening fell, the terrain growing rougher and more isolated with every passing kilometer, salt-laden wind carrying the distant, rhythmic crash of waves against unseen cliffs somewhere beyond the tree line, and RWBY called the group to a halt at the ridge overlooking the suspected excavation site, the careful, practiced caution of someone who had learned, through hard experience, exactly how costly underestimating an opponent's preparedness could prove. All right, she said quietly, scanning the darkening terrain below with sharp, focused attention. Let's see exactly what we're dealing with. And let's make sure we go in with our eyes open this time. Izuku settled in beside her, scanning the same terrain with his own careful attention, and felt the familiar, steady calm of shared purpose settle over him, the comfortable, practiced rhythm of a team that had learned, across months of shared hardship and growth, exactly how to face whatever waited for them next, together. Chapter 44. The excavation site, once Izuku and RWBY moved into position for direct observation, proved considerably more extensive than RWBY's preliminary intelligence had suggested, a sprawling network of carefully dug trenches and supporting equipment surrounding a second ancient structure that bore unmistakable similarities to the one in the Emerald Forest, half exposed now beneath the combined effort of what appeared to be several dozen hollow choir operatives working with methodical, practiced efficiency. That's a lot more people than we anticipated, RWBY murmured, studying the scene through a small pair of field glasses Weiss had provided before the team split into position. And a lot more progress than I expected, Izuku said grimly, noting the considerable portion of the structure already cleared of centuries of accumulated earth and stone. If RWBY's theory about these nodes being connected holds true, they might be considerably closer to whatever their actual goal is than we initially feared. RWBY keyed her comm device, voice low and steady despite the evident concern in her expression. Everyone in position, report status, she said. Confirmation came back quickly through each of the team's assigned posts. Weiss and Blake settled into Overwatch along the western ridge, Yang and Yatsuhashi holding the direct approach, Coco and Velvet maintaining their adjusted eastern flanking position. The entire team arranged exactly as RWBY's careful planning had laid out during the journey south. Options, RWBY said quietly, glancing toward Izuku. We could try to disrupt the excavation directly, but with this many operatives, we'd be significantly outnumbered if it turns into a full engagement. Or we wait and gather more intelligence before committing to anything. I don't think we have the luxury of waiting much longer, Izuku said, studying the excavation site's apparent progress with careful, methodical attention. Look at how far they've already cleared the structure. If they finish before we act, we lose whatever advantage surprise might still give us. RWBY considered this, weighing the risk with the same careful deliberation she had shown throughout the journey south, before reaching a decision. We disrupt it, she said finally. Focused, fast, in and out before they can fully mobilize against us. We're not trying to win a prolonged fight against this many operatives. We're trying to set them back enough to buy time for Ozpin to mobilize additional support. She relayed the adjusted plan quickly through the comm network, and the team moved with the kind of practiced, coordinated efficiency that months of dedicated training had built between them, Weiss and Blake providing precise, disruptive cover fire from the ridge, Yang and Yatsuhashi creating a focused breach point along the most heavily defended approach, Coco and Velvet flanking wide to draw attention away from the structure itself. Izuku and RWBY moved directly toward the excavation's central equipment, full cowl flaring as Izuku tore through the supporting machinery with calculated, efficient strikes, RWBY's speed and precision clearing a path through the scattered, surprised resistance that the sudden assault generated. The fight that followed was fast and chaotic, the Hollow Choir operatives clearly caught off guard by the suddenness and coordination of the attack, scrambling to mount an effective defense even as the team's focused assault steadily dismantled the most critical pieces of their excavation equipment. It was the sudden, sharp voice cutting through the chaos, carrying an unmistakable authority that immediately drew every operative's attention, that signaled the engagement's true turning point. Withdraw, the voice commanded, calm and utterly controlled despite the chaos surrounding it. We have what we need from this location regardless. Let them have their small victory. Izuku turned toward the source of the voice and found, for the first time, a figure he had not yet encountered, tall and composed, dressed in considerably more formal attire than the operatives surrounding them, watching the chaotic retreat unfold with an expression of calm, almost academic detachment that struck Izuku as far more unsettling than the lieutenant's previous calculated aggression had ever managed. "Who are you?" Izuku called out, even as the surrounding operatives began their organized, disciplined withdrawal. The figure's gaze settled on him directly, something assessing and entirely unhurried in the look. "Someone you will have the opportunity to know considerably better, in time," the figure said. "For now, take your small victory, transfer student. Savor it. It changes very little about what comes next." And then, with the same calm, unhurried composure, the figure withdrew alongside the retreating operatives, the entire excavation site emptying with disciplined efficiency that left Izuku and RWBY standing amid the wreckage of the disrupted equipment, breathing hard. The brief, chaotic skirmish ended as abruptly as it had begun. That, RWBY said, surveying the hastily abandoned site, did not feel like a victory, even though we technically accomplished what we set out to do. No, Izuku agreed grimly, watching the direction the figure had retreated. It didn't. I think we just met someone considerably more dangerous than the lieutenant ever was. Chapter 45. The hastily abandoned excavation site yielded considerably more useful intelligence than the operatives had apparently realized in their disciplined but rushed withdrawal, and Izuku found himself, alongside the rest of the team, sorting through scattered documents and equipment well into the night, the entire group reluctant to leave the site unexamined despite the day's exhausting confrontation. "This is significant," Blake said, studying a thick, leather-bound journal she had recovered from a hastily abandoned equipment crate, her expression carefully controlled despite the evident weight of what she was reading. "This isn't just operational notes. This reads like a personal account, written by someone with genuine authority over the organization's broader strategy." "Whose account?" Weiss asked, leaning in to study the dense, careful handwriting. "The name signed at the end is simply given as the conductor," Blake said. "Which matches a title I vaguely remember hearing referenced, years ago. during my time with the original organization. If this is accurate, we may have just encountered the actual leader of the Hollow Choir directly, rather than another lieutenant. The implication settled heavily over the group, and Izuku felt the careful, methodical part of his mind already racing through what that meant for everything they had assumed about the threat scale and structure. What does the journal actually say? Coco asked, her usual confident ease tempered now by focused concern. Blake read through several more pages carefully before answering, her voice steady despite the obvious weight of the content. The conductor believes the network of structures, what Oobleck called the nodes, are not merely connected to the Grimm's origins in some abstract sense, she said. According to this, they form a kind of containment system, an old binding mechanism deliberately built to suppress something the conductor refers to only as the source, a concentration of whatever fundamental force originally gave rise to the Grimm in the first place. A containment system, Izuku repeated slowly. You're saying these structures aren't just connected to the Grimm. They're actively holding something back. That's how the conductor describes it, Blake said. And according to this journal, the plan isn't simply to study or harness that containment. It's to deliberately break it. All at once, across every node simultaneously, in an event the journal refers to repeatedly as the Unbinding. The full weight of the revelation settled over the group in heavy, uneasy silence, the scattered documents and abandoned equipment around them suddenly carrying a far more sinister significance than the team had initially assumed. Why would anyone want that? RWBY asked, her voice carrying genuine, troubled confusion. If breaking the containment means more Grimm, worse Grimm, why would any organization actually want to cause that deliberately? Blake turned several more pages, her expression growing increasingly troubled as she read further. The conductor's reasoning is laid out here, in considerable detail, she said. The belief seems to be that the current containment doesn't just suppress the Grimm's origin. It also suppresses something else entirely, some kind of power the conductor believes humanity and Faunus alike were meant to access freely, before the original binding was put in place centuries ago. The conductor genuinely believes that breaking the containment, despite the obvious risk of catastrophic Grimm activity, would also unlock that suppressed power for those prepared to claim it. That's an enormous gamble, Weiss said, horror evident in her tone. Risking a continent-wide Grimm catastrophe on the belief that some suppressed power exists at all, let alone that it could actually be controlled once released. The conductor doesn't read like someone troubled by that gamble, Blake said quietly. If anything, this journal suggests an almost serene confidence about the outcome. Whoever wrote this genuinely believes they're right, completely and absolutely, regardless of the risk involved. Izuku felt a cold, familiar dread settle into his chest, the particular weight of facing an adversary who believed, with complete and unwavering conviction, that their catastrophic goal represented the correct path forward, the kind of ideological certainty that had proven, throughout his own career fighting villains back home, considerably more dangerous than simple greed or cruelty ever managed to be. We need to get this information back to Ozpin immediately, he said. If the conductor genuinely intends to trigger this unbinding across multiple nodes simultaneously, we're not just defending a single research site anymore. We're trying to prevent something that could threaten the entire continent. RWBY nodded, already moving to secure the recovered documents and coordinate the team's return journey, the earlier exhaustion of the day's confrontation giving way now to renewed, focused urgency. Then let's move quickly, she said. We've got a lot more to prepare for than we realized when we left Beacon. Chapter 46. Ozpin convened the full briefing the moment the team returned to Beacon, the recovered journal spread carefully across his desk alongside Obleck's own rapidly assembled supplementary research, and the gravity in the room felt considerably heavier than even the previous briefing regarding the network of nodes had carried. I have spent the past several hours cross-referencing this journal against every historical fragment Dr. Obleck and I have managed to piece together, Ozpin said, his usual careful composure stretched now by genuine, evident concern. I believe the conductor's account, troubling as it is, aligns disturbingly well with what little verified history exists regarding the origins of this containment system. Can you actually explain what the unbinding would mean in practice? Izuku asked. Not just in the abstract terms the journal uses, but in concrete terms. What would we actually be looking at if the conductor succeeds? Obleck stepped forward, his usual energetic enthusiasm entirely absent, replaced by a grim, careful gravity that struck Izuku as far more unsettling than his typical animated lecturing. If the containment network truly suppresses the source of Grimm activity, as the conductor's journal suggests, he said, then breaking it across multiple nodes simultaneously would almost certainly trigger an unprecedented surge in Grimm numbers and aggression, not localized to a single region, but spreading across significant portions of the continent within a matter of days, possibly hours. How significant? Coco asked, her voice tight. Significant enough that every kingdom's current defensive infrastructure would likely be overwhelmed within the first wave alone, Oblek said bluntly. We are not discussing a difficult but manageable crisis. We are discussing a scale of catastrophe that historical records suggest occurred only once before, during what fragmentary accounts refer to as the original binding event itself, centuries before any currently living person was born. The aftermath of that original event, by the most reliable accounts we have, very nearly ended civilization on this continent entirely. The weight of that settled over the room in heavy, stunned silence, and Izuku felt the full, staggering scale of what they were actually facing finally crystallize into something he could properly grasp, no longer an abstract, lore-heavy threat but a concrete, civilization-ending catastrophe that rested, terrifyingly, on the success or failure of their continued efforts to stop it. This isn't just about protecting one research site anymore, RWBY said quietly, her expression carrying the particular weight of someone fully absorbing the scope of a responsibility considerably larger than anything she had previously faced as a leader. This is about protecting everyone. Every kingdom, every person living in them. Yes, Ozpin said simply. It is. What can we actually do about it? Yang asked, her usual confident bravado tempered by genuine, focused seriousness. If the conductor's planning something this big, how do 7 of us, even with everything we've trained for, actually stop it? You will not be facing this alone, Ozpin said firmly. I am mobilizing every resource available to me, coordinating directly with Atlas, with Vacuo and Mistral as the situation demands, and reinforcing every known node within Vale's territory with whatever defensive presence we can muster on short notice. But I will be honest with all of you. The team gathered in this room has, time and again, demonstrated capabilities and cohesion that conventional forces simply have not matched. Whatever the broader mobilization accomplishes, I suspect the most critical confrontations will still fall, in significant part, to exactly the kind of trust and coordination the 7 of you have built together. Izuku looked around at the gathered group, at RWBY's steady, determined resolve, at Weiss's careful, focused concern, at Blake's quiet, grim understanding, at Yang's tempered confidence, at Velvet's gentle but unwavering attentiveness, at Coco's sharp, commanding readiness, and felt, despite the staggering weight of what they had just learned, a deep and certain conviction settle into his chest. Then we prepare properly, he said. We use whatever time we have left before the conductor's next move to make absolutely sure we're ready for exactly this scale of confrontation. We've grown a lot since that first fight in the Emerald Forest. I have to believe that growth means something, against a threat this large. It means everything, Ozpin said quietly. I would not have placed this much trust in 7 young people if I believed otherwise. The briefing concluded with the heavy, focused gravity of a group fully absorbing the true scale of what they now faced, and Izuku, walking out of Ozpin's office alongside the others, felt the weight of the coming confrontation settle firmly into place, no longer abstract or distant, but immediate, concrete, and absolutely, unavoidably real. Chapter 47. In the heavy, uncertain days that followed the briefing, the weight of the conductor's ambitions settled differently over each member of the team, and Izuku found himself, more than once, simply giving people the space to process it in their own way rather than inserting himself into every quiet moment of doubt. It was during one such evening, passing by the training floor on his way back from a late study session, that he overheard Weiss and RWBY's voices carrying from inside, low and earnest, and paused at the doorway rather than interrupt, recognizing immediately the particular weight of a conversation that did not need his presence to matter. I keep thinking about what Ozpin said, RWBY's voice carried softly through the open door. About how much responsibility is actually resting on us. I know I've gotten more confident about leading this team through smaller engagements, but this is different, Weiss. This isn't a lieutenant or a single excavation site. This is potentially the entire continent. I know, Weiss said, her voice carrying its own careful, considered weight. I've been thinking about it too. About my own family's legacy, honestly. The Schnee name built itself on resource extraction, on practical power. It never had to carry something like this, the weight of an actual world-ending threat resting on whether we make the right calls. Does it scare you? RWBY asked quietly. The idea that we might actually fail terrifies me, Weiss admitted, with a rare, unguarded honesty Izuku recognized as costing her considerable effort. But I think I'd rather be terrified and prepared than confident and unprepared. I've spent my whole life trying to prove I deserved respect through pure competence, and I think this is the first time I've actually felt ready to face something this serious, specifically because of everything our team has built together. Not because I'm naturally gifted enough to handle it alone, but because I trust every single person standing beside me. RWBY was quiet for a moment, and Izuku, still lingering at the doorway, heard the soft shift of fabric that suggested she had moved closer, offering some quiet, physical comfort. I trust you completely too, RWBY said. As a leader, and honestly, just as a friend. I don't think I tell you that often enough, given how much we used to clash when we were younger. We've both grown a lot since then, Weiss said, something warm entering her tone. I think that's true of this whole team, honestly. We're not the same people who first found Izuku stumbling through the Emerald Forest months ago. No, RWBY agreed. We're not. There was a brief pause before Weiss spoke again, her voice carrying a quieter, more careful curiosity. Can I ask you something personal? She said. About Izuku specifically. Of course. Does it ever feel complicated to you, Weiss asked, that so many of us care about him in such similar ways? I found myself wondering, more than once, whether that complicates our own friendship, given how close all of us have grown to each other through caring about the same person. RWBY considered this carefully before answering, her tone thoughtful rather than defensive. Honestly, I think it's made us closer, not more complicated, she said. We've all had to actually talk about our feelings instead of just assuming we're in competition with each other, the way people usually expect this kind of situation to work. Coco made sure of that, really, that first time she got everyone to just be honest instead of letting it fester into something resentful. She has a talent for that, Weiss said, a faint smile entering her voice. Forcing honesty when everyone else would rather avoid an uncomfortable conversation. It's a good talent to have around, RWBY said. Especially now, with everything we're about to face. I'd rather go into something this dangerous knowing exactly where everyone stands, with each other and with him, than carrying any unspoken tension into a fight this important. Agreed, Weiss said quietly. For what it's worth, I'm glad it's the 7 of us facing this together. Whatever happens, I can't imagine wanting to face something this significant with anyone else. Izuku, finally stepping quietly away from the doorway rather than continue listening to a conversation that had clearly never been meant for his ears, felt something deeply warm settle into his chest at the simple, sincere honesty of what he had overheard, the clear, unmistakable evidence that the bonds this strange, found family had built extended far beyond simply their individual feelings toward him, into something steadier and more genuinely sustaining among all of them. Whatever the conductor's ambitions ultimately demanded of them, he thought, walking back toward his own quarters through the quiet evening air, they would face it as exactly the kind of team capable of carrying that weight together, rather than any one person attempting to shoulder it alone. Chapter 48. The doubt, when it finally caught up with him, arrived quietly, in the small hours of a night Izuku could not sleep through, and he found himself walking the empty corridors of Beacon Tower with no particular destination in mind, simply needing the movement to keep the heavier thoughts from settling too deeply. He had not intended to end up outside Ozpin's office. He suspected, on some level, that some part of him had been heading there the entire time. You keep unusual hours, Mr. Midoriya. Ozpin's voice came from within, the door apparently not as fully closed as Izuku had assumed, and he hesitated only a moment before pushing it open, finding the headmaster awake at his desk despite the lateness of the hour, a single lamp casting warm light across the scattered research materials still spread before him. Couldn't sleep, Izuku admitted, stepping inside at Ozpin's gesture of invitation. Too much on my mind, I think. An understandable affliction, given recent revelations, Ozpin said, setting aside his work and regarding Izuku with the careful, patient attention he had come to associate with the headmaster's most serious conversations. What specifically is troubling you tonight? Izuku settled into the chair across from the desk, gathering his thoughts carefully before answering. I keep thinking about something Oblek said, weeks ago, back when we first started studying the original structure, he said. That my own arrival might have made the rift viable in a way it wasn't before. And now, with everything we've learned about the conductor's plans, the network of nodes, the unbinding, I can't stop wondering whether my presence in this world is somehow connected to why all of this is escalating now, rather than years ago, or years from now. What if I'm not just someone who happened to land in the middle of this? What if I'm actually part of what made it possible? Ozpin considered the question with the same careful, deliberate attention he gave every serious matter, allowing a long moment of silence before responding. I will not insult you with false reassurance, he said finally. It is possible that your arrival accelerated certain dynamics already in motion. I do not have enough information to rule that possibility out entirely. But I would ask you to consider something else alongside that possibility, Mr. Midoriya. Even if your presence did meaningfully affect this situation's timeline, that does not make you responsible for the conductor's choices, any more than the existence of a vault makes the vault responsible for someone choosing to rob it. But if I hadn't come here, Izuku said, maybe none of this would have happened yet. Maybe the people I care about wouldn't be facing a threat this large. Or perhaps the conductor would have found another way to accelerate their plans regardless, Ozpin said. Or perhaps this confrontation, delayed rather than prevented, would have arrived eventually with considerably less preparation on our part to meet it. You are assuming a counterfactual you cannot actually verify, and using that unverifiable assumption to assign yourself a blame you have no solid basis for carrying. Izuku absorbed this, recognizing the careful, logical structure of the argument even as the deeper, more emotional weight of his doubt resisted it. I think what actually scares me, he admitted slowly, is the idea that my choice to come here, to stay here, to build the life I built with all of you, might have come at a cost I never fully understood I was paying. That caring about this world, about all of you, might mean I'm tied to consequences I never would have chosen, if I'd fully understood them from the beginning. That is the nature of choosing to care about anything, Mr. Midoriya, Ozpin said gently. Every meaningful bond carries consequences you cannot fully predict at the outset. The alternative, refusing to care deeply enough to risk those consequences, is its own kind of cost, simply a quieter, more invisible one. I do not believe you would have been happier carrying that quieter cost instead. Izuku thought of Ruby's bright enthusiasm, of Weiss's careful, hard-won trust, of Blake's quiet, steady understanding, of Yang's warm, unguarded affection, of Velvet's gentle kindness, of Coco's fierce, organizing loyalty, and felt, despite the lingering weight of his doubt, the clear, certain truth of Ozpin's words settle into something he could genuinely accept. You're right, he said. I wouldn't trade any of it, even knowing what it might cost. I just needed to actually say the fear out loud, I think, instead of carrying it quietly and letting it grow heavier in the silence. A wise instinct, Ozpin said, something warm touching his careful composure. Fear shared honestly tends to lose much of its power over us. Fear carried in silence rarely does. Izuku nodded slowly, feeling something genuinely settle in his chest, the heavy doubt of the sleepless night easing, gradually, into something steadier and more resolved. Thank you, he said. For listening. And for being honest, instead of just telling me what I wanted to hear. You are most welcome, Mr. Midoriya, Ozpin said. Now, I would suggest attempting sleep once more. Whatever the conductor intends next, you will face it considerably better rested than you currently are. Izuku managed a tired, genuine smile at that, rising to take his leave, and found, walking back through the quiet, empty corridors toward his own quarters, that the heaviest weight of his earlier doubt had finally settled into something he could carry forward without it threatening to overwhelm him entirely. Chapter 49. With the full weight of the conductor's plans now understood, the days that followed fell into a renewed, intensive rhythm of preparation, the entire team dedicating every available hour to drills, equipment checks, and contingency planning, and Izuku found himself, during a rare lull in his own schedule, drawn toward the training floor by the sound of familiar, easy laughter that felt like a welcome contrast to the heavier mood of recent days. He found Velvet and Yang there together, in the middle of what appeared to be a genuinely entertaining sparring session, Velvet's semblance shifting rapidly between copied fighting styles while Yang attempted, with increasing exasperation, to predict which approach she might adopt next. "This isn't fair," Yang said, breathless, ducking under a strike that had, moments earlier, been delivered in a style clearly borrowed from Yatsuhashi's heavier, more deliberate swordwork. "You're basically cheating by being unpredictable on purpose." "It's not cheating," Velvet said, laughing, shifting again into something quicker and lighter that Izuku recognized, with some amusement, as an approximation of Blake's own fighting style. "It's adapting." "There's a difference." "Adapting unfairly," Yang said, grinning despite her evident frustration, finally landing a solid counter that sent Velvet stumbling back a step. "Okay, fine, that one was fair," Velvet admitted, catching her breath. Izuku settled onto a nearby bench to watch, content simply to enjoy the easy warmth of the exchange, and it was not long before Yang noticed him, waving him over with her usual easy confidence. "Hey, come settle this," she said. Velvet thinks her adaptability gives her a fundamental advantage in any one-on-one matchup. "I think raw power and predictability of style actually matters more than people give it credit for, because eventually you run out of new things to copy." "That's a genuinely interesting tactical question," Izuku said, considering it seriously. "I think it probably depends on the specific opponent. Against someone with a single, deeply mastered style, adaptability gives you a real edge, because you can study and counter their patterns over time. But against someone who's actually unpredictable themselves, adaptability alone might not be enough, because there's nothing stable to copy or adjust against." "See," Yang said, triumphant. "Nuance. I like nuance." "You like being told you're sort of right," Velvet said, smiling. "That's also true," Yang admitted, unbothered. They settled into a more relaxed conversation after that, the three of them stretched out across the training floor's benches, the earlier intensity of the sparring session giving way to easy, comfortable conversation that Izuku found himself grateful for, a small pocket of lightness amid the otherwise heavy preparation of recent days. "Can I ask you both something?" he said eventually. "How are you holding up, honestly, with everything we've learned about the conductor's plans?" Velvet considered the question seriously before answering. "Honestly, I'm scared," she admitted. "The scale of what we're facing now is so much bigger than anything before. But I think I'm handling it better than I would have months ago, because I trust this team so completely now. I don't think I'd have the same confidence facing something this large if I were still doubting my own place in the group." "That makes sense," Izuku said gently. "I'm scared too, if I'm being honest," Yang said, her usual bravado softening slightly. "But I think fear's actually useful, in the right amount. Keeps you sharp. I'd be more worried if none of us were scared at all, honestly. That would probably mean we weren't taking this seriously enough." "That's a healthy way to look at it," Izuku said, smiling. "I learned it from someone," Yang said, bumping her shoulder lightly against his, the gesture warm and familiar. Velvet's ears tilted slightly at the easy affection of the moment, a small, fond smile crossing her own expression as she watched the exchange. "I'm glad we get moments like this," she said quietly. "Even with everything else looming over us. It helps, having something lighter to hold on to between all the heavier preparation." "It does," Izuku agreed. "I think we all need that balance, actually. If we spend every waking moment only focused on the danger ahead, we'll burn out before we even get the chance to face it properly." "Wise words," Yang said, grinning. "Now come spar with us properly. I want to see if you can actually predict Velvet's next move better than I can." "I doubt it," Izuku said, laughing, but rose to join them regardless, the three of them spending the remainder of the afternoon in genuinely light-hearted training, the heavier weight of the coming confrontation set aside, for a few precious hours, in favor of simple, restorative camaraderie. Chapter 50. The attack on Beacon itself arrived without warning, 10 days after the southern excavation skirmish, the alarm sounding across the entire campus in the middle of a bright, ordinary afternoon that gave way, within minutes, to the kind of widespread chaos Izuku had not witnessed since his earliest days in Remnant. "This is too direct," Glinda said, already directing students and faculty into defensive positions across the main courtyard with brisk, practiced efficiency, her writing crop tracing sharp arcs through the air as she organized the rapidly assembling defense. The Hollow Choir has never attacked Beacon's main grounds directly before. This isn't subtle. It's not supposed to be subtle, Izuku said, watching the scale of the assault unfold across the campus, Grimm and Hollow Choir operatives alike pressing in from multiple directions simultaneously, the coordinated chaos of it carrying an unmistakable strategic purpose beneath the surface violence. I think this is a diversion. They want every available defender focused here, while something else happens elsewhere. Glinda's expression sharpened immediately at the implication. The research station. It would make sense, Blake said grimly, already moving into position alongside the rest of the team. Throw everything at Beacon, force a maximum response here, while the conductor moves on the original structure with minimal resistance. We can't confirm that without splitting our attention, Glinda said, the weight of the decision settling visibly over her usually composed expression. And we cannot simply abandon Beacon's defense on a guess, however well reasoned. Ozpin's voice cut through the chaos via the campus-wide communication relay, calm despite the obvious urgency. Professor Goodwitch is correct. We hold here with full force until the immediate threat is repelled. I am dispatching additional intelligence gathering toward the research station immediately to confirm or deny the suspected diversion. The fight that followed consumed the better part of the afternoon, Beacon's combined student body and faculty mounting a defense considerably more robust than the Hollow Choir's coordinated assault had apparently anticipated, Izuku and the rest of the team anchoring the most heavily pressured sections of the courtyard, full cull flaring steadily as he worked through wave after wave of attacking Grimm and operatives alike with the same calculated, methodical efficiency that had carried him through every major engagement since his arrival. Around him, the rest of the team fought with the same practiced, fluid synergy they had spent months refining, RWBY directing the broader defensive coordination with confident, settled authority, Weiss's glyphs reinforcing weakened defensive lines across multiple sections of the courtyard simultaneously, Yang and Yatsuhashi anchoring the most direct points of confrontation, Blake and Velvet weaving through the chaos to reinforce wherever the defense showed signs of strain, Coco's sharp, commanding presence coordinating the broader student body's response with practiced, decisive efficiency. It was nearly 2 hours into the engagement, the tide of the battle finally beginning to turn decisively in the defenders' favor, when the confirmation Izuku had feared finally arrived through the communication relay, Ozpin's voice carrying a tightly controlled urgency that cut through the chaos with immediate, focused weight. Confirmed, Ozpin said. A significant Hollow Choir force, including what our scouts believe to be the conductor personally, has breached the research station's outer defense. Team CFVY is currently holding the position alone. I am dispatching reinforcement immediately, but Beacon's defense cannot yet be safely abandoned given the scale of the current assault here. Izuku felt the weight of the revelation settle heavily over him, the careful, methodical calculation already racing through his mind even as he continued fighting through the immediate threats surrounding him. RWBY, he called out, cutting through the chaos toward her position. Coco and the others are facing the conductor alone right now. RWBY's expression sharpened immediately, the weight of the decision settling visibly over her even as she continued directing the broader defense. We need to finish here first, she said, the difficulty of the call evident in her voice. If we abandon Beacon's defense too early, we risk a much larger catastrophe right here, and we won't have the strength left to actually help anyone at the research station either. Just a little longer. We finish this properly, and then we move as fast as we possibly can. Izuku nodded, trusting her judgment despite the gnawing, urgent worry building in his chest, and threw himself back into the fight with renewed, focused intensity, the entire team pressing their advantage with everything they had. The knowledge that their friends were facing the organization's true leader alone, somewhere beyond Beacon's walls, lending a sharper, more desperate edge to every strike. Chapter 51. While Beacon's defenders fought to repel the diversionary assault on the main campus, the research station 30 kilometers away had already descended into its own desperate, isolated battle, Team CFVY finding themselves, in Izuku and the rest of Team RWBY's continued absence, facing a force considerably more dangerous than anything they had previously defended against alone. Coco felt the weight of command settle fully onto her shoulders the moment the conductor's forces breached the outer perimeter. The elegant, composed figure she had glimpsed only briefly during intelligence reports now moving through the station's defenses with calm, unhurried purpose that made the lieutenant's earlier aggression seem almost crude by comparison. Fall back to the secondary perimeter, Coco called, her voice carrying sharp, decisive authority despite the mounting pressure of the assault. Yatsuhashi, hold the eastern approach. Velvet, I need full flexibility, copy whatever gets us through this. Fox, watch our flank, this is going to get messy fast. The conductor's accompanying operatives fought with the same disciplined, coordinated precision the team had encountered before, but considerably more numerous, considerably more confident, clearly aware that Beacon's main defensive force remained occupied elsewhere and unable to provide immediate reinforcement. They timed this perfectly, Velvet said, breathless, shifting fluidly into a borrowed combat style to counter an aggressive flanking maneuver. They knew exactly how to split our attention. Then we make sure splitting our attention doesn't mean losing this position, Coco said firmly, already calculating the team's dwindling but still viable options. It was the conductor's own direct approach toward the ancient structure, moving through the chaos with the same calm, unhurried confidence Izuku had witnessed during the southern excavation, that forced Coco into the most difficult tactical decision of the entire engagement. Yatsuhashi, with me, she called, breaking from the main defensive line to intercept the conductor's advance directly, trusting Velvet and Fox to hold the broader perimeter in their absence. Everyone else, hold position. We cannot let them reach that structure. The confrontation that followed tested Coco more thoroughly than any previous engagement in her career as a huntress, the conductor's combat style proving as calm and methodically devastating as their broader strategic planning, every strike calculated with patient, almost academic precision that made the fight feel less like a battle and more like a carefully conducted experiment. Impressive resolve, the conductor said, deflecting a powerful strike from Yatsuhashi's blade with unsettling ease. Most would have abandoned this position the moment they recognized the scale of what they faced. You and your team have a stubborn loyalty to this place that I find, genuinely, rather admirable. We're not abandoning anything, Coco said, firing in coordinated bursts that forced the conductor into a careful, measured retreat, buying precious seconds even as her own reserves began to strain under the engagement's accumulated demands. The fight stretched on, the conductor's calm, patient pressure gradually wearing against the defender's dwindling stamina, and Coco felt, for the first time in longer than she cared to admit, the genuine, creeping possibility that this particular confrontation might not resolve in their favor without significant reinforcement arriving soon. It was a sudden, sharp surge in the conductor's tactical pattern, a brief but unmistakable hesitation in their otherwise flawless composure, that gave Coco the opening she desperately needed. There, she said, recognizing the small but genuine crack in the conductor's calm confidence, and pressed the advantage immediately, calling out a rapid, precise sequence of commands that brought Yatsuhashi's considerable strength to bear at exactly the right angle, forcing the conductor into an unexpectedly difficult defensive posture. It was not victory, not yet, but it was, Coco recognized immediately, the first genuine ground they had managed to claim back in the entire engagement, and she felt a fierce, determined satisfaction settle into her exhausted chest even as the fight continued to demand everything she and her team had left to give. Hold, she called out, to her own team and to herself in equal measure. Just hold a little longer. Reinforcement is coming. I know it is. Far across the intervening distance, at that exact moment, Izuku and the rest of Team RWBY, the beacon assault finally repelled, broke into a desperate, full-speed run toward the waiting transport that would carry them, as fast as Remnant's fastest available airship could manage, directly into whatever remained of the battle still raging at the research station. Chapter 52. The hesitation Coco had glimpsed in the conductor's composure proved fleeting, the calm, methodical figure recovering within moments and resuming the same patient, devastating pressure that had nearly overwhelmed the defense from the very beginning, and Coco felt the full weight of command settle even more heavily over her exhausted shoulders as she recognized, with grim clarity, that her team's reserves were running dangerously thin. Status, she called out, her voice carrying as much steady authority as she could manage despite her own mounting fatigue. Holding, barely, Velvet called back, her semblance cycling rapidly between borrowed styles in a desperate effort to keep pace with the relentless assault. I don't know how much longer I can keep adapting at this pace. Same here, Fox called from his own position, his usual quiet confidence strained by the accumulated demands of the prolonged engagement. Coco assessed the situation with the same sharp, decisive clarity that had carried her through every previous crisis, weighing their dwindling options against the structure's continued vulnerability, and recognized, with the particular clarity that came from genuine desperation, that conventional tactics alone would not be sufficient to hold the position much longer. "New plan," she said, the words coming with sudden, certain conviction. "We stop trying to match the conductor's patience with our own. We force them into a mistake instead." "How?" Yatsuhashi asked, breathing hard from his continued direct engagement with the conductor's calm, methodical assault. "Velvet, I need you to copy my weapon specifically, the moment I signal," Coco said, already calculating the precise timing the maneuver would require. Full minigun output, sustained, while Yatsuhashi and Fox create an opening through direct pressure. "The conductor's been countering everything we throw at them individually. Let's see how well that calm composure holds up against everything at once." It was a considerable risk, committing the team's remaining reserves to a single, decisive gambit rather than continuing the more cautious, attritional defense they had maintained thus far, but Coco recognized, with the clear, focused certainty of genuine leadership, that continuing the current approach would simply exhaust them into eventual defeat regardless. "On my signal," she called, watching the conductor's measured advance with sharp, calculating attention, waiting for exactly the right moment to commit. The signal came a heartbeat later, and the team's combined assault struck with sudden, overwhelming force, Velvet's borrowed minigun fire combining with Yatsuhashi's powerful, sweeping strikes and Fox's own relentless, blind fighting precision to create a coordinated pressure considerably more intense than anything the conductor had previously needed to counter. For the first time in the entire engagement, the conductor's calm composure genuinely cracked, forced into a hurried, considerably less elegant retreat that bought the team's exhausted defense the crucial breathing room it had desperately needed. "That's it," Coco called, pressing the advantage with everything her own exhausted reserves still had to offer. "Keep the pressure on, don't let them recover their rhythm." It was at exactly this moment, the conductor genuinely on the defensive for the first time in the engagement, that the distant, welcome roar of an approaching airship finally cut through the chaos of the battle, and Coco felt a fierce, relieved satisfaction settle into her exhausted chest at the unmistakable sight of Team RWBY's reinforcement finally arriving. "About time," she said, grinning despite her exhaustion, redirecting her team's focus to maintain the pressure just a little longer, the genuine, hard-fought ground they had managed to claim back finally about to receive the support it needed to hold decisively. The conductor, recognizing the shifting tide of the engagement with the same calm, calculating awareness that had marked their every previous action, paused for a brief, measured moment, studying the approaching reinforcement with something that might have been genuine, if grudging, respect. "Remarkable," the conductor said, mostly to themselves, before retreating several measured steps to consolidate their remaining position. "This particular team continues to exceed every reasonable expectation. I will need to revise my assessment of their capability considerably." Coco, hearing the words carry across the battlefield's remaining distance, allowed herself a single, fierce moment of pride before refocusing entirely on the continued fight, the arrival of reinforcement promising, finally, the kind of decisive advantage her exhausted team had fought so desperately hard to earn. Chapter 53. The airship touched down at the research station's edge with barely controlled urgency, and Izuku was moving before the ramp had fully lowered, full cowl already flaring across his limbs as he sprinted toward the sounds of continued battle, RWBY, Weiss, Blake, and Yang close behind him. They reached the inner perimeter to find Team CFVY battered but still standing, the conductor positioned at a measured, careful distance, studying the new arrivals with the same calm, assessing attention Izuku remembered from their first encounter at the southern excavation. "Reinforcement," the conductor said, with no evident alarm, simply quiet, academic interest. "I had wondered how long Beacon's main defense would hold you back. Welcome, Mr. Midoriya. I believe it is time we became properly acquainted." "You're the conductor," Izuku said, settling into a ready stance, the rest of the team spreading out around him with the same practiced, coordinated readiness they had built across months of shared combat experience. "I am," the conductor said simply. "And you, I understand, are the singular variable that has made my organization's long-delayed ambitions finally viable. I confess a certain professional curiosity about exactly what makes you so significant." "You're not getting that structure," Izuku said firmly. "Whatever the Unbinding actually requires, we're not letting it happen. "We shall see," the conductor said, and moved. The fight that followed unfolded on a scale Izuku had not yet experienced in Remnant, the conductor's combat style proving every bit as calm and methodically devastating as Coco's earlier account had suggested, each strike calculated with patient, almost scholarly precision that made the confrontation feel less like a battle and more like a careful, ongoing assessment of every weakness the combined team possessed. RWBY's speed, Weiss's glyphs, Blake's agility, Yang's relentless strength, all of it pressed against the conductor's composed defense with the same fluid, practiced synergy the team had built across months of shared training, and still the conductor weathered the combined assault with unsettling, calm efficiency, countering each coordinated strike with precise, economical movements that gave away nothing of strain or genuine difficulty. "Your coordination is impressive," the conductor said, deflecting a combined strike from Yang and Blake with practiced ease. "Genuinely. I have studied considerable records of huntsman team tactics over the years, and I have rarely observed this level of intuitive synergy. It is, regrettably, simply insufficient against what I have spent decades preparing for." Izuku felt the weight of that statement settle uncomfortably, recognizing in the conductor's calm confidence something considerably more dangerous than simple skill, an adversary who had genuinely, patiently prepared for exactly this kind of confrontation across a timescale none of them could fully match. It was Blake, watching the conductor's measured movements with careful, focused attention, who finally identified something the rest of the team had missed in the chaos of the engagement. "Wait," she called out sharply, cutting through the fight's continued momentum. "The pattern they're following, the specific sequence of movements near the structure. I recognize it. That's not just combat technique. That's part of a ritual, the same kind of mechanism described in the conductor's own journal." The conductor's composed expression flickered, just slightly, at the observation, the first genuine sign of surprise Izuku had witnessed from them throughout the entire encounter. "Perceptive," the conductor said, recovering quickly. "Though knowing the shape of the mechanism does not necessarily grant you the ability to stop it." "Maybe not alone," Blake said, "but with this team, I think we have a considerably better chance than you're currently giving us credit for." Izuku felt a fierce, renewed determination settle into his chest at Blake's words, the careful, methodical calculation of his own mind already shifting toward a new, more focused strategy, one built not simply on raw combat strength but on the kind of layered, coordinated insight that had carried this team through every previous confrontation. "Then let's prove it," he said, and the fight, already intense, sharpened into something considerably more focused and deliberate, the entire team rallying around Blake's critical insight with the same practiced, trusted coordination that had defined their growth across every act of this long, difficult journey. Chapter 54. The ritual requires a specific sequence at 4 points around the structure's base, Blake called out, her voice carrying clearly through the chaos of continued combat, her eyes never leaving the conductor's measured, deliberate movements. "I remember the diagram from the journal. If we can disrupt even one of those points before the sequence completes, the entire mechanism fails." "Which points?" RWBY called back, already calculating the structure's layout against Blake's description. "Northeast, southeast, southwest, and the center," Blake said. "The conductor's been working toward the center point this entire time. We need to cut them off before they reach it." Izuku absorbed the information instantly, his own tactical mind already mapping the necessary coordination across the team's available positions. "RWBY, Yang, take the southeast and southwest points, make sure nothing else interferes with our approach. Weiss, I need a glyph boost the moment I call for it. Blake, stay with me, you know the sequence better than anyone." The team scattered into position with the same fluid, practiced coordination they had built across months of shared combat, and the conductor, recognizing the shifting shape of the engagement, finally allowed a flicker of genuine concern to cross their otherwise composed expression. "You would need precise timing to disrupt this," the conductor said, continuing their measured advance toward the structure's center despite the mounting pressure. "A single miscalculation, and the disruption itself could prove as dangerous as allowing the ritual to complete." "We'll take that risk," Izuku said, pressing forward alongside Blake even as RWBY and Yang's combined assault forced the conductor into a more defensive, reactive posture than they had maintained throughout the entire previous engagement. Weiss's glyph bloomed beneath Izuku's feet at exactly the moment he called for it, propelling him forward with sudden, decisive speed that closed the remaining distance toward the structure's center point before the conductor could fully reposition to intercept. Now, Blake called, and Izuku struck the central anchor point with a precisely calculated burst of full cowl, careful and controlled rather than simply overwhelming, exactly the kind of measured disruption Blake's insight had indicated would be necessary rather than dangerous. The structure's ambient energy flared briefly, violently, the air around the central point crackling with sudden, unstable light, and for one terrifying moment Izuku feared the disruption itself might trigger precisely the catastrophe they were attempting to prevent. Then, just as suddenly, the energy settled, the dangerous instability collapsing back into the structure's familiar, steady pulse rather than escalating into anything more catastrophic, and Izuku felt a wave of profound relief wash through him as the immediate danger passed. The conductor, witnessing the ritual's disruption with evident, genuine shock for the first time throughout the entire prolonged confrontation, stumbled back several measured steps, their carefully maintained composure finally, visibly cracking. "No," the conductor said, something approaching genuine distress entering their voice for the first time. "Decades of preparation, and you disrupt it with a single, well-timed intervention." "We had help," Izuku said, breathing hard but steady, glancing toward Blake with quiet, profound gratitude. "Knowledge you apparently underestimated us having access to." Blake met his gaze with her own quiet, fierce satisfaction, the weight of confronting her complicated past finally, genuinely paying off in exactly the way she had hoped when she first chose to face this investigation directly rather than running from it. The conductor, recovering some measure of their earlier composure despite the evident setback, regarded the assembled team with renewed, careful calculation. "This delays my plans," they said. "It does not end them. The network of nodes remains. My organization remains. You have won this particular confrontation, but the broader conflict is far from concluded. Then we'll be ready for whatever comes next," Izuku said firmly, the rest of the team gathering around him with the same fierce, determined resolve. "Just like we were ready for this." Chapter 55. The conductor's composure, fractured by the ritual's disruption, gave way to something colder and more desperate, the calm, academic detachment of earlier exchanges replaced now by the focused, dangerous intensity of someone recognizing that their carefully laid plans had genuinely, finally been threatened. "If I cannot complete the unbinding through patient preparation," the conductor said, drawing themselves up with renewed, grim resolve, "then I will simply have to remove the obstacle standing in my way directly." They moved with sudden, considerably more aggressive speed, abandoning the measured, calculating style they had maintained throughout the entire previous engagement in favor of something faster and more desperate, and Izuku recognized immediately that this shift, while more dangerous in the immediate moment, also represented exactly the kind of opening their coordinated team had spent months learning to exploit. "Now," he called, and the team responded with the same practiced, trusted synergy that had carried them through every previous confrontation, each of them stepping into the fight with a clear, deliberate purpose drawn from months of accumulated growth and hard-won understanding. RWBY moved first, her speed cutting a precise path directly into the conductor's flank, the same confident, decisive leadership she had built across every previous engagement guiding her movement with unerring, practiced precision. "I've got the opening," she called, and Yang followed immediately behind, her considerable strength capitalizing on the gap RWBY's speed had created with devastating, well-timed force. Weiss's glyphs bloomed across the battlefield in rapid, precise succession, boosting Blake's speed at exactly the critical moment, slowing the conductor's own movements with a carefully placed gravity glyph that bought the team's continued assault precious additional seconds. "Sustained pressure," she called, her voice carrying the same controlled, technical mastery that had marked her growth since that very first night watch conversation months earlier. Velvet, arriving alongside the rest of the reinforcement with Coco's exhausted but determined team, shifted fluidly through a rapid succession of borrowed styles, adapting instantly to whatever gap the conductor's increasingly desperate counterattacks attempted to exploit, her confidence in her own adaptive strength, hard-won across months of growth, carrying her through the exchange with steady, capable precision. Coco, despite her own exhaustion from the earlier prolonged engagement, anchored the broader coordination with the same sharp, commanding clarity that had defined her leadership since the very beginning. "Keep the pressure constant," she called. "Don't give them room to recover their footing." Blake, having already provided the critical insight that disrupted the ritual itself, now fought with renewed, fierce determination, her own complicated history with the organization finally, fully resolved into something steadier and more certain, every strike carrying the weight of someone who had faced down her own past and emerged from it considerably stronger. And Izuku, anchoring the team's coordinated assault with the same calculated, methodical focus that had carried him through every major battle since his arrival in Remnant, felt the full, accumulated weight of everything this strange, found family had built together across the months of their shared journey settle into the fight, no longer the solitary burden he had once carried alone, but something shared, distributed, and considerably more powerful as a result. The conductor, faced with the full, coordinated strength of a team that had grown immeasurably since their very first encounter at the southern excavation, found their increasingly desperate counterattacks faltering against the layered, practiced synergy arrayed against them, every opening they attempted to create immediately closed by another member of the team stepping seamlessly into the gap. "This is not possible," the conductor said, breathing hard now, genuine strain finally evident in their voice. "Decades of preparation, and a handful of students managed to dismantle every advantage I believed I had secured." "We're not just a handful of students," Izuku said, pressing the team's combined advantage with renewed, fierce determination. "We're a family. And we're not letting you hurt the people we care about." The conductor's expression, what little remained visible of their genuine emotion beneath their carefully maintained composure, flickered with something that might have been, for just a moment, genuine uncertainty, before settling once more into grim, determined resolve. Chapter 56. "Then let us settle this directly," the conductor said, and something in their bearing shifted, a final, desperate gathering of whatever reserves remained, and Izuku felt the unmistakable surge of a semblance finally fully unleashed, the air around the conductor crackling with sudden, considerable power that had clearly been held carefully in reserve throughout the entire prolonged engagement. "Everyone back," Izuku called, recognizing the dangerous shift immediately, and the team, trusting his judgment with the same practiced coordination they had built across months of shared experience, fell back to a more cautious, supportive formation, allowing Izuku the necessary space to meet this final, decisive escalation directly. The conductor's semblance, once revealed, proved to be a considerable manipulation of kinetic force, strikes landing with sudden, redirected momentum that made every exchange unpredictable in ways Izuku had not yet needed to account for, and he found himself, for the first time since arriving in Remnant, facing an opponent whose raw capability genuinely rivaled the most dangerous adversaries he had encountered back in his own world. He let full cal climb steadily, carefully, drawing on every scrap of training and experience accumulated across 3 years of professional hero work and months of dedicated growth in this new world. But unlike the desperate, solitary escalation that had once left him collapsed for 2 full days in Beacon's infirmary, this time he felt the steady, grounding presence of his team's support holding him accountable to the promise he had made them. "Pull back if you need to," RWBY called, watching the exchange with careful, focused attention. "We've got you covered. You don't have to win this alone." The reminder settled into him with steady, certain weight, and Izuku fought not as someone desperately proving his own worth through solitary sacrifice, but as someone drawing confidently on the full trust and support of a team that had spent months learning exactly how to fight alongside him. The conductor's kinetic manipulation proved formidable, but predictable in its own way once Izuku adjusted to its underlying mechanics, the redirected force always carrying a subtle, telltale signature that, with careful attention, became readable rather than purely chaotic. "There," he said, finally identifying the pattern clearly, and adjusted his own approach accordingly, meeting the conductor's redirected strikes with precisely calculated counters rather than simply absorbing their unpredictable force. The fight reached its decisive turning point when Izuku, drawing on Weiss's perfectly timed glyph boost called out at exactly the right moment, closed the distance faster than the conductor's kinetic manipulation could properly redirect, landing a clean, controlled strike that, rather than attempting to end the fight through overwhelming force, simply and precisely disabled the conductor's ability to continue the engagement, consistent with the same careful, non-lethal ethics Izuku had maintained throughout every confrontation since his arrival in this world. The conductor staggered, fell to one knee, and for a long, suspended moment, the entire battlefield held its breath. "Impressive," the conductor said finally, breathing hard, something genuinely complicated entering their carefully composed voice for the first time. "I confess I did not anticipate losing today. I will need to reconsider a great many of my assumptions. Izuku stood over them, breathing hard but steady, no catastrophic collapse threatening to claim him this time, the team's coordinated support having carried him through the engagement's most demanding moments exactly as RWBY had promised. It's over, he said. Surrender, and we can end this without anyone else getting hurt. The conductor studied him for a long moment, something unreadable passing behind their composed expression, before a sudden, sharp burst of displaced air signaled the deployment of some kind of emergency extraction device, the figure vanishing in an instant, leaving behind only a faint, lingering trace of ozone and the frustrating, unresolved knowledge that their primary adversary had escaped capture despite the engagement's decisive resolution. They got away, Yang said, breathless, surveying the empty space where the conductor had stood only moments before. They did, Izuku said, the frustration of it settling alongside a deep, genuine relief that the immediate, catastrophic threat had nonetheless been decisively prevented. But the Unbinding's been stopped. The structure's safe. That's what actually matters most today. The team gathered around him slowly, exhausted but triumphant, the structure behind them pulsing steadily, safely, in the gathering evening light, and Izuku, looking around at each of them in turn, felt the full, profound weight of the day's victory settle into something he could finally, fully allow himself to feel proud of, not as a solitary triumph, but as the shared, hard-won accomplishment of an entire found family that had grown, across every act of this long and difficult journey, into something considerably stronger than any single person could have managed alone. Chapter 57. The days following the conductor's defeat passed in a slow, careful return to something resembling normalcy, the entire team taking the necessary time to recover from the accumulated exhaustion of the prolonged, two-front engagement, and Ozpin himself made the journey out to the research station personally, once the most immediate aftermath had settled, to assess the situation directly. The structure remained stable, Oblek reported, his usual energetic enthusiasm tempered now by evident relief rather than his typical academic excitement. The disruption of the ritual, while dangerous in the immediate moment, appears to have caused no lasting damage to the containment mechanism itself. If anything, our subsequent readings suggest the structure may have actually stabilized further as a direct result of the disruption, though I would want considerably more data before drawing any firm conclusions. And the network of nodes more broadly, Ozpin asked. Atlas and Vacuo have both confirmed increased monitoring and defensive presence at their own known node locations, Glinda said, reviewing her own collected reports with brisk efficiency. Mistral's cooperation remains somewhat more limited, given their own internal political complications, but even there, our intelligence sharing agreement has at least ensured they are aware of the broader threat. Then we have, for the moment, secured a genuinely stable defensive posture, Ozpin said, something quietly satisfied entering his careful composure. Not a permanent resolution, by any means. The conductor remains at large, and the Hollow Choir's broader organization remains intact despite this significant setback. But a stable foundation, nonetheless, from which to continue building toward whatever final resolution this conflict eventually requires. Izuku, listening to the briefing alongside the rest of the team, felt a complicated mixture of relief and continued, watchful awareness settle into his chest, the knowledge that today's victory, however significant, represented a chapter's conclusion rather than the story's true ending. What happens now? RWBY asked, voicing the question Izuku suspected was on everyone's mind. Now, Ozpin said, we continue exactly as we have been, with perhaps a renewed appreciation for how seriously this threat must continue to be taken. The research station's defenses will remain reinforced. Our intelligence gathering regarding the Hollow Choir's remaining leadership will continue, with considerably more urgency than before. And I suspect, given everything you have all demonstrated across this entire conflict, that whatever role you each choose to play in that continued effort will prove considerably more significant than even I initially anticipated when this entire situation began. The group dispersed gradually after the briefing concluded, each of them processing the day's heavy revelations and hard-won victory in their own way, and Izuku found himself, as the research station settled into the quiet, gradual rhythm of evening, simply sitting alongside the structure itself, watching its steady, familiar pulse with a complicated mixture of old hope and newly settled gratitude. Blake joined him first, settling beside him with the same quiet, perceptive understanding that had marked their friendship from its earliest days. You did well today, she said. Trusting the team, pulling back when RWBY called for it. I know how hard that must have been, given everything you've told me about your old habits. It was hard, Izuku admitted. But it was also exactly what I promised all of you I'd try to do, after the infirmary. I'm glad I actually managed it, when it mattered most. We're all glad, Blake said simply. One by one, the rest of the group joined them over the following several minutes, the same quiet, settled gathering that had become so familiar over the preceding months reasserting itself naturally, each of them finding their own way to process the day's significant, hard-fought victory in the comfortable, supportive presence of the others. We should probably talk about what comes next, Coco said eventually, though her tone, as it had once before, carried none of the urgency the words might have suggested, simply a practical, grounded acknowledgement of reality. We will, Izuku said. But maybe not tonight. Tonight, I think we've earned the right to simply sit here together and appreciate exactly how far we've come. Nobody argued with that, and the group settled into comfortable, companionable quiet as evening deepened fully into night, the ancient structure beside them continuing its steady, patient pulse, no longer a source of desperate, isolated hope, but a shared responsibility this strange, found family had learned, across every difficult step of their journey together, to protect with everything they had. Chapter 58. Several weeks passed before life at Beacon settled fully back into its familiar, comfortable rhythm, the immediate aftermath of the conductor's defeat gradually giving way to the steady, sustainable routine the entire team had worked so hard to build across the long months since Izuku's arrival, and it was on a clear, bright afternoon, the kind that carried the particular warmth of a season beginning to turn towards something gentler, that the seven of them found themselves gathered once more at the edge of the Emerald Forest clearing, the same spot where this entire impossible journey had first begun. It feels different now, Izuku said, looking out over the familiar clearing, the bent and broken trees from his original, catastrophic landing long since grown back around the edges, the scars of that first impossible day softened now by time and the steady, patient work of nature reclaiming what had once been violently disturbed. Good different, or bad different, RWBY asked, settling onto the grass beside him with her usual easy comfort. Good, Izuku said, smiling. Definitely good. I used to come here sometimes, in the early days, and just feel overwhelmed by how lost I was. Now it just feels like part of my life. Part of home, even, strange as that still sounds to say out loud. It doesn't sound strange, Weiss said, settling on his other side. It sounds like exactly what it is. You belong here now, Izuku. I don't think any of us would argue otherwise. Blake, Young, Velvet, and Coco arrived shortly after, completing the small, familiar gathering, and for a while the seven of them simply sat together in comfortable, easy silence, watching the afternoon light shift slowly through the canopy above, the same dappled, golden quality it had carried during so many of their quieter moments together across the past several months. We made it through part 1, Coco said eventually, a faint, satisfied smile touching her expression as she surveyed the group. I don't know if any of us properly appreciated, back when we first found you stumbling through this exact clearing, just how much we'd all grow together by the time we got here. Part 1, Yang repeated, raising an eyebrow with evident amusement. You're treating this like it's a story with chapters. In a way, it kind of is, Velvet said softly. We've faced so much already. The lieutenant, the conductor, the whole unbinding threat. It feels like we've closed something significant, even though I know there's still more ahead. There is, Izuku said, his tone turning more thoughtful, more serious. The conductor's still out there. The Hollow Choir's broader organization is still intact. And I still don't know exactly when, or even if, I'll find my own way back to the world I left behind. But I think, for the first time since I landed here, I feel genuinely ready for whatever comes next, instead of just desperately scrambling to survive it. That's a good place to be, Blake said quietly. It's the best place to be, RWBY said, grinning. Especially because we'll be facing it together. All of us. Whatever the Hollow Choir tries next, whatever happens with the door home, whatever new complications show up out of nowhere the way they always seem to around here. Especially that last part, Weiss said dryly, though her own smile was warm and genuine. Izuku looked around at each of them in turn, at RWBY's bright, settled confidence, at Weiss's quiet, hard-won warmth, at Blake's steady, grateful calm, at Yang's easy, unguarded affection, at Velvet's gentle, contented smile, at Coco's satisfied, commanding presence, and felt, despite everything still unresolved, everything still looming somewhere beyond the horizon of their continued, shared journey, a deep and certain peace settle into his chest. "Thank you," he said simply. "All of you. For everything. I don't think I could have asked for a better family to land in the middle of, even if I never actually chose to come here in the first place." The group settled into warm, easy laughter and overlapping affection at that, the kind of comfortable, settled warmth that had become so deeply familiar across their long, shared journey together, and as the afternoon light gradually began its slow descent toward evening, the 7 of them remained together in the clearing a while longer, content simply to enjoy this rare, hard-earned moment of peace before whatever new challenges the future inevitably held. Somewhere beyond Remnant's borders, the conductor continued their own patient, deliberate work, the full scope of the Hollow Choir's remaining ambitions still only partially understood, and somewhere in the depths of dimensional space neither Izuku nor anyone else fully comprehended, the door back to his own world remained, patient and unresolved, waiting for whatever path forward might eventually open it fully. But here, in this clearing, surrounded by the family he had built from nothing but circumstance and choice, Izuku Midoriya felt, for the first time since the rift first tore him from everything familiar, genuinely and completely at peace, ready to face whatever part 2 of this strange, impossible, deeply beloved journey eventually demanded of him, together, exactly as they always had been.